I'm sorry, I hate to be a pest, but my friend Chris Schaefer still has not received the email to participate in this call, and he's really interested in doing so. Is if that doesn't come by 9:30, can he still get into the meeting?
Yes, we register speakers throughout the meeting. We're processing a number of registrations right now, so we'll get to it as soon as possible.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Wanda. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Derek. That's the east, right?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, it shows down.
Derek. Good morning, Derek. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's actually Jackie, but it's under the wrong name. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, thank
I
you.
hear you.
Okay.
Good morning to everyone. This is the meeting clerk. Just a reminder, if you could please remain on mute throughout the meeting until it's your turn to speak, and especially as we check in speakers this morning, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Anthea. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning. Somebody just joined the meet under private caller. Can you please identify yourself?
Oh, sorry about that. It's Lynn Schwartz, SCHWARZ.
Perfect, and you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfectly. Do you need my phone number or?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I have a
welcome.
question.
Yes?
Yes?
My name isn't showing up on the right side. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can only hold so many on the right-hand side, so.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Lois. I see you just joined the call. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We'll do roll call in just a few seconds. Okay. I will call this Community and Public Services Committee meeting to order. It is November 13th, 2020. And this is the addition, which we will begin now. So I will begin with roll call. Councillor Zadek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here, and if I may just say, because there's a lot of people listening, I won't be able to attend the whole meeting, unfortunately, due to an unforeseen conflict.
Understood. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so can we get a motion to adopt the agenda? Let's do that.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I will move the adoption of the agenda with the following changes. The replacement page for item 6.7, bylaw 19491. And I think that is the only change that we're moving it.
Mr. Chair, I have a proposed change.
Okay.
I would amend to postpone item 6.2 on the golf courses to the next regularly scheduled Community and Public Services Committee.
Okay. And any other changes? Okay. So, so the adoption of the agenda with the addition of the replacement pages and postponement of 6.2, I believe it is. Are we using eScribe to vote? I think we would like to.
Yes, and I just wanted to confirm if that postponement was a friendly amendment to the agenda.
Right, that's a good question. Is that friendly to the committee? Any objections? No? Okay. I will be voting verbally because if I move to eScribe right now, my screen will go blank for you. So I am a yes. And please vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, thank you. Display votes. Okay. Adoption of the minutes of October 28th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the adoption of the meeting minutes from the October 28th, 2020 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. All in favor, please vote. I am a verbal yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, and that is passed unanimously. Okay, do we have any protocol items? Not hearing any. We'll move on from that. At this point, I'm going to a little bit of an introduction to the day. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional homelands of the Blackfoot, Cree, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Lesotho, and also the traditional homelands of the Métis, and now also homeland in many cases for some Inuit, many in our city, and of course for everyone else, we've now made this place our home. So, as there are a large number of public speakers joining us on the meet, I would like to outline the process for today's meeting. Committee will deal with items based on the order of the agenda and any time specifics we may set. For the speakers who are joining us, this means that there will be a wait until the item you have registered for is dealt with. And we will not be able to give you a specific time for when you will speak, as we are not always certain exactly what questions will be asked during the course of debate of the other items. I ask that everyone participating on the meet remain on mute until it is their turn to speak. The microphone icon at the bottom of the screen will turn red when you are muted. This will ensure that all participants, including counselors, the public, and administration, are able to hear and participate in the meeting. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum, provides unfair advantage, and can also interfere with the live stream. If you are experiencing any difficulties, please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or email city.clerk@edmonton.ca. So, having said that, let's move to selecting items for debate.
Mr. Chair, I can start us off if nobody else is on yet.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I will select items. I just want to make sure I see who we have speakers for. So items 6.3 and 6.4, 6.5, 6.7, 8.1, and I think that covers everyone who has speakers for. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'll move the balance.
Okay. And Councillor Nichols moving the balance. Please vote. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
I was on mute. Thank you. Clerks, do you mind letting us know what we have chosen to debate?
Thank you. This
And
morning,
we'll get passed.
this morning committee has passed the following items without debate. We've revised due dates for item 5.1, Baldwin Belvedere and Inglewood Financial Outlook, January 20th, 2021. And a revised due date for item 5.2, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry Final Report, revised due date February 17th, 2021. And the recommendations have passed in the following reports. Item 6.1, UPass options for 2021. For item 6.2, city-owned golf courses, that has been postponed to the next regular meeting of committee. Item 6.6, license agreement with Edmonton Minor Hockey Association. And item 6.8, agenda item prioritization and motion cleanup.
Yeah, so I have two. Okay, thank you. And now, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've got, I can move the list if you like.
Do you have a glass of water handy?
Absolutely. Okay,
go ahead.
So I will move the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate, and maybe we can discuss how we'd want to break up 6, 7 at the appropriate time. For item 6.2, city-owned, oh wait, that's not on, so I don't need to move that for now. Items 6.3 and 6.4, Lise Gotel and Rochelle Venn. And for 6.5, feeding of wildlife, Darcia Wasarab Roland. And so my apologies if I mispronounce when we get to you, please make sure you correct me on it. Julia Galis, Lasha Krejci, Alan Picard, Gloria Michalchuk, and Christine Kowalczyk. And on 6.7, there is a long list, so bear with me. J. Switzer Crow, A. Mayfield, James, Joanne, S. Kolibaba, M. Dempster, R. Thompson, N. Herreros, S. Gobek, J. Go, T. Pollock, T. Hawley, H. Kroll, C. Fredrickson, B. Felzine, M. Kleparchuk, A. Kleparchuk, T. Chalali, H. Houston, C. Rod, K. Smith, K. Simons, R. Sanderson, L. Shefsky, R. Ziario, C. Richards, G. Hoffman, T. Russell, H. Kellert, J. Coffin, G. Matthews, C. Kovac, S. Bezora, A. Bowman, L. Cody, T. Simons, is that the same? Oh, different Simons. C. Hall, J. Gergely, J. Chandro, Salida, or Kaylee, sorry, jeez. Sorry, H. Aitkins, D. Gishwaski, J. Tyler, D. Miller, W. Patterson, and again, my apologies for anyone's name who I am currently not saying correctly, so you'll correct me at the appropriate time. P. Lineker, C. Wilczek, L. Jones, M. Berkowitz, C. Snell, M. Wazda, P. Momboket, J. Cartwright, L. Hanna, J. Anderson, E. Vandenbrink, A. Love, J. Gravel, P. Estevez, J. Morrison, M. Harris, C. Longo, E. Nurnberg, P. Strankman, M. Bannon, J. Tyler, E. Lee Fort, W. Banis, D. Yateman, N. Zanari, S. Kenworthy, L. Miller, D. Nato, L. Lesage, R. Sox, E. Palsky, S. Smith, B. Tompkins, C. Schaefer, Rochelle, L. Frazier, D. Conrad, H. Wilson, B. Volmer, Kelly, J. Gordon, J. Busemakers, J. Foster, A. Wojcik, C. Sherston, L. Ludwig, G. Rodriguez, Anthea, S. Wietzrick. Sorry, I'm doing not a great job on the names today. R. Hodgkinson, G. Cam, S. Roig, K. Tilrow, C. Pencala, M. Hill Gardner, J. Deal, L. Schwartz.
And we have two new additions
Two.
as well.
Okay.
F. Zanari and T. DePlato.
F. Zanari and T. DePlato.
And we can send the spelling for those through to
Okay,
council.
I'll add those, and then I also believe we have speakers on 8.1. So we have two speakers registered on 8.1, which would be Laura Cunningham Shepley and Ryan Barber.
And sorry, a third for the other item, which is R. Jones.
Oh, for the 7 point.
Yes, thank you.
Or 6.7. Okay, R. Jones as well. Okay, those are, that's a lot of names, but I moved them all there, Mr. Chair.
All right. That's what I have as well. Thank you very much. That is,
We're going to do,
all I know is that you should brush up on your Celtic language, Councillor.
apparently.
Gaelic. All right, so that sounds very good. So let us let's see. Does anyone want? And that was were you making that motion there?
That was the motion to hear from all of those speakers, yes.
Perfect. So let's take a vote. I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, so do we have any requests for time specific on the agenda?
Yes,
today?
Mr. Chair. There's a request for time specific that item 6.3, which I actually think would already be first item based off what's been approved. And there was a request on the agenda for 8.1 to be at 1:30, but I've heard from EFCL and they would like that to be at 11 a.m. So I'm going to move that.
Okay, that clears us up. Okay, so I'm a yes on those. So if we can vote, that would be great. Unless there's any debate. Not hearing any. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please, and that is carried unanimously. Are there any councillor inquiries today? No. And reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. We've got that done. Correct?
Correct.
Yep. And request to reschedule reports is done. So, without further ado, we might as well go to item 6.3. Current policies, transportation services users, increased safety measures. And item 6.3 and 6.4 is to be dealt with together. So there is a presentation from administration. So if you are ready, we are ready to hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We are here today presenting our plans to improve safety and security in transit. This is a continuation of our work to make transit and our city safer for everyone, with a particular focus on women and girls. With me today for the presentation are Eddie Robar, our branch manager of transit, as well as Carrie Houghton McDonald, our director of business integration within Edmonton Transit. We have a presentation that Eddie and Carrie will now provide. After that, we will prepare for our speakers and then be available for questions following the speakers. I'll now turn it over to Eddie and Carrie.
Thanks, Gord. We're here today to talk about the work we've been doing with the community to further improve safety and security on transit. We have two reports being discussed. One is a follow-up motion asking about how to improve transit safety within transit with a focus on women and girls. This was supposed to be presented back in March, but was disrupted by temporary pause on community meetings due to COVID. The second report outlines overall progress and results about safety and security on transit. And through our investments in our safety and security plan, we are contributing to a journey of making Edmonton safer. This is a key element of how we support the city plan and our Connect Edmonton goals as we grow to a city of 2 million people. We are committed to this journey and are grateful for the leadership from our community and our speakers that are here with us today. So as a reminder, ETS has an overall framework for transit safety and security. It's much bigger than just thinking about security and policing. Our approach is backed by research and industry best practices. More specifically, research from the Mineta Transportation Institute outlined key considerations for public transit safety and security with a focus on improving women's transportation safety. This also aligns with our commitment to the UN's Women's Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces Global Initiative, and its integrated approach with each element is important. We have 6 elements of this program, and I'll describe each of those elements. One, environmental design, really looking at roads, pathways, transit stops, infrastructure. How do we support that safety and security, and how do people experience our physical infrastructure? 2, our transit planning and network design, which means our frequency of service, type of service that we put out, bus stop locations, and really providing a safe journey for our passengers. 3, looking at our policy and procedures. Do we have easy ways for people to report concerns? Do we know what to do in emergency situations? We're also looking and doing more to incorporate diversity and inclusion, incorporating diverse voices into our policy making and decisions, engaging community voices and represent the diversity of our communities, and looking at intersectionality of factors. I'm really proud of the diversity of our workforce and incorporating gender-based analysis into what we do. The 4th is education and outreach, and looking at specific campaigns, passengers in our community, but examples are like our Zero Tolerance campaign related to harassment and just keeping each other safe, and the Respect in My Workplace campaign. 5th is the transit, our training for our operators. That's an education outreach, but our training for operators is also how we manage those difficult and dangerous situations. Examples of our training that we're putting into our operator workforce and ensuring that they're providing that safe travel for our passengers as well. And then lastly, the technology and equipment, looking at things like surveillance cameras as an example, but also data analytics and predictive hotspot analysis that we've been able to converge on, and we'll talk more about. We have more work to do. It's a long path. This is an evolutionary process. We've gone a long ways from where we were, and we still have quite a ways to go. But this framework really kind of guides us, and it's really our guiding North Star. So I'll turn it over to Carrie now, who will go and explain more detail and be a bit more thorough on what's coming up and what we've done.
Thanks, Eddie. As part of our analysis and work to respond to the motion for the report about safety for transportation users, we collected feedback specifically from the Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton, the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, as well as our Safe Cities Community Collaboration Committee. They shared feedback about how to improve transportation safety with a particular focus on women and girls. Overall, the community spoke up, told us what is important and what they wanted. My gratitude moment is about the diverse voices that helped bring us to today. They're volunteering their time and efforts to make a difference in Edmonton, and we're very grateful for that feedback. Overall, we listened and then were able to action their ideas. So as examples, and as a follow-up to what Eddie was describing, we want our workforce to represent the diversity of the communities we serve. That means improving the representation of women in our staff. Our latest recruitment drive for the transit operator position focused on communicating that opportunity specifically to women and encouraging them to apply for the position. We're working through the hiring process as we speak, and I really hope to see an increased number of women behind the wheel of our buses. We have a 6-stage hiring process for transit operators, and as part of that, conduct extensive background checks. We fully agree with the recommendation that we need to properly screen applicants for these positions. As another example, when we did our on-demand transit work about first kilometer, last kilometer solutions, we incorporated a gender-based analysis review. We feel this led to better design and a more thorough understanding of riders' needs. In terms of the overall progress we've been making, I'm now going to talk about what we saw in 2019. We've seen a dramatic increase in the volume of reporting. This is attributed to two key things: a greater presence of personnel resources, so that there's a person to go to with reports and a resource to monitor the environment and then report incidents. And secondly, a greater awareness of how to report concerns. We've invested heavily in marketing campaigns and providing instructions about how to file those reports, and we feel that our efforts are working. These are really great results. People are sharing their concerns with us and contributing to making our city safer. We need to know when things are taking place so that we can intervene, hopefully prevent an incident from escalating further, and then be able to identify patterns and gaps. And while we've seen a dramatic increase in reporting volumes, criminal occurrences at transit locations are down by 32%. So that includes things like crime against the person, crimes against property, as well as violation of Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. As a result of having our security guards deployed, we're also seeing that we've been able to maintain a 54% drop in mischief-related incidents. The number of operator assaults has also declined from 84 to 82. And while it's great that that number's dropped, I think we can all agree that one assault is one too many. Everyone deserves to work in a safe environment and return home at the end of their shift unharmed. We also measure perceptions of safety, and across all areas in 2019, so including our transit centers, our bus stops, LRT stations, as well as on the bus and LRVs, more than 75% of riders feel safe, and in some instances, like feeling safe on buses, it's as high as 85%. What it means to be safe and secure on transit has obviously expanded. As a result of COVID-19, it's now inclusive of public health as well. Transit was deemed an essential service by the federal government earlier this year in recognition of the critical role that transit plays in the community. We connect essential workers to jobs, people to basic services like healthcare appointments and grocery shopping, as well as children to childcare and school. There are many protective measures in place to support health and safety for both our staff and our customers. We truly care about their experience and have mitigations in place to manage COVID-19 risks. People may not know that before a bus goes into service, it gets thoroughly disinfected. And on a daily basis, our transit centers and LRT stations are disinfected and thoroughly cleaned. We need riders to continue doing their part as well. That includes wearing face coverings, distancing as much as possible, wash and sanitize hands frequently, and look out for each other. We are well aligned with our provincial guidelines for public transit, as well as our transit colleagues. We speak on a weekly basis with representatives from across the country, monitoring our response and to align our actions. We want to thank everyone who is using transit during this challenging time. We're all in this together as we move forward. There is a bigger picture to all of this work. Transit is an important part of creating a safe city. Transit is a big part of our public spaces and how people interact and connect with their city. These are community challenges and not just transit challenges. We really need to look at it from a variety of perspectives and start to focus more heavily on root causes. So for us, in terms of next steps, this is really about continuous improvement. We feel that we're only just getting started, and finding solutions together with the community will be critical. When it is safe to do so, we will be consulting with diverse community groups to explore root causes of safety and security concerns at a more detailed level from an intersectional GBA plus lens. Then we will build action plans together with these voices to recommend further changes to make Edmonton even safer, particularly for women and girls. With this focus, we will ultimately make it safer for everyone, and we're really excited about the future state. We're also pleased to announce that earlier this morning, we launched our new Transit Watch text message service. As part of our work to include gender-based analysis, we heard feedback from women about the need for a more discreet way to report safety and security concerns. That led to research to explore adding this text message service. So now if someone has a security concern, they can discreetly send a text message to our Transit Watch phone number, and it will go directly to the ETS staff in our 24/7 control center. We're pleased to launch this additional reporting tool, and it gives our riders, particularly women, another way to report their concerns, adding to that toolkit. We're also in the planning stages of developing a bystander awareness program, following up on recommendations from the Community Collaboration Committee associated with the commitments we have through the UN Women Global Initiative for Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces. We will also be doing a refresh of our sexual violence awareness training for our staff to bring it up to date and ensure alignment with current best practices. There's a direct connection between safe, accessible, reliable, and convenient transit service and economic outcomes. Safety and security are key levers to recover and grow ridership, and particularly for women, there's a really strong connection. Your investment as council in transit safety and security is making a difference. We've made a lot of positive changes since the plan was first approved in 2018. We really want to emphasize that this is a journey, the work is ongoing, and it can't be done in isolation. We look forward to continuing this work, collaborating with the community, and to the conversation today. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that great presentation and great work. We will now hear from speakers. And Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, just letting them know the order in which we will be hearing from them.
So we have two speakers for this item. First up is Lee Scottman and R. Venn.
Okay.
Apologies if I mispronounce the names.
Lee's, and please correct us on the pronunciation of your last name. Gotel?
Yes, it's Gotel. I should just say also that Rochelle Venn from the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women and the Collaboration Committee isn't able to be with us this morning, so she won't be speaking. Councillors, members of ETS administration, I'm presenting on behalf of the Edmonton Safe Cities Collaboration Committee. This committee, as you know, was brought together as an integral component of the project of making Edmonton a UN safe city for women. Transit and sexual violence on transit was one of our key focuses. We had 3 key focuses. It's really exciting to see Edmonton Transit moving forward on so many of the recommendations that we made. And I have to say it was really invaluable to have ETS as a member of the collaboration committee. And we're really pleased to partner with ETS as it develops and implements its gender-based safety strategies. So why is this work important for the City of Edmonton and for ETS? Well, first of all, it's important because public transit is gendered. More women than men take public transit. The last census confirmed this. But despite this, and until pretty recently, transit planning and operations tended to operate from a gender-neutral lens. So we're really excited to see ETS move forward with GBS Plus, a GBS Plus lens, and we think that lens brings the problem of sexual violence into view. Whether in an empty car or on a crowded bus or on a train platform, women are by far overrepresented among victims of sexual violence and harassment on public transit. And in fact, that was confirmed in a 2018 StatsCan survey that showed that transit was the most frequent place that participants listed as having their most serious experience of sexual violence. Some groups of women are particularly targeted. We know that Indigenous women and girls in our city are particularly targeted. And women's fear of harassment and sexual violence on transit limits their transit use. But when we improve feelings of safety, that increases ridership. And I think that's very important at this moment in terms of ETS recovering from its COVID ridership drought. So as I said, we're really excited to see ETS move forward on some of the recommendations we made. We're particularly pleased to see the announcement of the new Transit Watch text message service. Expanding Wi-Fi availability on the LRT would make that tool even more useful. And we also think that it is really going to be important to move forward on the refresh of training for operators and peace officers and also control center employees, because sexual violence and harassment is nuanced and complicated. It's difficult to interpret, and it needs to be triaged appropriately because it's often very serious. Let me say in closing that members of the collaboration committee, as well as individual members and organizations, can help ETS advance on its women's safety agenda. We're really excited to see that ETS is interested in following through on our recommendation for a bystander awareness campaign, and we can help with that. We can also help with the training refresh, and I know that there are other women's organizations in the city, including Leaf Edmonton and the YWCA, who are anxious to help with that project. So it's really imperative that we get this work right. Sexual violence on transit is a big problem, and we're really excited by the steps that ETS has taken. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, Lise Gotel. I see we have Councillor Nicol on the line to ask questions. Councillor Nicol, was your question for the speakers or for administration?
Sorry, it must be a click here. I'll take it off here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, and I believe Councillor Knack requested this item. Do you have any questions, Councillor?
I'll defer to Councillor Esslinger. This is her motion, so I want to let her take the lead.
Thank you very much. Very courteous. Councillor Esslinger, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knack. And thank you, Lise, for joining us today. I know it's a busy time and appreciate you taking some time with us. And we really heard your support for the actions on the transit side and your willingness to be engaged as we move forward. And I'm curious as well, the motion included, I don't know if you were able to read it at all, vehicle for hire, and if you had any advice on that side, because public transportation is vehicle for hire as well as transit.
Yes, and Uber was engaged in the collaboration committee. Unfortunately, we didn't have any representatives from taxi services or even licensing on the committee, and it is an important concern. And I know that Uber was very, very engaged in the work of the committee, and our recommendations do address vehicle for hire. And I know that vehicle for hire, that emphasis, and Uber are interested in sort of following the lead of ETS on this. But, you know, for example, being able to request a woman driver, or that's obviously easy when you're using a service like Uber. That can be very important in terms of improving women's safety.
I think I read one of the recommendations was also having that visual, which works really well on Uber, but not always on a traditional taxi service, so that they know who they're supposed to be getting in with and could feel safe that it's the right person.
Yes, it's important because, you know, we've seen this from high profile cases in other cities in Canada that taxi drivers have been committing sexual violence on passengers. So it is a concern. You know, we've often heard that the best thing, you know, a good safety strategy for women if you feel unsafe is just to take a taxi home. Don't get a ride from someone you don't know. But unfortunately, you know, what we're seeing is that taxi services and vehicle for hire can be a site of sexual violence for women and girls.
And I do note in the report that the value of having thorough background checks for both transit operators as well as vehicle for hire. Did your committee talk about that?
That wasn't a focus of our discussions. It just wasn't.
Okay, some of the committees did, and I wasn't sure. Now we see the results from 2019 that we are beginning to see more reporting. And I guess, how do you interpret that? Do you feel that's making people safe now they can report more?
I mean, I honestly think that in the larger conversation around Me Too, there's greater awareness of sexual violence. and we've seen that's increased also reporting to police. I think this could be a part of it. Greater awareness leads to more reporting. It's a good thing. It's actually a good thing when we see more reports, because this is a horribly underreported problem. When we look at, for example, police reports, the last general social survey showed that only 5% of victims of sexual assault specifically report to the police. So that was another of our 3 core priority areas: increasing reporting. And we see increasing reporting to transit authorities as being part of that. So when numbers go up, it's actually a good thing, not a bad thing. And we think that this text, the new text service is going to be very, very important in terms of bringing situations of sexual harassment and violence to the attention of transit authorities and also police.
Well, thank you very much for your participation in those groups, your ongoing commitment to stay engaged and to provide that ongoing feedback. And together we're making the city safer for women to use transportation. So thank you so much.
Well, can I just also say thank you to you, Councillor Esslinger. I know that you've taken a huge lead on this, and it's very important for women and girls in this city.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Esslinger, and thank you. Any other questions for our speaker today? Not seeing any. Okay, Elise Cotel, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time today. Okay, so we will now move on to questions of administration. And I see Councillor Esslinger is still on the board. Would you like to go ahead, Councillor Esslinger?
Yes, I would, but I would defer to committee.
I see no one on the board. I'll do another check. Does anyone else have any questions before Councillor Esslinger? No? The floor is all yours.
Well, I have a few questions. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for the reports. I think it really demonstrates that you've listened to women and you've been able to make changes based on what you've heard. And I'm very excited with the launch of the text line today, another tool in the toolbox. I did want to ask about the report on the initial report. You ask transit drivers to go through police checks, and it's very thorough when they come on board. I guess I want to know what will happen if there's a violation while they're driving. Do we have another chance to find out if something's going on in individuals' lives and there's charged with something?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I will provide an answer, and perhaps Jeff from our law branch can also weigh in as well. So when there is a charge, and particularly a conviction for someone who's employed, we have a team of supervisors that are trained to conduct thorough investigations with our support from the Employee Services Department in Labor Relations. We do an assessment with the law branch as well and look at on a case-by-case basis, the different factors relative to case law and any requirements, and then make a determination from there. But if Mr. Fitzgerald is on the line, perhaps he can also weigh in.
Good morning. Yeah, I guess I'll just pick up from where Carrie left off. And I think page 4 of the report kind of touches on the situations, but once the city learns of a situation of concern, charges, or a conviction, as Carrie has alluded to, it's important to make sure that we do a thorough investigation, understand all the facts as best we can, and then really assess whether the conduct at issue has a nexus to our reputation, the services that we're providing, has a real nexus to the workplace, and then once we're able to discern that, we're able to sort of guide the supervisors and ETS around a plan of action, which can include, on certain facts, a suspension. And while the investigation is ongoing, that is the city investigation, and in the end, discipline can be applied. But I would just say that because if the conduct is outside of the workplace, not at work, it's important to make sure we understand all factors before we apply corrective action.
No, and I appreciate that. We're just directing women to talk to operators as a safe person. And I understand that if their driving skills were a question, we would say that's a nexus of the work. But I was just worried if there was convicted or have charges for violence against children or women, how you would interpret that.
Obviously that is concerning, and I would view it, if I was looking at it, to be a serious matter. But and particularly any vulnerable person in society. So you mentioned children, but there are other, women, and there are other categories of that. That would cause concern. But we would still want to make sure that we have a fulsome understanding of the actual conduct that was committed that led to charges and or the conviction, the criminal conviction. And based on that, we also need to look at the particular operator's background, how long they've served, what their record is in terms of past discipline, if any. And so it's a contextual analysis, but it would be viewed in, from my perspective, as a very serious matter that would warrant a significant review.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just wondered if there's anybody available about the vehicle for hire. I have similar questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I can speak to the collaborative effort in preparing the report and have some background information.
Looks like my time's up, so I'll come back on a second round, Mr. Chair.
You got it. All right, thank you, Councillor Singer. I see that we have Councillor Nicol and Councillor Knack on the board. So, Councillor Nicol, the time is yours.
So let's talk about the taxi cab industry. Were they asked to participate?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We collaborated with our vehicle for hire colleagues, and they were then in turn in contact with their industry to respond to the feedback that we had collected.
So you went to your vehicle for hire folks and didn't engage the taxi cab industry directly?
They were engaged through the vehicle for hire work, and the feedback collected from groups like WAVE would have been shared with them, yes.
No, that's not the question I asked. The question I asked is, did you deal with the taxi cab industry directly in preparing this report?
Administration did, yes. Me personally, no, but administration absolutely did.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I'll just speak up for the taxi cab industry. They're very concerned about safety as much as anybody. So I get concerned to think about that they're not included in any discussions materially and fiduciarily, because they do take it quite seriously. So I'm glad for that clarification. Thank you.
All right, is that everything? Yeah, okay. Let's move on. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I want to follow up a little bit on Councillor Essinger's questions, as I'm not quite 100% sure I understand. So if somebody, again, Councillor Essinger gave some examples. If somebody was convicted, let's just go convicted of something like sexual assault. I heard that we would review that, and I'm a little. That seems a little less certain to me about what the future of somebody who would be convicted of that would be doing, especially when they're supposed to be a point of contact for our riders. So I'm just wondering, can somebody make it a little more clear, what if somebody was actually convicted, what happens?
So I can start to answer, and perhaps Mr.
Sure.
Fitzgerald can jump in. So our supervisor team that conducts an investigation, so because we're in a workplace, we have our own duty to investigate and understand the impacts. And then to Mr. Fitzgerald's points, there's criteria that's used to determine the appropriate corrective action. So if there is that strong connection, and you can make the argument there is, to performing the job duties, then that could lead to a termination decision.
Okay.
And I'll let Mr. Fitzgerald jump in as well.
Sure. Mr. Fitzgerald, sorry, I just wouldn't mind you digging into that a little. I'm just trying to understand, like, are there, because I imagine there are some relationships with the unions, obviously, but I would expect that if somebody was convicted, and not charged until, let's assume they're just convicted, that we would probably deem that as not something we'd want to have, not somebody we'd want to have representing ETS, particularly when we're talking about safety for women and girls. Am I correct, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would say though that when we use, and we're talking we're necessarily talking in generalities.
Yeah.
When we say sexual assault, because of course there's a whole sphere of severity, right? And the criminal punishment that will follow that will take into account the seriousness of the conduct. And so we just have to be mindful that not every off-duty, and I think, just to be clear, we're talking about off-duty conduct. Not all off-duty criminal conduct is identical or the same. So we have to measure that, and that's all. We have to measure that in our response.
Okay, are there any, and just, so that's helpful. It sounds, I'm feeling like I'm hearing some concrete pieces. I just want to double check. Are there any barriers, like, have there been times where we would suggest that somebody might not be the right representative based off conduct outside? Are there any barriers to us from enacting that? And again, without going into all the details, I imagine, of a labor agreement, is there anything that would cause us, if we wanted to say yes, that could actually prevent that from occurring?
There's obviously well-established case law that speaks to principles that apply when employees commit criminal offenses off-duty. So there is a well-established framework that anytime we have this sort of situation arise, we're already looking at, right? We're aware of the principles and the established framework. So, of course, our code of conduct, touches on, not specifically to a situation like this, but in general, we impress upon all of our employees that what they do off duty is, especially where it can be connected to the city in any way, is important to us, and so that they must be mindful of their conduct. So I think we emphasize that, Councillor, in our policies and our expectations, in particular code of conduct. And then in terms of our ability to react to a specific situation, we do have arbitral authorities that guide us in terms of where we're properly landing on it.
Okay. Do we have, I just don't know, and again, recognizing we probably don't want to go into too much of the detail, do we have a clear understanding with a group like ATU? Because I imagine they would also want to do everything humanly possible to ensure that folks who are entering onto our transit system can feel confident that those who are driving those buses are somebody they could also approach if they felt there was something that was causing them to be unsafe. So they wouldn't want folks who have maybe not lived up to that standard.
Thank you, Councillor. Completely agree. So we have a great partnership with ATU. Anytime that we're doing these investigations, we're working together, and I completely agree that they would share that perspective.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Second round, we've got Councillor Esslinger. And I believe your mute button is on, something I do all the time.
Sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to understand if we would see domestic violence where it's an individual circumstance in the same way when we were looking at whether they should be driving, either ATU or the lawyer.
Sorry, Councillor, can you clarify for me?
If someone was convicted of domestic violence, would they still fall in the same category as sexual assault?
So the approach we would take during the investigation would be to treat it as seriously for sure and going through that process. And again, ATU shares, a similar approach with us, and they're a partner as we conduct that investigation. And Mr. Fitzgerald, feel free to chime in if you'd like to add anything.
I'm not sure that how helpful it'll be. Also, I'll be short with it. Just when we hear the phrase domestic violence, just to put that into context in terms of the criminal code, there are basically two categories of assault offenses that are kind of relevant to this discussion. You have just assault, which it has varying degrees of severity depending on the actual conduct, and then you have sexual assault. Domestic violence could be either of those, depending on the facts of each case. And so all of it is, in my view, very serious, but also warrants a kind of an individualized assessment of the facts, sort of whatever the label, domestic violence, assault, or sexual assault.
Okay, I just want to feel very comfortable that when women or girls are on the buses, the people that are driving them are truly vetted well, even if things happen in their life. So I feel like we're going to go down that path. We're going to deal with it. If it's happened, we will assess that. So thank you. My next question is, there was some recommendations to the vehicle for hire. And that's why I asked if you had knowledge. Are we working towards some of those? Because in your next steps, none of that was mentioned, if we were going to continue that work somewhere.
Yes, thank you for that question. So administration is definitely working with the industry, collaborating, sharing that feedback. We're also very clear in terms of the 2 tiers of background checks that are required. So to get the vehicle for hire driver license through that process, background checks are required, and then the provincial government requires it as well. But it has been collaborative.
And it's also important to note that through the work we've done with DATS, we've been very focused with vehicle for hire on our training program and shared our training programs with them. We do some train the trainers with their vehicle for hire trainers as well, as part of that program objective as well. So it goes beyond even our conventional transit system, but certainly our DATS program is well along the way of that.
Okay, and recently at the UN Safe Cities meeting, they have a program now for taxis in particular, where they identified ones that have been trained specifically to support women and girls, and they have a sticker available for those cabs so that women could easily identify that. And I'm just curious if there would be an opportunity to have those conversations with the taxi industry as you go through, so people can understand, those who've had that specific training.
That's a great suggestion. We do have a forum for discussing these matters, so we'll certainly add that to the next meeting.
Now, the work that you've done, you've engaged women and they've given you recommendations. Is that going to be an ongoing amount of work, so we could kind of see as things go along other things that come up, or for you to vet some of the ideas with them from?
Yes, so we're really excited about our next phase of work. So we'll be hosting engagement sessions and consultations with diverse community groups, including the groups that we have already engaged to date, to continue the conversations and really look at things from a root cause analysis perspective of what are the root causes of these concerns, what do we still need to address, and how do we do that? So it is going to be ongoing work, and again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more work to come and more collaborative efforts.
Well, thank you very much for the work and your commitment. I'm very excited where it's going. My last question was, then are you also using the reports that we're getting in greater numbers to help inform future work?
Absolutely, we are. We're very grateful, and we have a security team in ETS focused on policy, as well as providing support for reports like this. So the trend analysis is definitely informing future actions.
And just to add to that, the city's struck a committee that not only has ETS, but our transit peace officers, EPS, our security folks as well. So that group there is really overseeing a lot of this six stage framework that we laid out today, and that approach is all for all those groups that will be feeding into that framework and approach moving forward.
Thank you. I'm out of town. Just thank you on behalf of all women for the work that you're doing to keep our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. I will just remind everyone on the call that we ask you to refrain from using Google Chat for various reasons, and I will get back to that when we go to another group of speakers, but please refrain from using the Google Chat at this time. Okay, so I have a couple of questions myself. When we're talking, Mr. Fitzgerald, about an individualized approach, it's conceivable, and I'm just hoping you can unpack this for me, that someone may have been charged with domestic assault or even convicted, and then they may go through a rehabilitation process, including things like anger management or counseling or a whole host of things. And does that impact their hireability in the future, or are we saying, or because, I mean, this gets into labor laws as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. You know, in general, before we hire anybody, we have an ability to obviously set up terms and conditions that we expect, or qualifications that we expect to be in place before hiring. So one of the conditions, as I understand, we have for operators is a criminal record check. So pre-hire, that would give us an ability to make an informed decision around whether or not we even hire someone in the first instance. If we move forward in time, and so say that there isn't a criminal record issue at the outset, but we move forward in time into the employment relationship, and let's say we move forward 20 years into the relationship with, for example, an employee who has no past discipline or other performance problems on their record, and an incident does happen that leads to criminal involvement and a conviction. Part of our consideration and review would be, what actually transpired, how that relates to what the city's trying to achieve, its objectives, the services that it provides. And then also, to your point, Councillor, I think rehabilitation and remorse are other factors that are I think important to consider too. That regardless of what is transpired, independent of that, does the employee have demonstrated ability to rehabilitate and show contrition? So that would be relevant in the analysis as to how we respond.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely a delicate process and very complex. Okay, thank you. To administration, I just had a question when it comes to the safety, because a lot of the women who are experiencing maybe assault or discomfort or just want to be safe, they'll come from a whole host of walks of life, and so this is where we're at now, and I'm assuming that there will be more work done once the community and public safety task force has done their work and made suggestions. Is that right?
Yes, so we're really looking forward to those results, and we're not going to engage in our consultations until we understand the direction coming from that work.
Okay, right. So it's important to note that this is not the end of the work. This is continual, and the goal is to just keep going and making this a better and better environment for everyone. Yes.
That's exactly it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for all your work. I don't see any other questions on the board. Would anyone like to move this?
I'll move receipt of information for 6364.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. just for those who may be used to council, we don't need people to second motions in committee, so we can move straight to the vote unless there's anyone who would like to speak to this motion.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, first I'll just check in with Councillor Esslinger.
I would love to.
Okay. All right, please. And do you mind, Councillor Knack, if Councillor Esslinger?
I don't mind at all, yeah. Happy to let her start or finish, whichever she prefers.
Thank you. Would you like to finish, Councillor Esslinger?
It's his motion, so I'll go now.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you very much for this work. We know that it's a point in time, but we've come a long way since we've begun this work. And I think the listening and to taking those actions based on what you've heard from women is phenomenal. I've been engaged in this work from around the world, and we are actually leading in many of these departments. So thank you so much. And as Councillor Paquette said, this work is ongoing. There's more to do. And I think when we have a city that is safe for women and girls, it's safe for everyone. And we're really working to a place that a woman can travel our city freely and not say, well, I won't take the transit after 6, or I won't go over there. We want them at any age to be able to go anywhere when they want and use our system and feel confident in it. So the work you're doing with helping us get there, I just want to say thank you so much. And it is very important in the life of our city to give our citizens that freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, and well said. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. So I just wanted to take a moment because I knew Councillor Esslinger would obviously thank everyone who's done a lot of work except herself. I just want to take a moment to thank Councillor Esslinger for all of her work on this as well. I remember sitting interloping on a WAVE meeting. I think it was late 2014, 2015, and there was a dialogue that you had sort of caused everyone at the committee meeting to come and talk to their networks and then come and speak to what their networks were saying about transit. And that was unfortunately very eye-opening for me, and how little I realized people were making the decision to not take transit after 7 or 8, particularly in the winter, because they didn't feel safe. Because, my entire first year on council, I would sometimes leave here at like 11 at night and not think twice about jumping on the system to go back home. And yet half of our city, at least a number of folks within half of our city, didn't feel safe. So thank you to you, along with everyone else. I'll echo her thanks, but just thank you to you for helping to advance this in a way, because it was so critical and obviously something that wasn't on our radar. And that's it's disappointing that it took as long as it did to get onto our radar, but thank you for the work for bringing it there and making it work. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And seeing no one else wanting to speak, let us move to the vote.
We have all the votes.
All right, please display the vote. And that is unanimous. And I see, okay, perfect. Yep, that works perfectly. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's now move on to item 6.5, the feeding of wildlife. And there is an information report. So as soon as administration is ready, we will hear that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a few initial comments. First, though, I'd like to introduce our administration team on this item. On the call this morning, we have John Simmons, our acting branch manager in this area, Tora Carrier and Ryan Smar, Animal Care and Control and Park Ranger Unit. We also have from Legal Services, Christina Hodgson. So earlier each year, the city receives approximately 4,000 complaints and inquiries from Edmontonians about wildlife, especially geese and coyotes. While feeding or correcting wildlife can be a healthy outlet for citizens, there are complaints that come in from citizens connecting with wildlife in a way that can result in safety concerns or damage to property. In the report, we've laid out 5 options for bylaw and policy changes that would regulate nuisance wildlife conditions that occur as a result of citizen behaviors including feeding or attracting wildlife. And importantly, in building this report, we worked with Dr. Colleen Cassidy St. Clair, a professor of biological sciences from the U of A, and we also circulated the information to Fish and Wildlife. Dr. St. Clair is on the call to help us answer any technical questions you may have. With that brief introduction, I'll turn it back to committee to hear from the speakers that have signed up.
All right, thank you very much for that. And we do have a lineup of speakers. And so as you were getting organized, let me just remind you, since there are more than one or two here, each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, those attendees participating virtually, and I think that's everyone now, may wish to use a timer at home. When the speaker is finished, please stay at your seat or on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions. For those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. Just a note on that chat function in Google Meet. One of the reasons that we ask you to refrain from using it is because it creates issues of decorum, but it also provides unfair advantage and interferes with the live stream. And if you're experiencing any difficulties, please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or email, city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Okay, having said that, now let us move forward to our speakers, and I believe first on the list is Darcia Wasara-Broland.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm a retired pharmacist and I'm a longtime resident of Laurier Heights. I've seen many changes in Edmonton and in our area with respect to wildlife and our relationship with them in the time I've lived here. When I first moved here in 1968 with my parents, there were many undeveloped wooded areas in Laurier Heights. And while we often saw small wildlife, neither I nor my mother remember seeing coyotes at that time. When I returned in '92 with my own family, I noticed a difference. After dark, we often spotted 2 or 3 coyotes running down the street or in the back alley. We found various types of beef bones on our property and back alley, clearly not from a small animal kill. It quickly became apparent that someone was scattering bones and meat around the neighborhood with the sole purpose of attracting and feeding wild animals. In the early 2000s, there was a summer where we had a serious problem with a large number of feral cats hanging around our property. Upon investigation, we noticed empty cat food tins around the periphery of our neighbor's property. We identified the person responsible, who was not at all bothered by our concerns and did not respect our request to stop leaving the food. The health and well-being of our children was being put at risk. Fleas, worms, disease, the presence of rotting food in sharp cans. We approached the city and they were not able to offer any help, as we were told that she was not breaking any laws. We eventually handled the problem ourselves, borrowing cages from the city, trapping the cats, taking them to the SPCA, where unfortunately they had to be euthanized because they were too ill to be rehabilitated. After trapping 14 cats between the 2 of our households that summer, we've not had a significant problem since with cats. However, the person responsible for that incident has moved on to more dangerous wildlife feeding behaviors. And now we're dealing with coyotes, which is a different issue altogether. In the years since, there have been numerous news reports of inappropriate feeding, raw meat being left in Mackenzie Ravine, a dog being killed by coyotes in Mackenzie Ravine in an area where there were remains of raw meat. I personally have been stalked by coyotes while walking in Mackenzie Ravine in broad daylight. We've seen security camera footage of food being thrown over the fence at the Valley Zoo, into enclosures after dark, and of birdseed being scattered in an industrial area. Numerous times I've witnessed a black SUV driving down our street with a flock of crows or ravens following as birdseed is thrown out the driver's side window onto the seat. I've even heard of a bird narrowly missing an oncoming car's windshield because it was flying next to the feeder's window watching for the food. If garbage bags are left near garbage cans, they'll be ripped open in a search for food and the garbage scattered. I don't walk in my own neighborhood after dark by myself ever. Even during the day, I walk with walking poles for protection. Our daughter used to work late, and when she came home at 2 or 3 a.m., it was a regular occurrence for her to see 1 or more coyotes hanging out at the end of our street, staring her down. They would not move or would approach, and she often phoned us to watch out for her as she made a run for the house. Coyotes wander through our yard in the middle of the night, and ever since educating myself about the zoonotic diseases that can be transmitted by coyotes to humans through their feces, all because their gut bacteria has been so compromised by eating food not natural to their diet, I'm constantly on the lookout for feces in my garden and yard. I understand that we live with wildlife. I know that we share the river valley. It's one of the reasons that brought us back to Laurier Heights. But these animals need to be left undisturbed as much as possible and allowed to live as naturally as they can in an urban setting. I have no objections to bird feeders and bird houses. We have them in our own yard. But when bird seed is strewn over the ground on purpose, in addition to being unsightly, it attracts mice and voles and even coyotes, and their subsequent bodily waste left behind adds to the health risks to humans. When songbirds are being scared away by scavenger birds taking over a neighborhood, when animal waste that is created by irresponsible feeding becomes a hazard to humans, when wild coyotes become so used to humans that they begin to assert themselves and are no longer frightened, then we have a problem. Feeding of these wild animals is causing them to become ill, they stop fending for themselves, they become dependent on humans, and their survival in their natural environment is compromised. When I see the harm that one individual can do to an entire and multiply that by numerous neighborhoods throughout the city, changes absolutely need to be made. I've submitted a list of names of over 100 individuals who have seen the destructive effects of inappropriate wildlife feeding, who support our desire to make changes in the way the City of Edmonton regulates this destructive behavior. And I might add, we collected these names in less than a week, just from word of mouth. I'm happy to see that you are willing to examine this problem and find effective solutions to deal with it. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. That was perfectly timed. All right, we will now move on to Julia Galelas. And please, for everyone, if we pronounce your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct us.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Julia Galelas. I'm a registered nurse working at the Royal Alex in Edmonton. I would like to share some stories as someone whose immediate neighbor feeds wildlife. I am hoping, in a very personal way, to explain what a profound effect this activity has had on the safety and well-being of my family and our neighbors, as well as the wildlife, who have been robbed of their ability to live naturally and harmoniously in our river valley. Most importantly, though, I would like to point out the glaring lack of enforceable laws to stop such dangerous and destructive acts and the urgent need for this to change. My husband and I moved into our home in Laurier Heights with our 3 young children in the summer of 2019. Soon after moving in, we observed that our neighbor was feeding wildlife. Huge piles of seed, peanuts, and animal bones in her yard resulted in flocks of bird species and coyotes being attracted. To be clear as to the numbers, at any given time, I have counted up to 50 pigeons and seagulls waiting on our roof for the next feed, 50 crows and ravens in our trees, and as many as 24 ducks walking across our yard. As a result, our home was constantly being covered with bird feces and feathers. Similar damage was seen on the public road, sidewalks, streetlights, and parkland across the street. We spent hours every week cleaning up the mess on our property. In the fall, we filled garbage pails with bird feces and feathers that we removed from our overflowing eaves troughs. This past summer, weekly, I would fill a kitchen-sized garbage bag with peanut shells that were brought into our yard by birds and squirrels. Last fall and winter, things worsened as we observed our neighbor spreading large amounts of raw meat in her yard. This occurred daily, sometimes multiple times in one day. Flocks of birds and coyotes were attracted. Coyotes walked across our yard to get to the food. The birds often dropped meat in our backyard as they flew away. We would run out and collect the meat from our yard when visible, but on several occasions, it got lost in the snow and we later found our dog eating it. And just this past week, there were multiple piles of raw meat on my neighbor's front and backyard. And again, we have witnessed both birds and coyotes feeding on her property. In the past year, I have on many occasions witnessed my neighbor leave her home in her car late at night to spread raw meat along the boulevard of our river valley. Imprinted coyotes and scavenger birds follow her car in anticipation of being fed. I have witnessed these coyotes being unhindered and fear for the safety of my children when playing outside. We calmly approached our neighbor on several occasions to express our concerns and to share how her behavior is negatively impacting our experience living here. This has had no effect on her behavior, and in some ways, the situation has worsened. After fruitless direct diplomacy, we contacted the city's bylaw office several times. We appreciate the efforts that the bylaw officer and park ranger we've liaised with have made to mediate the situation, but ultimately they've admitted they do not have an enforceable way to get this behavior to stop. The best that the city could offer was that we participate in an animal deterrent pilot project, which we took part in last March, in which we were loaned equipment that was installed on our property, such as dead bird props and speakers projecting the sounds of birds in distress, with the objective of decreasing the burden of wildlife being attracted. While we accepted the help, this was clearly not an optimal solution. The equipment takes time to operate and was effective at deterring only certain species of birds for a period of time. At the end of the pilot project, we opted to purchase the equipment ourselves at a cost of $1,000, feeling that this was our only option. The point I would really like to highlight here is our failed attempt at getting the necessary help from the many agencies whom we have detailed our concerns to. After several attempts, the City Bylaw Department, EPS, and AHS have all responded in the same way. This inappropriate feeding of wildlife is not illegal, and nothing can be done to stop it. To this I say, if enforceable laws to stop a single resident putting the lives of so many people, pets, and wild animals at risk do not exist, then the laws need to change. I am very encouraged that the City of Edmonton is looking at the proposed amendment to the Community Standards Bylaw to include provisions for feeding wildlife. That said, this bylaw must be worded in such a way that it is clear, precise, and enforceable. This is a serious and long-standing issue that finally deserves addressing. Thank you for your time and efforts.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Just in the interest of making sure that we are organized, I will let you know that we have four more speakers on this item, which will take us to 20 minutes. And we've got a time-specific item in 11 minutes. So I will just seek the advice of committee.
Mr. Chair, I just checked with a couple of the speakers from EFCL. They're okay to wait a little bit, so we could at least get through the speakers and wait. So they've expressed a desire to let at least that.
Okay, so we will go through the rest of the speakers and ask questions of the speakers, and then we will move to the time-specific item.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And any objections to that? Not hearing any. Okay, thank you for your patience. Next we have Lasha Krejci.
Correct.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Lasha Krejci. My professional background is I am a registered nurse with Alberta Health Services. I have lived on Laurier Drive in Laurier Heights since 1974. Bird feeding in large amounts on private and public property and the feeding of coyotes has been a major concern for many, many years on Laurier Drive and in the neighborhood. Neighbors and myself have struggled with trying to educate a resident that is continuing to feed both the birds and coyotes. We are becoming more increasingly frustrated as this behavior is continuing despite our best efforts. I am so tired of all of this. We see massive amounts of birdseed have been placed on private property and also raw meat mixed with dog treats. I have found raw meat dropped into my yard by birds that carry it, and as a result, my dogs find it and eat it. I have had costly veterinarian bills for gastroenteritis, eating decayed raw meat that lands in my backyard. Safety is a major concern when coyotes run rampant in both the night and daytime hours in groups of 5 or more. I have personally been stalked by a coyote on numerous occasions on the green space on Laurier Park in front of my home while walking my dogs. They have come as close as 15 feet behind me. I always carry a stick when walking my dogs for defense. Another major concern is that more coyote droppings on the park space on Laurier Drive and on my lawn. This fall was the worst year ever. This is a serious health concern, as coyote droppings bring zoonotic disease called Echinococcus multilocularis. This is a tapeworm parasite that lives in the small intestines of animals. Humans get infected if they are in contact with the feces of an infected host. Domestic dogs and cats can also be infected as a host by stepping on or eating the droppings of an infected coyote. Humans are exposed by touching these pets, and the parasite is ingested and transferred to the liver. It can remain there for up to 10 years until symptoms appear. I deworm my dogs every 7 months. That kills that parasite. There have been several cases in Edmonton. A case was presented on Global TV February 3rd of this year. A young female had developed symptoms of liver cancer. When operated on, found her liver was full of cysts of that parasite. There have been some deaths in Edmonton related to this also. Dr. Stan Houston, infectious disease expert at the U of A, mentioned on that Global clip that this disease is increasing in Edmonton. He has seen 15 cases in the last 6 years. I attended a lecture presented by Dr. Colleen Cassidy Sinclair. She is involved in the Coyote Urban Project at the U of A. She calls the urban coyote the coyote junkie, as he eats foods out of the normal habitat being fed by humans. It also causes an increase in aggression. I have been asked to collect samples in this area of coyote droppings, and she wants to compare the urban coyote to the rural coyote, and if this parasite is present in more urban coyotes caused by human feeding. Other safety concerns to our children. The Edmonton Journal reported a young child mauled by a coyote in Coronation Park this April. This child received 10 staples to the back of her head, and her ear was repaired by a plastic surgeon. Sergeant Mark Fosey with the Alberta Fish and Wildlife documented in that article from the Edmonton Journal that predatory attacks like this are rare. Coyotes are not usually aggressive towards humans, but can become bolder around people if backyards, playgrounds, or parks provide them with easy meals. He also mentioned the likelihood of a problem encounter increases if coyotes are fed by people. Safety in our community, our children, and our pets is a major concern when wildlife are fed in this neighborhood. Lastly, I want to stress the need for a specific bylaw banning the feeding of wildlife on both public and private property. I am concerned that just paying a fine may not be enough. Perhaps participating in a community service program, working at a wildlife center or the zoo will deepen the appreciation of our wildlife and understand their living habitat. Thank you for allowing me to express my concerns as a resident of Laurier Heights. I have also included pictures. I've also included some pictures that I sent. I don't know if they were focused on the frame.
Yes, we did see.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much for that submission. We will now move to Alan Picard. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alan Picard. I'm an Edmonton emergency doctor. I worked the night shift last night. My hospital is buckling under COVID right now. I got off at work at 8 a.m. I'm tired, but I tell you, I'm really glad to trade sleep to be here and talk about this important issue. So we're not here to air the dirty laundry of our neighborhood or complain about what's going on in our backyard. We don't want this to happen in anyone's backyard or any animal's home, okay? So we're here to tell you that wildlife feeding is utterly dangerous to person and to property. It is thriving in our city, and because our city has no enforceable laws against it, we feel threatened, we feel powerless. But today, with these bylaw amendments in front of you, we're beginning to feel a little bit of hope. We have reviewed the report to this committee and the proposed bylaw amendments in detail. While we feel that the spirit of these proposals are in step with what our group and the city is trying to achieve, we have two serious concerns about them. One, the language used is vague and very open to interpretation. And two, the penalties neither match the severity of damages wildlife feeding causes, nor are these penalties hefty enough to truly deter ardent wildlife feeders. Let me speak to point one, that the language is vague. The proposed bylaw amendments mention improper, quote, feeding of wildlife. There is no universally accepted definition of, quote, improper here, and it would be a loss to our city if improper was extended to things like innocent songbird feeders, beekeepers, or a couple of urban chickens. We ask that, quote, improper be replaced with specific language, like what is written in other Canadian municipalities. Bylaws like in Canmore, which state, quote, no person shall permit a wildlife attractant to accumulate on the tree, bush, or ground. Or another municipality that states, a person must not feed wildlife or attract wildlife through food. Like an Edmonton winter day, we want the language to be clear and we want it cold. We want replace improper feeding with, quote, any food left to accumulate on the tree, bush, or ground that attracts wildlife on public or private property. We also take issue with this recurring phrase in the proposal, feeding that leads to public safety risk, health risk, or nuisance condition. Again, these terms are vague, and we question how the city will practically define these things in the application of this bylaw, given that we have been unable to convince health authorities to intervene when we have called AHS, detailed the bird feces, the raw meat, the coyote droppings, which are all known to cause zoonotic diseases in humans, or the times we've talked about the peanuts being spread around, a leading cause of anaphylaxis and allergic deaths. We ask again for simplicity and crystal clear language. Perhaps, instead of saying what is not allowed, the city should clearly define what is allowed. One suggestion would be, quote, small bird feeders without feed left to accumulate on the ground, and that any wildlife feeding or attracting beyond this on public or private property be banned. Any wildlife feeding beyond this is assumed to be a safety risk, a health risk, and a nuisance condition. So that was our first concern with the proposed amendments, that the language is vague and leaves much to interpretation. Now I'd like to detail our second concern. The penalties for offenders are insufficient. The proposed penalty amounts, $250 to $1,000, are not enough to deter problem wildlife feeders. I suspect that some routinely spend that much on feed weekly. Instead, we ask that the city levy fines closer to the maximum amount found on the jurisdictional scan of other Canadian cities, $25,000 to $100,000. This penalty would better match the extensive damages to person and property that wildlife feeding leads to. And as a final note on penalties, we also ask that you build into this bylaw additional measures that could be taken if problem feeding were to continue despite fines. Wildlife feeding is a threat to our city. We hope by now that this is abundantly clear to every listener on this call. This problem should be an issue for any of the agencies that we have contacted, AHS, EPS, the City of Edmonton, but somehow it isn't. And this is wrong. There is no framework to prevent and punish this behavior. None. So we must do better, and we must do it now.
All right, thank you very much, Alan, for that presentation. We will now move on to Gloria Michalczyk. Did I get that right? Gloria Michalczyk. Okay, we can look back. Maybe she's having problems with the pause button or the mute button. Okay, Christine Kowalczyk.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. So I'm speaking this morning as a River Valley resident and as an academic whose research deals with systems thinking and ecological relationships, including between people and wildlife in cities. One of the research projects that I'm leading right now is an interdisciplinary U of A funded study of coexistence between people and pigeons. And what we found is that conflicts are always caused by people, not pigeons, and that ignoring this fact means wasting money, harming wildlife, and failing to resolve problems. I understand that there might be an issue with people feeding wildlife in the city, although this is not something that I've heard surface in my community of Riverdale. What I do witness in a major way, besides habitat loss, is garbage in the River Valley, which attracts coyotes and other wildlife, including pigeons, and which in turn habituates the wildlife to people. I have organized and led many River Valley cleanups in the city over the past few years, often for Riverdale Community League, in partnership with Waste Free Edmonton and the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. What I've learned in doing this work is that litter is an ever worsening problem and that it connects to many other issues, including city resources issues and wildlife conflicts issues. This past fall, I wrote a letter as the Sustainability Director of the Riverdale Community League, requesting that the city increase its efforts in litter prevention and River Valley cleanup. The Community League Board voted to send this letter to Councillor McKean. This letter outlined the problem and suggested a number of easy and practical ways in which the city could address it. For example, the letter requested wildlife-proof garbage cans in the River Valley. The River Valley is a wildlife corridor, so the open barrel garbage cans currently used in our parks make no sense. It would make far more sense to put wildlife-proof garbage cans in the River Valley to keep animals such as coyotes and magpies from accessing the contents. Additionally, the city might pass a bylaw that residents cannot put their garbage out until the morning of garbage day and reassess the sense of unfenced River Valley off-leash dog parks. The letter also suggested shifting parks operations resources away from mowing towards picking up litter, among other River Valley restoration activities. The letter even identified a few specific areas near Riverdale that could be renaturalized to increase the quality of the River Valley habitat around our community. This would mean that coyotes would be less inclined to wander into residential areas for food. A wilder River Valley would be better for everyone. Finally, the letter also urged the need for a public education campaign to keep our River Valley clean. It seems an obvious statement, but if obvious statements are not repeated and reinforced, they no longer become obvious and the values they reflect are diminished. This campaign could include education on why it is important to not feed wildlife. There are many easy opportunities, therefore, to address the root of the problem of wildlife conflicts, and they all start with us simply taking better care of the River Valley and our city. Furthermore, as wildlife conflicts are a human behavior problem and not about problem wildlife, as the report suggests, it is entirely inappropriate for the Integrated Pest Management Group to have any involvement on this issue. These animals are not pests. They are attracted to the litter we create. Conflicts occur because of our behavior. We need to focus on us in order to resolve the problem. The pest language therefore furthermore leads to demonization of wildlife, which I've indeed witnessed on community social media pages, which in turn connects to mistreatment of wildlife, which I've also witnessed, and to bullying behavior in general. I'm extremely concerned, therefore, by the reference to IPM in administration's summary of the issue. It is not appropriate. And as there are already many concerns with IPM as an approach by academic and advocacy groups, it makes no sense to give this department any further responsibility. If the city is looking for a department to oversee wildlife activity in our city, then that is an argument to reinstate a Department of Natural Areas and Biodiversity, which existed in the past. Furthermore, considering our world is suffering a biodiversity crisis right now, precisely because of a lack of ecological thinking, the last thing that should happen would be to hand this file to a group who promotes poison as an important part of their toolkit. Ecological thinking, on the other hand, reminds us that we need coyotes, for example, to control mice in the city. Interfering with wildlife population costs us money. It upsets systems that take care of themselves for free. And on that note, I would like to know how much the city spends on pest management. I thus have two requests of this committee on this issue. First of all, that it strike any IPM involvement in the direction it gives to administration for follow-up on the issue. And two, that it instead direct administration to create an anti-litter campaign, including the points I've noticed. This will undoubtedly resolve many wildlife conflicts. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And again, perfect timing. That's great. And that is it for our speakers, but I will circle back. Gloria Mikalchuk.
We have no record of them checking into the meet.
Okay, so there we go. Now, do we have any questions of speakers? I see we've got two folks up now. This was selected by Councillor Knack, who's not on the board. This is a result of an inquiry from Councillor Hamilton, and we also have Councillor Nickel on the board. So, Councillor Nickel, do you want to go first, or would you defer to Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Hamilton can go first.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's very thoughtful.
Thank you. It's hard to press further for details from the speakers. So first of all, I just want to thank each of you for coming out to speak to this bylaw. It's been a bit of a long road. I think, one of the questions I think that's going to come up with this bylaw is this, do you see this as being about a specific, do you think that if a bylaw on this had existed 10 years ago, 15 years ago, do you think the problem, in your opinion, would have become as severe as it has? Anyone can answer that. Do you think, I guess another way to put it is, do you think this bylaw would help curb behavior before it becomes human behavior, before it becomes problematic, extremely problematic?
Yes, I agree. I do feel that we need this bylaw now. It's been going on far too long, and we need to address this problem. It has to be severe enough, not just nickel and dime fines. It has to be severe, as Alan mentioned, and perhaps another option, as I mentioned, to do community service, to acknowledge the fact that these coyotes, birds live in their natural habitat and we do not feed them. It needs to be some education campaign along with that as well.
Councillor Hamilton, I would like to answer.
Sure.
I think moving forward, a clear enforceable bylaw would be very effective in preventing this kind of behavior. I want to be clear, and you can look at our list of supporters that we obtained really with minimal effort, just by word of mouth. They're from all corners of the city. And they, when I mentioned that we'd be talking about this, they're like, hey, yeah, I got a neighbor that feeds ducks, and that one of those ducks ran into a window in my house and broke it, and it was $2,000 to fix. Like I said, this is not our backyard. This is the whole city, and we got to think. We got to think forward as a city, because Edmonton, we're unique. We're a metropolitan destination. We got a huge urban parkland with wildlife in the middle of our city. This is gold, and we need to be respectful of this in how we move forward.
So your request to committee today, because right now it's received for information, it's to come back with options. I just want to make this clear. Administration's outlined the potential for options 1 through 4 to be included in a potential bylaw amendment, and for those to be really clear.
We do need them to be clear, and we need them to be ready to go soon. Every day, this is a problem in our community. Every day, our children are at risk, and every day, those poor animals are not having the lives that they deserve. So we think that this is very urgent, and we think that glaringly, the city of Edmonton lacks this kind of bylaw. And if you look at the jurisdictional scan, no one else does. So we're behind, and we need to get ahead.
Councillor Hamilton, if I could just add as well, I'm not for or against a bylaw. I think, based on what I've heard from the other speakers, perhaps it does make sense. But that absolutely has to be accompanied by, reflection on the city's own operations as well. And there are so many kind of common sense, very easy and inexpensive, and indeed probably money saving changes that the city can and should be making that will help to reinforce that it's a problem to feed wildlife, but it's very confusing, I think, for some citizens if they are, seeing the city not taking litter considering it as a serious problem. And I think that, absolutely a public education campaign here is merited as well. And that's also something that we found in our research, looking at cities around the world dealing with, pigeon issues.
Thank you for that. Thinking about what has been said about other jurisdictions, anytime you go to Canmore, for instance, all of the outdoor garbage cans are, very difficult to access, and that's on purpose. That's to protect the wildlife. So I appreciate that the leadership does start in the public sphere, and it does start with the city. So those are my questions. I'm helping draft a recommendation to committee for next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That will be helpful. We have Councillor Nickel up. The time is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Kowalchuk?
Yes.
So with regards to litter reduction, core service provision, and with regards to actual program, and I guess, if we want to talk physical material applications, is it primarily about garbage cans and to reduce some of these interactions?
Yeah, that's a big part of it, as well as sort of redirecting some city operations, time and energy spent away from mowing certain areas that are not necessary, not everywhere, and that is a whole other issue we don't have to get into right now, but certain areas that are not necessary, and like I said, my community was able to identify some particular areas where that would be the case, and instead direct that energy towards picking up litter. We all do it as a community, but we need more help from the city, and to have city crews also working on doing that rather than going through and cutting the grass when there's litter in it, and it means one piece of plastic turns into 100 pieces of plastic, etc. And there's also food waste in there too that is certainly attracting wildlife, and we agree that that is a problem.
So I'm interested in this idea of the biodiversity question that you've raised today, because do we have the subject matter expertise within our administration to address some issues that here? Because we have this, this biodiversity file, and we have these conflicts. Do you feel we have sufficient expertise within the administration to critically examine this?
I think that the expertise is there, but that department does not have the prominence that it deserves. I know that there are very good ecological planners with the city. I know some of them work with, Dr. Cassidy Sinclair as well. And it makes, in my opinion, it makes no sense that there would not be a Department of Natural Areas and Biodiversity, maybe with climate change brought into that now as well. And it just seems like such an important department to have in our city. And this would enable, those experts to be able to provide, more clear guidance to council, to committees.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicol. Anyone else on the board? No. Okay, I'll just ask a quick question. Again, back to Christine. So the idea of the kind of garbage cans that you see more in a provincial park or a federal park, that is very intriguing. So the one stumbling block I can see is that it would add a small bit to the cost of cleanup, but you're saying that if we have litter everywhere and we have these coyotes and other wildlife that we don't want to be encouraging to engage with human litter, that it may actually end up being a cost savings.
That's right, but partly because the animals could not take the garbage out of garbage cans, and partly because this would be reinforcing, public education as well, for people who are walking in the river valley, that it actually really matters to keep our litter contained, and that it doesn't make sense to be throwing litter on the ground anywhere, which is happening, again and again. And there are all kinds of user groups, I think, that are part of the problem there based on the type of litter that we're seeing. And so, yes, I think this would absolutely be cost savings. It would also mean, yes, maybe a little bit more time for people to, take a bag out of a garbage can that has a lid on it. But again, that would be, minimal and would definitely be offset by other cost savings. So I'm hearing an echo. It's a little bit distracting. There we go. Yes, thank you. So, there would be cost savings in directing crews away from doing a lot of work that we see as, kind of unnecessary right now, towards just focusing on what really is necessary, which is keeping the river valley clean.
Yeah, and that was my fault. I had I did not have my mute button on. So thank you for that. So the other thing that I'm thinking about is, we actually, a lot of this are health concerns, which, obviously we care about, but the health costs of this are provincial costs. So we make these investments to make changes. And, one thing I was thinking about was the story of the girl who got mauled, which is horrific. And I'm just curious personally, I'm thinking like the medical cost of taking care of just that one girl, likely, it is a lot of money if we broke it down. And so to avoid any sort of healthcare costs doesn't benefit the Edmonton budget directly, but it does benefit the citizens. And so that is sort of your contention as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the money's all coming from us ultimately, right? And I think maybe there would be an opportunity there for administration and the city's ecological planners to make that connection as well, to do a bit of to take into account those costs and potential cost savings, at all levels, bringing in, the health savings that would be involved in actually addressing this issue.
Okay, thank you. Well, I did actually make a motion about litter and litter fines, and I think that these two bylaws actually interact very well. So I'll be asking administration about that. So
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. One last thing I would just like to say is that I think you make an excellent point there, that a lot of these issues are interconnected. And until we're looking at, the root causes of things, we end up spending so much money and so much energy trying to sort of deal with multiple consequences when really we should be, focused on one root cause. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. You're banging my favorite drum. So thank you for that. And I don't see any other questions. So thank you, speakers. Of course, you can stick around to listen to our questions of administration. However, we will be breaking at this point to move to our time specific. And when that is complete, then we'll be continuing with this item, which will be questions for administration and then a potential motion. So thank you for that. And so with that in mind, we will now move to our time specific item. Item 8.1, the tripartite agreement with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and Community Leagues draft changes. And this is a motion pending. And so I don't think that there's anything that administration has to say to this. So I think the correct order is for Councillor Knack to make his motion, and then we will hear from speakers on the motion. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move that administration provide a draft for changes to the tripartite agreement with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and Community Leagues to allow leagues to lease out their halls to for-profit entities, including but not limited to recreation service providers.
Okay, would you like to introduce that?
Certainly. Briefly, just recognizing we have speakers and we have a long agenda. Again, I wrote this with Councillor Cartmel, so just want to acknowledge his work with me on this. At the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues General Meeting, there was a discussion about the current tripartite negotiations that are underway, and I know that's been a major topic for both leagues and council, frankly, over years. I think even into my first term, around the underutilization of halls and a better way to try and activate those spaces. The additional challenge that we face right now and that leagues are facing is the financial impacts of COVID. Many leagues, if not all of them, have been unable to rent out their halls. That has created a great financial strain on those leagues. And they're looking for new ways to be able to stay viable, to be able to operate their facilities. And while I'll maybe speak to it a little more in the closing, we're talking about a city plan that refers to 15-minute districts. And I think when you have community hubs that are currently heavily underutilized, as of a report a number of years ago that showed about 60% underutilized, why not allow leagues to activate those spaces in a way that help create more complete communities, that provide new opportunities for residents to be active and engaged, and so I'll leave it there because I think our speakers from EFCL will have a little bit more to say, and then maybe I'll offer some closing comments at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so let us move to speakers. We've got Laura Cunningham Chappelli from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Good morning, City Councillors. I'm Laura Cunningham Chappelli. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Across the city, Edmontonians have enjoyed the many amenities and facilities that are built, supported, and animated by community leagues across the city. At our last count, there were 126 league buildings, 119 ice rinks, 24 tennis courts, 46 basketball courts, and 25 community gardens that are all sitting on licensed land. This land that is set aside by the city for public use by the neighborhood. It's an incredible model and one that we're all very proud of. This land is governed by the tripartite license agreement between EFCL and the City of Edmonton and every individual league. Over the past year, Ryan Barber and I have worked together with City administration to review the license agreement from 2011 and update it to reflect the new realities that leagues find themselves in, as the agreement will be renewed in 2021. As part of these conversations, we agreed to retain the resolution that was passed on by the City on February 12, 1980, which describes the relationship between the City and the Federation. And it states that each community league is one to recognize that each league is a desirable vehicle for the provision of certain services which are of benefit to the residents of the neighborhood in the city. The community league is a useful mechanism for debate of area concerns and presentation of views and recommendations to council. That participation in community league activity is a desirable element in a democracy which seeks to place decision-making for appropriate activities at the neighborhood level. The community league structure educates and trains citizens in governance and provides opportunities for citizens to volunteer their efforts to the community. And that the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues is the representative and coordinating body of Edmonton's community leagues. Now, we know that in 40 years, the world has changed tremendously. However, we still see leagues forming across the city. In the past couple of years, there have been 3 new leagues that have formed, bringing neighbors together in newer parts of the city to have a stronger voice and work towards building amenities to serve the community. Since 1980, how people volunteer and engage in their community has changed. People have less time for volunteering, but no less passion for their community. People are more interested in projects, such as creating events that bring neighbors together in creative ways, ensuring safe neighborhoods, building amenities, supporting local arts and music, and as you heard from Christine Kowalczyk in Riverdale, sustainability initiatives. Leagues are finding it very hard to bring in people to do work that from the outside can seem tedious, bureaucratic, and full of red tape. Specifically, it has been hard for leagues to bring in volunteers to set up programs in leagues over the years, resulting in halls sitting empty, often during the week, when they could be supporting seniors, youth, young families who are often available and looking for engagement at that time. Programs that involve fitness, arts, and recreation are often cumbersome to set up under the current agreement, and yet this is often what neighbors are most interested in having accessible in their local community. So under the current tripartite, in order to comply with this Section 9, it reads that the league shall only use and permit the use of the site at all times for the purpose of recreation as defined in the objects of its bylaws and not for any commercial purpose. So in order to comply with this, the leagues have to engage with an instructor, they bring them in as a contractor, then they advertise the program, take in registrations, pay the contractor, and shoulder all the risk for that one program. By allowing for some commercial use, this would permit a league to engage with a business to run the program for them, alleviating all of that extra work on the league volunteers, and the community would then benefit from a locally based program, that 15-minute neighborhood. The league could then focus their efforts and energies, resources in other areas that support more cohesion and inclusion in league life. We know that Edmontonians are struggling right now with job loss and are having to reinvent themselves. By allowing for commercial use on the site, leagues could be seen as a local incubator for small enterprise, engaging with a whole different set of neighbors and providing opportunities back to leagues that could provide financial support after what's been a very difficult time with reduced rental income, reductions in provincial grant funding, and casino revenue. The draft city plan policies recognize the importance of empowering businesses and communities and enabling them to thrive through initiatives, investment, and innovation. This is complemented by policies that support access to employment and a broad range of economic activities for all communities, as well as encouraging innovative city-building solutions through partnerships, pilots, and prototyping. By supporting this motion to move forward, the city is including leagues and being part of that innovation, that spirit of reimagine that all of us Edmontonians are experiencing right now. It is now time to support leagues to shine, to reinvent themselves, and open them up to new opportunities, which will support them to be those hubs in the community that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. We will now, and just a note of caution for everyone, we are now at 11:26. Our break is at noon, and then we reconvene at 1:30. So just govern yourselves accordingly. Okay, so we will now move on to Ryan Barber from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Good morning, members of the committee, city administration, and members of the public on the video conference this morning. I'm Ryan Barber. I'm the president of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. So I want to thank you for permitting me the opportunity to speak this morning on behalf of our board and by extension our membership representing 160 plus community leagues and thousands of league volunteers across our beautiful city. So as you're likely aware, the AFCL is entering its 100th year of existence, and I know many of you have had an opportunity to visit our celebrated 100th anniversary plaza in Harlack Park. It's really a monument to the countless community league volunteers who continue to make Edmonton a great place to live, work, and have a bit of fun. So I would suggest it's also symbolic of the great things we create together when the city and the AFCL work together. So in speaking of that partnership, I'm pleased and encouraged by our inclusion in the City of Edmonton's new city plan that will guide growth over the next 45 years. The motion before you will go a long way to ensure we are able to strengthen community league operations and service to Edmontonians. It offers a quick hit to the benefit of the city's plan for communities. I should also mention that the commercial use piece actually predates COVID, so this is not a reaction to a snap reaction to a situation that we have now with COVID. So as civic leaders, I know you understand just how important it is right now to ensure communities thrive within our city. We know that with our neighbors to the south and here in Canada, people within our communities want to be heard. They want to feel like they belong, and they want to be respected. I think we take for granted what an amazing system we have in Edmonton to be able to facilitate these conversations. While other North American cities scramble to figure out how to foster civil engagement, for close to 100 years, Edmonton has had the EFCL and community leagues as a conduit to ensuring civil engagement with government and the representation of our communities. I think what we offer our community is more relevant and more needed now than it's ever been. And the vision of the future we can build together is really only limited by fear, trust, or will. It's generally accepted that the Spanish flu, the last great pandemic prior to COVID-19, ended around April 2020. A very short time later, the EFCL was born, and it's not lost on me that at that time, an explosion of citizen interest in local community jump-started an organization that would have profound effect on countless generations. And so we find ourselves here today with an opportunity to prepare leagues for what I suspect will be a renaissance in community league life as we move into recovery post-COVID-19. Folks will look local, and we need to be prepared to offer the programming they want and they expect. Not only will the motion before you go a long way to ensuring that community leagues emerge from this on sound financial footing, it'll also cut red tape and stimulate the local economy by supporting jobs right here in Edmonton. But that's just a part of it. This motion today has so many modern day tie-ins to the realities of our operating environment. By now, many of you will have heard directly from community leagues in your areas. Reading those letters, you can clearly see how this will impact not only league finances, but how this will result in new diverse programming that will attract new members into the community league movement, increase our membership and participation, and help us reach diverse groups of people right where they live, a cornerstone of the EFCL strategic plan. I know that some of you have experiences working directly on the board of one of our community leagues. I imagine all of you have taken part in league activities. And so I would say you know our culture. We think big, we accomplish great things through innovation, hard work, and dedication to community. We conduct our activities, business, and partnerships with the city in the spirit of neighborliness. And I would say because of that, sometimes perhaps we have not always expressed ourselves as our competencies or our companies quite as effectively as we can. But make no mistake here, our support of this motion comes from a deep place of understanding for what community leagues need to service, thrive, and deliver programming within their communities that Edmontonians want. This motion is it. On our board alone sits a diverse cross-section of Edmontonians, from first-generation immigrants to emigrants, from young to senior. We have retired military, small business owner, a doctor, policy professionals, as well as public and private sector members. And this is just on our board. So when our organization and membership stands to support this motion, you can be assured that it's been vetted through rigorous deliberation and consultation, and that we understand the lay of the land because we live directly on top of it. There's no insurmountable barrier that cannot be overcome through the development of appropriate measures that address acceptable use in this case. I ask that you trust our board, the FCL, and its membership as we look to not only recovery post-COVID-19, but into the future as valued partners. Our board recently updated its strategic plan, including the vision statement. It's quite simple, and I'll read it for you. Vibrant.
Actually, I apologize, but you're out of time.
That's great. I'm done. Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. And those are our speakers. I see we have questions for the speakers, and we will begin with Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't, but I can't click back off. So
okay.
I think they spoke for themselves. I don't have any question.
Easy. We can move on to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I just, some things I wanted to check with you to see if you've looked into them, because these would be the questions I would have of administration. I'm thinking some of this has to do with protecting your nonprofit tax status, and also some of the things that are allowed on municipal reserve land. And I'm just wondering if you've looked into that, because I think there's some hornet's nests that may get opened up like this. I understand the desire, but some of that is outside of the city's control because it's actually under the Municipal Government Act, or a tax act. And I'm just wondering if you guys have looked into that and the implications. Because the argument, I think, has often been in the past from the private sector that there's a competitive advantage here because of that tax status that may raise some red flags. So there may have to be some parameters that get put around this in order to protect that interest, but I'm just wondering if you guys have thought about that at all, or looked into it at all.
Yes, Councillor Henderson, thank you for that. Yes, we have looked into it. And so at this point, from the Tax Act, it states that the land can be used for up to 30% of the time for commercial use. Okay. After that, the tax exempt status is in question. So we would have to, you're right, we would have to work with administration and with the leagues to really help them to understand, to ensure that that was not, that they didn't go over that 30%.
So, and really what you're asking for, and I guess these are the kind of parameters you would, I don't know if you've thought about it, but you're really looking for places not where, it's not, in hearing your presentation, it's not just a way to pay for stuff. It's also a way to provide another mechanism for providing services that you want to be able to provide and using a different mechanism. And so would you be looking at putting the, obviously this all gets negotiated in the tripartite agreement, but are those the kind of parameters that might be able, rather than a kind of blanket commercial stuff is allowed, recognizing, that I'm wondering if there's something in there that can give some kind of protection against, just taking community call and for 30% of the time doing something that may have nothing to do with your intent, and whether you'd be looking at putting some of those kind of parameters around it.
Yeah, I think we'd hesitate on too many parameters.
No,
I think what we always want is leagues to be working for the interests of the neighborhood. And so I think that those parameters are what we would really be interested in, is how to support leagues to know what are the service needs, program needs, recreation needs of the people that live in their neighborhood. And I think, those would be the sort of parameters we'd be interested in.
Because there's a way, and I understand there's attraction to both things, but I'm hearing mostly this is about giving you another set of tools to be able to provide the services you want to provide, rather than strictly a way of trying to raise revenue.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think to position leagues in a new way in the community as a place where, that sort of local small enterprise can just have a bit of space. If they have a commercial kitchen, if they have a hall for a couple hours to try something new, right? And I think it opens us up to more engagement with neighbors and Edmontonians.
Great. Good. Thanks. Those were just my only concerns. I wanted to ask you, because that's what a question I would have asked of administration. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Any other questions for speakers? Because I think Councillor Henderson basically asked the things that I was curious about. But I think I'll just maybe more to the point. I will ask, will there be limits on how this can be used? Because I think one of the concerns folks have is that this could get booked up and then there won't be room for, like, booked up for profit, but then there won't be room for the nonprofit community activities. But considering that I think it's 30% limit that you've got on this, that it may not be an issue, but we should probably hear about that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Burkett. It is at 30%, which is, I think, key. And by no means is a league required to do this. I think by opening this up, it provides more opportunities for leagues. We will always encourage leagues to partner with nonprofit organizations, especially during this time when we know nonprofits are struggling across the city. The more that we can build those partnerships and help nonprofits to have space in neighborhoods, I think we want to be helping our leagues to do that. So by no means are we not interested in partnering with nonprofits. We just think this opens the door for more opportunities for leagues.
Right. Okay. And now what about community leagues that have not had an opportunity to build a hall? They don't have a facility. Is there any way to think about this in an equitable fashion on that scale? Because some community leagues will conceivably do very well, whereas others won't, simply because they don't have the opportunity. So I'm just wondering.
You know, I think from what we've heard from some leagues without halls is that this provides them with some assurance of another form of revenue that they could count on if they were to build a hall, and a different business model going forward is what we've heard from them. I think even for leagues that don't have a facility, they might have a rink, they might have a boarded rink, and that again could be used in the same way. They could allow for a hockey tournament to happen that wasn't from a nonprofit group, say, for instance, or a pub to walk in and do some sort of event in that enclosed space. So there's opportunities, I think, beyond just the hall, and I think even on the land itself. So I think, again, it just speaks to those opportunities, and we want to encourage leagues to do those things that bring people together and have more ways of doing it. We've heard a lot about garage sales or craft sales, farmers markets, those sort of things that are really nice to have on those licensed land places.
Yeah. So last question. In the case of a conflict of interest, so just pulling it out of the air here, maybe a community league president, and none of ours would, but we're thinking into the future for potential. But a community league president, for example, might hire a sibling or a relative, or make the space available for a sibling or a relative, and and that presents a little bit of conflict of interest, especially if it means some other service provider couldn't get that space. So is there a framework for handling that?
We support leagues already with conflict of interest issues that come up on their board. So I think it would really be around EFCL supporting the league and the board as a nonprofit society to have good policies in place around conflict of interest. So we'd be happy to continue that.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to get another crack at this when the report comes back. So thank you for your time. And I think that's all the questions for you, although I do see Councillor Esslinger on the board. So go ahead, Councillor Esslinger.
I just have one question last because Councillor Paquette asked my question. I guess I'm wondering, as you go forward, you're trying to open up the league buildings to other options, but EFCL typically supports leagues to do all sorts of things. So I imagine you'll be helping them figure out how to do this and give them advice. So they're not just like doing it willy-nilly. You got a framework. I guess that's what I want to make sure you are looking at or considering if this went through.
Definitely. Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. And I think with our new online learning platform, we would create a whole separate course for board members to take that could help them to understand how to set this up well in their community and to ensure that there is a framework there. Yeah.
Yes, because a lot of them would be hesitant because they don't know what to do, but this would enable more opportunities if you did it. So thank you very much. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Esslinger. Okay, so, and thank you, speakers. We really appreciate your submissions today and your willingness to field our questions. We will now move on to questions of administration about this, if there are any, or questions of the mover.
I do have questions.
Okay, and I believe that was Councillor Knack's voice.
Yes, it was.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Cartmel and I had a brief conversation with Mr. Smythe and Ms. Shannon yesterday, and maybe just to ask some of those questions out loud. So, recognizing it is a tight timeline in this motion, there's a sense of urgency and an eagerness to move forward. We might not, I would say from an administration perspective, you might not normally want to move this quickly because there would be some additional work that you would normally do. Is that fair to say?
That's accurate. Yeah. That's right, Councillor.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask that because in our conversation, the suggestion was made that this essentially absolves you of any risk or concern and allows council to essentially own this decision. And you've identified that there are things you'd want to be talking about and that you still likely would, even if this went forward. You'd want to confirm with groups like UDI around how that would interact with each other. You'd want to make sure that we have good process in place to help remove conflict of interest concerns that would supplement maybe EFCL. And those are things that can still be done. You would normally do them in advance. This is asking for a slightly different order. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair, Councillor. And a little broader, or some engagement beyond the leagues themselves or EFCL, and just get other potential stakeholders in the loop.
Yeah.
But we can do that. We can move forward. I guess in my consideration of this, the deliverable in a few weeks would back to council would be some additional clauses that would be inserted. We wouldn't bring back the whole tripartite agreement, just the new clauses that go where the speakers have spoke. How far can we go down that path, and then they would just be a cut and paste into the
new tripartite agreement that's being worked on. Yeah, that's the key. So this would allow something to happen more immediately with the recognition that the new tripartite would ideally have what will be drafted over the next couple of weeks.
That's correct.
Okay, and so we'll have an opportunity at that December 2nd meeting, since it's coming to committee, to review, just in case if there are any outstanding questions, just to know that this motion doesn't finalize it today. We'll get the final wording then, just in case there were concerns from members of council or anyone else.
I wouldn't mind the law branch. Nancy Jacobson is on the call.
Oh, sure.
Just for her to weigh in. I know Nancy's been involved with Chantel from our department on this work over the last while. Nancy, do you have any front of mind comments, or just in terms of what we could bring forward in 2 weeks?
Absolutely. Thanks, Rob. So there are going to be some limitations, of course, to what we can bring forward. This being MR land, a lease isn't going to be possible unless that designation is removed. There can be sub-licenses. There is a limited space here that we could enter into to look at licenses for public recreation purposes. But I appreciate the opportunity to flag that it's not going to be broader than that, and that is an MGA requirement. If we do want to go broader, we would have to look at removing the MR designation.
So sorry, maybe just elaborate on that point a little bit for me then, please. So what does that allow for, and what doesn't that allow for, based off what you've said?
So it would allow for some for-profit activities, but the subject matter of those for-profits would have to be limited to public recreation. And the type of interest that could be granted would have to be limited to a license. There couldn't be a long-term lease to those providers.
So if somebody had a commercial kitchen in their hall, you would be suggesting at this moment that they wouldn't be permitted to lease out to a social enterprise unless the province made changes?
Of course, the province amending the MGA is always one option. The other option available to you would be to look at removing that reserve designation, which has other implications as well.
Okay, and that's the part where the develop, because that would ultimately be my goal, to allow that type of flexibility. Whether or not will be used by every league is up to them, but that is the intent of this motion, recognizing that the removal of MR would likely take a separate conversation and a rezoning and a public hearing. So appreciate that would take a little more time. I just want to make it clear that what would come back would allow us to understand the process, and potentially at that meeting would allow us to make a motion to begin that other body of work. So that would be fair at that point in time to do that when this comes back.
I think we can do both of those. Like, what can we do immediately for ones that are within the bounds of the current legislative environment, and then the bigger picture about, substantive changes
Great.
and what that would take.
Yeah, that's the intent of the motion, so I just wanted to say it out loud. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. So the removal of red tape, in order to remove red tape. Yeah, we'll go on to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, well, in some ways, you just asked my question about MR, and I'm thinking copter is the other issue through the tax forgiveness piece, which is also not our call. It's provincial. Is there anything else that because I don't think this was, I think I'm guessing the history of this was as much around legal impediments as it was about a desire to prohibit. So are there any other things that are sitting out there that that are going to be factors here?
Nancy, can you weigh in on that one?
Yes, those would be the two big ones. Obviously, each fact scenario is different, so I can't give you a 100% guarantee. There's never going to be another issue that ever arises. Yeah. But tax and development the development restrictions are going to be the big one.
So if in the development restrictions, if there were some parameters put around it that actually lined up to the intent of support of the community league and their purpose, does that help at all? I mean, the idea that this isn't a free-for-all saying you can use any commercial kind of activity could go in there, but having a tripartite agreement, which we'd have to redo anyway, which at least still links into the intent of what the community leagues are about. Does that help on the MR question?
Partially, we are fairly restricted. So the use that would be most applicable is that public recreation area, right, of which community leagues do offer a great piece, but it would have to stay within the boundaries of this, not all community activities.
Right. Because there's already some gray area in this that's gone on for years. I mean, a lot of halls are renting out, to the public for various different events, which I know has always been a kind of gray area. But arguably, I think is, no one's ever really argued that wasn't in keeping with the intent of what you would have a community hall for. So would the next steps then be not sort of doing a carte blanche here, but actually understanding what language around this might look like in a tripartite agreement?
Councillor, that's what's in my head. What can we do? I'm certainly hearing from the speakers the urgency to get something going, and what can we do right away? And I think the definition of recreation can be fairly broad, or is fairly broad. And then those longer term challenges that we're facing. So I mean, I can see some new clauses, with law and ourselves figuring out what those are, and that we can action those, in December.
So it may not be an entire carte blanche here, but it may be just broadening our interpretation of what we already interpret in terms of the rental of the hall right now.
Absolutely.
And just being able to say that in a way that's a bit clearer in the new version of the tripartite agreement that can allow some of these things, which make perfect sense to me, to happen, and would still be in line with why the community halls are there and what they're used for and what they're providing to the community. It just allows somebody else to provide it underneath an agreement with
and that's
the
where
hall
you
itself.
Would potentially provide a license to an operator to deliver that service, more or less on behalf of the community league.
Right. Good. Okay. Well, I look forward to. I certainly understand why this needs to happen. I'm a little bit nervous that a true carte blanche might be problematic, but for everybody involved, it might create problems that we're not anticipating. But I think the more we could move in that, and to support the leagues and support the programming that they want to be able to provide, the more we can take the handcuffs off, the better.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'm not seeing any other questions. Let's just do a verbal call. Any other questions for administration or of the mover? I'm not seeing any, so let's vote.
Just a quick closing comment, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My apologies, Councillor Knack. Please go ahead and close.
I don't know if anyone else has any closing comments first, but. Okay, sorry. So just very quickly, and just in response to Councillor Henderson's piece, and recognizing there could be a little bit of nervousness around how far you go. I do want to say, part of, in my head, and this is not anyone else's, this is not a UFCL, I'm going to share an example of where I actually do think we could go. So, I used to be on the Jasper Park Community League, which is one of the few two-story buildings that has a nice little kitchen upstairs, along with pretty major recreation space and open meeting space. And so why wouldn't we want to allow that league, in a world where we're meeting virtually now, be able to lease out some of that space as like a co-working space one day? Why not? I don't know, and maybe it's a terrible idea, but I think when we're talking about 15-minute communities now, when we're talking about new ways of interacting in hub spaces, I don't want this to be exclusive just to recreation. So that's why I wanted to be very clear in my response. Maybe council will disagree, and I'll make those motions at the appropriate time. But I think we need to be willing to let leagues really open up their spaces in a way to bring communities together, to provide new opportunities to come into each other, and that's through co-working space, through social enterprise in kitchens, to meal planning, to recreation spaces, to karate classes that are to all sorts of different ideas. And let's not kid ourselves. We don't have very much money in the next couple of years. Those grants are not going to go up for community leagues anytime soon. And chances are they'll be impacted even in other ways. And they are being financially impacted now. So the other intent of this is to allow some type of financial viability. I want them to provide community programming, and I have great faith in all of the boards that they're going to go into this with a recognition that priority one is still serving the community, but with that can look different in each hall based off how it's designed. So that's why I've put this forward. We will, of course, have a further conversation when the draft amendments come forward December 2nd, but I'll just say out loud that come then, I also would like to advance the conversation around removing MR. So I'm giving you advance notice of notice that will be coming at that time. So thank you, and hope committee can support this. I think the EFCL has been very clear around the need for changes in how they're operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And now, let's go ahead and cast a vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
All right, please read the votes, or display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, and we will get another crack at that when it comes back. So it is 11:53. We break at noon. We have to finish the license agreement with, the feeding of wildlife issue. So we will have questions of administration, and then we will have a motion on the floor, which may likely elicit some questions. So we're looking at probably a good 30 minutes or so. So I would suggest that rather than trying to squeeze in 5 minutes here, that we break a little bit early and then just return at 1:30, finish the item, and then move on to the mask item. And thoughts from committee?
Mr. Chair, I would like, recognizing there are 105 speakers, I would like to take every minute we have to even get a motion on the floor and have the first person ask questions.
Okay, let's do that. So what we'll do then is we'll move to questions of administration, and in that process we may get a motion on the floor coming immediately. So I will be looking for a speakers list, and I do not see one on the feed, but I do see one otherwise. Okay, so Councillor Knack.
I think I was just going to move the motion that Councillor Hamilton had drafted on her behalf, because she's not on the committee, and that would allow other folks to ask questions. I think the latest wording of the motion is that administration prepare its amendments to the Animal Control and Licensing Bylaw 13145 and or the Community Standards Bylaw 14600 to implement amendments as generally outlined in Attachment 2 of the November 13th, 2020 Citizen Services Report, CR 7849.
And just one quick note that would need to be a recommendation to council, as it's asking for the direct amendments to the bylaw.
Perfect. So I will move that on behalf of Councillor Hamilton, who has drafted this with administration.
Okay, and that is now moved. And would you like to introduce it?
No, I will defer to Councillor Hamilton. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Hamilton. Well, actually, we've got Councillor Henderson ahead. Councillor Henderson, do you mind if Councillor Hamilton goes ahead?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. The wording on the screen is different than I think the wording that was read in. Right now, it is a right now, I guess I can't introduce it, but I can put questions to administration. Right now, the wording is very general, as it says generally outlined. And this is a bit contrary to the report, which outlines 5 options. Did you, is it helpful to leave it this open, given the feedback we've heard during the course of these discussions about specificity and specificity in the language around enforcement and violations, as well as Ms. Kowalczyk's sort of, I'm going to say it's a bit of a pivot to things that the city can do in terms of preserving our relationships with wildlife.
Councillor Hamilton, the attachment 2, those were not expected to be the exact wording that would be in the bylaw. Certainly very much take the point has been expressed by community that we need to be crystal clear on what these infractions are and describe them. And I think some of the best practices that we outlined from other jurisdictions would obviously come into play, almost a cut and paste potentially of some of those. But we wanted to build the clauses around those 4 areas we've outlined in that small table. But I will maybe ask Christina Hodgson from our law branch to weigh in as well.
Thank you. Christina Hodgson from Law Branch speaking. So as Rob said, these are not the finalized drafted provisions. Of course, when you draft legal provisions, they come with legal language, and that can become very confusing when you're talking about multiple different approaches. So instead, we decided to focus on what the approaches actually are that we're looking at. We do have bylaw language that has been drafted and it is currently being legally reviewed to determine that it is both clear and enforceable. And based on the feedback we have heard today, we will make sure that we take that back and include those things in the legal review again to make sure that they are addressed.
Thank you. And so that gets us to the place that the community has asked us to go. So there was also concern voiced about the level of fines, but I see that there's an option for fine doubling on subsequent offenses. So that hasn't been determined yet, but this, I guess this has the potential to escalate to C/SLAC at, with the drafting of this bylaw, correct? Or could it potentially escalate to C/SLAC?
Christina, can you weigh in on that as well?
So I don't know if it would necessarily escalate to C/SLAC, but there are options to institute Municipal Government Act orders, escalate our enforcement, require appearance at court instead of just payment of fines, which could lead to higher fines as well. These are mandatory minimum fines. So this is just a starting point. There are a number of other enforcement options.
Great, well, thank you. I don't want to prolong this discussion as committee is very busy today, but I want to say that I hope, that a lot of residents came out and spoke to a really difficult circumstance that's happening in one neighborhood, but we know that it also happens in other neighborhoods. And I think one of our speakers said it really well when he said, this isn't about what's happening to me next door. This is about making sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. So I hope committee supports this bylaw, recommends it up to City Council, and then we can get, I would say, some equity going with other jurisdictions in terms of how we protect wildlife from human interaction, really. So thanks to all the community members who came out, who shared some pretty disturbing stories. I've been hearing them for years. I know other councillors have heard them as well. And thank you for sharing that and helping make change.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Now, is it possible to get a motion for?
I'll move to extend to finish this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just see if there's anyone opposed. Not hearing anything. Okay, let's continue. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I just want to add, have a very similar situation in Forest Heights that has been going on for years, almost identical. I mean, it could have been the same story. So this is, and I think, and administration, I think, is very well aware of that situation as well. So really what I'm hearing is it's option 5 that you're going to be working on, which is all of the above and some version of that.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And I'm wondering if we want to put option 5 in there, because option 5 says if we want to link it back to the report, it says look at all of these pieces of the puzzle. Because I think in that case, now the one question I have is, part of I think what we struggled with in the situation that I'm aware of, it was, although I think everybody knows who's doing it, proving it is an entirely different matter. And do we have any concerns around that?
Sorry, Councillor, can I ask that again?
Well, that although, in the case that I'm aware of, I think we know who's doing it, but it's hard to prove, and they're actually putting it on public land at the bottom of their property, so it's not actually on their property, and I think part of the debate has been denial of doing it to begin with, right? So, but I'm guessing, like any other bylaw, this will at least give us some tools that we don't have right now. And that's the main thing, is to deal with the egregious situations, not to be, with all of our bylaws, it's to give some tools to step in where there's need to step in, and right now we just don't have those tools as well as we need, correct?
Absolutely correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. I'll stop there. I completely support this. I think I'll be interested to see how the detail comes back. Yeah, I think this is long overdue, and hopefully we'll save some major grief that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Any other questions from committee or those attending?
Very quickly, just to Councillor Henderson's point.
Yep. Go ahead.
Should we then reference as generally outlined in attachment 2 / option 5, just something like that, just make it very clear?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that amendment.
And that's friendly to me.
Okay. Any objections? Not hearing any. Okay, let's go ahead and put that in. I've got a quick question while that's being updated, and that is, we heard about, basically the equipment we use for trash collection in the River Valley. I'm just wondering if administration would like to comment on that conversation we were having.
Yeah, Councillor, I think, certainly very valid input to our administration. Certainly, makes sense as we heard it. Maybe, I don't know, Gord Seabrook, are you on the call and from City Ops? Guess Gord isn't here right now, but he and I we're back and forth a little bit on the chat, both thinking that was, we can certainly explore that into the future. Would be led largely out of City Ops, but our River Valley folks would weigh into that work.
Yeah, Rob, I am here. Sorry, I just had a bit of a challenge clicking off the mute, but we could definitely look at the opportunities for the litter collection bins. We are in the process of looking at the source separation for all of our facilities. So the timing of this is pretty good. We're still in a position where we could look at opportunities to do a different type of bin if that's something we need to think about in specific locations. So definitely we can look at that.
Okay, would you need a motion for that, or is that something that you can work on independently?
We can work on that independently, Councillor. Again, the work is underway, and now it's just selecting the best bins for the location. So I think that's something that we could do.
Okay, and then you'll update us on that?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so do we have the change to the motion, that the amendment?
Yes, the wording has been updated in eScribe.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it now. Okay, any other questions or debate? Well, that happened surprisingly quick. And I'll just see if anyone would like to speak to closing on this. No one? Okay. Let's vote. Please vote now.
We have all the votes.
All right, please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. All right, and we are now done for the morning. When we return at 1:30, we will be moving straight into bylaw 19491, amendment to extend temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw. So thank you, everyone, and we will see you soon. Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. It's time to reconvene the Community and Public Services Committee meeting this November 13th, 2020. Let me just do a quick roll call here. I'm not sure if Councillor Zadek is...
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am still here.
Okay, good to see you. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Councillor Nickel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now, I will mention that we are also joined by Councillor Henderson. I believe I saw Councillor Cartmel on the list, if he's still there, but welcome. Yeah, there he is. And Councillor McKean is here as well. And,
I am, Mr. Chair. Good to see you.
It's good to see you. And if I'm missing anyone, please let me know, but I think that's about it. Okay, so we are now moving on to item 6.7, the amendment to extend the temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw. We have a number of speakers, and as far as I understand, perhaps some speakers have been added over the break. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct. We have 3 speakers that will need a motion to add, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I can move that we add speakers Shelley Peterson, Jas Ogar, and Chelsea.
Okay. And I'll just see if there's any objection to adding these names to the list. Going once, going twice. Okay. So thank you for that. That is in the affirmative. Now, we will have a presentation from administration. And after that presentation is complete, we will move to the speakers. Now, before we begin, I will again read what I read earlier today, just so everyone is on the same page here. As there are a large number of public speakers joining us on the meet, I would like to outline the process for today's meeting. Committee has met. We've dealt with all of the other items of the day on the agenda. And I ask that everyone participating on the meet remain on mute until it is your turn to speak. The microphone icon at the bottom of the screen will turn red when you are muted. This will ensure that all participants, including councillors, the public, and administration, are able to hear and participate in the meeting. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum, provides unfair advantage, and interferes with the live stream. If you are experiencing any difficulties, please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or email city.clerk@edmonton.ca. So, administration will provide opening remarks, and then members of the public will be invited to speak. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home as well. When you are finished speaking, please stay on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of our very large panel. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. A reminder to refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, and to remember to mute your microphone when you are on the line. Okay, so I have a quick discussion here. We've got over 100 potential speakers. We are scheduled the orders of the day until 5:30 p.m. Everyone is entitled to 5 minutes, and we want to hear from everyone. So something to keep in mind, and I'm certainly not providing direction, but something to keep in mind is that if you find that your points are, in essence, duplicating other points, you may wish to shorten the time of your presentation, and it's entirely up to you. But we would like to be able to hear from everyone today, if that's possible. We have an extremely full schedule of meetings in the coming weeks, especially as this is budget time. So we would like to finish today because if we reschedule, we probably don't have a set date yet for that, and that would not be great for people who are already here, ready to speak, to have to schedule another day. So just keep that in mind. Be thoughtful of your neighbors and be thoughtful of the other people who would like to also share their voice. But again, you are completely entitled to 5 minutes if you choose to use the entire time. And with that, let us move on to the presentation from administration. We would like to finish today because if we reschedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, councillors. Adam Laughlin, Interim City Manager, presenting today.
To speak, to have to schedule
I'll just
I
pause
think
until
someone
we get that
needs
sorted
to
out.
press mute.
Did someone join on the phone line, or if somebody has the meeting streaming on the Meet, they may wish to close that as we're getting the feedback from it.
Thank you. We'd like to keep your private conversations private. Okay, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, other councillors, members of the public. Today's discussion is about a potential extension of the temporary bylaw mandating the use of face coverings in indoor public spaces and public vehicles to May 31st of 2021. The current bylaw will be repealed on December 31st, 2020 unless extended by council. We are not recommending any other changes to the bylaw at this time. The bylaw would continue to apply to all enclosed publicly accessible spaces in Edmonton, as well as on transit and vehicles for hire. The bylaw also continues to allow a number of exceptions for specific situations and for those who are unable to safely use face coverings. COVID cases continue to rise in Edmonton and across Alberta. As you can see, cases have increased significantly in the Edmonton Health Zone from July, when our temporary face coverings bylaw was first contemplated. Alberta's Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, has expressed her concern about the current trend in case numbers and continues to reiterate the need for Albertans to diligently follow public health measures, including wearing face coverings when unable to physically distance. Given the current case data, we are recommending extending the current bylaw beyond December 2020. Wearing face coverings in public is one action individuals can take to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. When combined with measures such as physical distancing, proper hand hygiene, and staying home when sick, face coverings are an effective means of preventing the transmission of COVID-19 by symptomatic and asymptomatic carriers. Masks help by preventing respiratory droplets from contaminating other people or surfaces, and they may help protect the individual wearer by preventing contact with their nose and mouth. Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, recommends that everyone wear a non-medical mask or face covering when spending time indoors with people from outside of the immediate household as one of the measures to help reduce COVID-19 transmission. Now we're going to show a video that demonstrates the effectiveness of masks.
From blue polos to blue lab coats and gloves, we headed down to Sacred Heart's laboratory to unmask a common question. What exactly does a mask do? So we teamed up with the hospital's microbiology director, Dr. Rich Davis. Blue lab coats and gloves.
No mask.
We headed down to
It's a demonstration of where respiratory droplets go and how easy they are to transmit and how a mask is effective at blocking those. That's really the key takeaway.
Here's how this demonstration worked. I had a petri dish in front of my face as if it's another person's face. Then, with and without a mask, I talked.
Hey, how you doing?
Sang.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
Coughed. And sneezed. We also tried coughing with and without a mask from 2 feet away, 4 feet away, and 6 feet away. Dr. Davis put the dishes in an incubator, and we waited 24 hours for our results.
So these are the plates that you were interacting with yesterday, with or without a mask.
Let's start with the face-to-face demonstration. Mask on the left, no mask on the right. Let's go with talking first.
With a mask? Oh, that looks good. Talking without a... Oh, okay. I'm actually shocked there's any at all. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Next up, singing.
This was Changes by Tupac, and this was Smash Mouth. Things will never be the same, never be the same, yeah.
Pretty similar to talking. But Dr. Davis brought up a good point about one of nightlife's most popular activities.
Like karaoke night, when that microphone after the night, I'm sure it's pretty gross and wet. So now we've got coughing. So this was just two coughs.
Really? That's crazy.
Remember, all those yellow dots, that's where bacteria grew after the droplets out of my mouth landed there. But those droplets were nothing compared to the ones from sneezing. First, mask on.
What? Okay, I'm terrified to look at this one. This is no mask. Ooh! Oh! Good Lord.
When I had my mask on, no yellow dots. But when I didn't, there was always something.
What this kind of goes to show is that most of those, heavy, fat droplets that are going to come out of your mouth, that are going to have bacteria, they're going to have viruses potentially, they're going to get caught and not go forward into, the space in front of you.
It was the same case for the social distancing demonstration.
So yesterday I was standing right here.
No mask, with a mask. 4 feet, you can see it's less, but still pretty prevalent. 6 feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just one or two few up there. So there really is that distance difference where the droplets that you're producing by coughing are pretty much, a lot of them are falling out of the air. To me, I think we're coming into a new reality where masks fit into that very social conscious paradigm. You do simple things that everyone can do. It's not going to be 100% effective, but if we all do it, it's going to definitely make a difference in preventing things from spreading one person to another.
This bylaw is intended as a temporary part of the city's ongoing response to the COVID-19 pandemic. While none of us can predict how long face coverings might be a necessary public health measure, the proposed bylaw includes a sunset clause for repeal up to May 31st, 2021. At any time prior to May, Council can amend this date to either shorten or further extend the bylaw. The bylaw would continue to apply to all enclosed publicly accessible spaces in Edmonton, and private businesses continue to have the right to set their own rules. We appreciate the efforts we've seen by businesses and to offer alternatives such as online ordering and curbside pickup if they choose to prohibit entry to those without masks. If this bylaw is passed, administration will continue with our existing public and internal awareness and education campaign regarding the ongoing requirements and exceptions. The intention is to continue our focus on voluntary compliance, and our enforcement officers will lead with awareness and education. Since the bylaw first came into effect, overall compliance throughout Edmonton in the facilities that we monitor has been calculated at an impressive 97%. And from August 1st to October 15th, city enforcement staff have received 1,161 face covering complaints. They issued 1,638 warnings and issued 4 tickets. A note, the report I think references 3, it's actually 4 tickets that we've issued. That concludes our presentation. Following the speakers, David Aiken, Nancy Jacobson, and myself are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Now we will move on to our speakers. And so let me just find this sheet. So got a big piece here. Okay. So we will go in order of the speaker list that we approved. And so first up is going to be Joshua Switzer Crow. You have 5 minutes. If you do not need 5 minutes, that is definitely appreciated, but the floor is yours.
Thank you to this committee for taking the time to hear our concerns. The masking bylaw has created an environment where singling out and discriminating against disabled people is now considered normal. This has set back all the work that has been done in the previous century towards creating equal acceptance and equal opportunity for disabled people. This bylaw has encouraged business management to police their own customers, even though the bylaw states that businesses are not expected to enforce the bylaw. I have been refused service and have also been asked to wait outside for service. Indigo Books in West Edmonton Mall called security on me within seconds of me entering the store. A friend of mine with very limited lung capacity, who has been on a ventilator machine and was nearly killed by it, and who walks with a cane, was refused service at Indigo Books as well. Security was also called on him even after he presented a note from his doctor, which they had no right to see. My wife and children were kicked out of the Edmonton Public Library because they claimed that people with exemptions were only allowed in the library for a maximum of 5 minutes. This same library branch did the same thing to me the very next day, but went even further and called security on me as I sat quietly reading at a table. Little did they know that I was live streaming the event on Facebook to thousands of people. This was responded to by the board of the library appropriately, and I received an apology within 24 hours, and it also caused the Edmonton Public Library to clarify their policies and retrain their staff. If the city's own organizations do not understand the bylaw, even with all of their full-time lawyers, how can small businesses be expected to keep pace? I spoke with Andrew Knack. He told me his own father is mask exempt and has had very few problems. I would say to Andrew Knack that even one problem is one too many. This morning we have listened to this committee go on and on about making Edmonton safe for women, yet you completely ignore the needs of the disabled people. This is an atrocity for which you should all be ashamed of. This council has millions of dollars to spend on changing speed limit signs, hundreds of thousands of dollars to provide car chargers for rich people, billions on an LRT that will only slow the ability of Edmontonians to commute, yet no funding has been available to educate businesses on the implementation of this mask bylaw. Another important aspect of this bylaw is the fact that masks and face coverings have not been approved for use by any legitimate governing body like Occupational Health and Safety. N95 respirators or P100 respirators have been tested and proven to be fit for purpose. Unfortunately, that purpose was never for infectious viruses. And as that video showed, they were culturing bacteria, not viruses. That, as far as I'm concerned, that video you showed was completely irrelevant. It is a fact that masks or respirators may impede a person's breathing to the point that their blood oxygen levels become too low to support consciousness. A personal friend, Lena Barr, wore a mask at Walmart about 10 weeks ago before they were legislated by her city. She blacked out, hit her head, and is now suffering with a lifelong traumatic brain injury. Her speech is now slurred, and it sounds as if she has an accent and a hearing impairment. She spent all last weekend in hospital suffering from cascading seizures. She has 2 young children. Her life, as she knew it, is over. If she had been employed in a workplace that required a respirator, she would have been fit tested and undergone a medical screening to ensure that she was capable of wearing a respirator. To force these pieces of equipment on the public without adequate training and screening is nothing short of criminal negligence. Many people are suffering headaches. Dentists are reporting an increase in gum disease caused by mouth breathing. Optometrists are seeing more eye infections and tear duct infections. The masks have caused many skin issues as well. Will this council be responsible for the trauma they have caused? Will these victims be compensated for your negligence? You have already achieved 97% compliance. Most people seem to believe in masking. So why not just make it completely voluntary as opposed to this voluntarily mandatory bylaw? One last thing. Premier Kenney has emphasized over and over again how the province has not mandated masking. Dr. Hinshaw has recommended masks, but does not require them. If Dr. Sikora works under Dr. Hinshaw, his recommendation to mandate masking is contrary to the intent of his boss, Dr. Hinshaw. How can this representative of the government of Alberta defy the recommendations of his employer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now move to Anthony Mayfield. The floor is yours. Okay, going once, going twice, Anthony Mayfield. We can loop back around. Let me make a note. Okay, and next is James. No last name. James, are you there? Going once, going twice. We can loop back around. Joanne. No last name. Joanne. Going once, going twice. Okay, next is Stephanie Kolibaba. Stephanie Kolibaba. Okay, Melissa Dempster. Melissa Dempster.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello Melissa.
Oh, perfect. Well,
Go
thank you
ahead.
thank you for the opportunity to speak and for listening with an open mind and heart. I am opposed to this mask bylaw as it has caused immense stress, anxiety, bullying, and abuse towards myself and those that are unable to wear them. This mask bylaw has done nothing but create anger, fear, judgment, and division amongst the people of this city. The reason the mask bylaw even came into fruition is because it was thought that asymptomatic people were possibly spreaders. Dr. Hinshaw has stated that asymptomatic testing will no longer be available. Why? Because asymptomatic people are not spreaders. So if the reason the masks became bylaw in the first place is because data at that time was showing it was possible for asymptomatic spread, and the data is now showing it's not asymptomatic spreading, I do not see a reason why healthy people are being forced to wear a mask. The discrimination that I and others have encountered is very real. Do you have any idea how scary it is to have to go out in this city now? I do not like or enjoy confrontation, but have encountered people wearing masks, confronting me for not wearing one, getting in my face, in my space, and definitely not following the distancing rule. It's like the masks have given them a false sense of security, and the 2-meter distance rule doesn't apply anymore. I have to mentally prepare to go out and do simple, everyday, normal things like groceries, errands, getting gas, going to the post office. This is not normal and it's not healthy. Being forced to do something or wear something against your will is wrong and it's criminal and it infringes on our human rights. It might be just a mask to all of you, but to many it's more than that. Just for us, it's stress, anxiety, fear, abuse, depression, people being forced to relive trauma. It's causing mental, emotional, physical, spiritual, and psychological damage. How is this healthy? Is my health not important? My 14-year-old daughter, who is an avid volleyball player, is being forced to wear a mask while playing volleyball. She is not sick. She is a healthy, vibrant young girl. It doesn't take a healthcare professional to know and understand that this makes no sense and is beyond unhealthy. No one knows what they are doing or what rules they are following. It seems people, businesses, establishments are making up their own set of rules. This is a risky game that is being played with people's health. When you have people with no medical background making their own rules on masks because they think they have to enforce this mask policy and bylaw, you are putting my children's health at risk. Doing strenuous exercise while being masked is insane. You have stores and customers being pitted against each other. Stores policing and trying to enforce masks, and those that are exempt are being turned away for not complying. This bylaw has exemptions, correct? So why are all businesses not following the bylaw? Why are people being denied services? Our chief medical officer, Dr. Hinshaw, and Premier Kenney have not mandated masks. They recommend but have not mandated it. So why is the mayor and the city councilors taking it upon themselves to make health and medical decisions for the entire city by making masks bylaw, especially when Dr. Hinshaw herself has stopped all asymptomatic testing, meaning that those that are healthy are not the ones spreading COVID. Masks should be used for healthcare professionals and those that are ill. Since this bylaw came into effect, case numbers in this city have gone up, not down. I have seen and heard of many people coming down with other health issues like sinus infections, headaches, dizziness, issues breathing, skin issues, and many people being denied health care because they are unable to wear a mask, even though this bylaw has exemptions. I am all for masks if that is your personal choice. You will not see me belittling you or getting angry or judging you for wearing one. It's your choice. I am pleading with you to end this bylaw. People should have a choice to wear them, and if they want to, and those that can't, be free from judgment, stress, anxiety, and the very real bullying that is happening in this city over a mask. Thank you. I really hope that you take into your heart the real struggles and impacts that this mask bylaw has imposed on those unable to wear them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will now move to Roger Thompson. Roger Thompson. Going once, going twice. Okay, Nicole Herreros. Nicole Herreros. Going once, going twice. Susan Kobeck. Susan Kobeck. Okay. Johnny Go. Or Gal. Johnny Go. Johnny Gal.
I think Susan Kobeck's there, Aaron.
Okay, Susan Kobeck. Are you online? Susan Kobeck? I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, I think she's on the screen.
Oh, okay. Susan Kobeck? Oh, you must be on mute. It'll be a little icon that looks like a microphone, and it will be red. So if you click on that, and it will go from red to neutral, and then we should be able to hear you. Should be at the bottom of your screen. There will be a row of icons.
Mr. Chair, she's letting you know that she's unmuted. She may be having an issue with the source of her speaker on her computer.
Okay, so why don't we get the clerks to get in contact with you. We'll circle back to you. And that's Susan, so I'll just make a note of that. Okay, Tina Pollock. Tina Pollock. One more try, Tina Pollock. Okay, so let's move on to Terry Hawley. Terry Hawley. Terry Hawley. Okay, Hannah Kroll. Hannah Kroll. If you're on the line, just give us a shout. Hannah Kroll. Okay. Cody Fredrickson. Cody Fredrickson. Okay, but I have got word that Stephanie Kolibaba might be on the line. Stephanie?
Hi. Yes, I am. Sorry. My apologies. I had another meeting.
Of course.
Just
understood.
ended.
It's a long day.
Thank you. For sure.
All right. So
I just wanted to share my personal story and how this mandatory mask bylaw has negatively impacted me and a number of people around me that don't have the courage to speak up. And it was quite telling because I had a lot of anxiety and fear over even how speaking out in a public forum might come back against me. And that's indicative of the rest of the environment that I feel like I'm currently in. And I have medical conditions that exempt me from wearing a mask, and yet I have to wear a mask because I'm afraid of how people will treat me, how people look at me, and the blatant harassment I've received when I don't wear a mask. And as a result of wearing a mask, because of fear of being attacked and humiliated and belittled, I suffer when I get home and can't breathe and have coughing for days on end after wearing a mask for a number of hours consecutively. And it's not fair. It's not fair that that choice is being taken away from me because people don't understand the bylaw. People are too ignorant to read the bylaw, and people don't understand that exemptions are real. And the propaganda out there continues to manipulate the situation and make people believe that if you're not wearing a mask, that you don't like other people, that you don't care about other people, that you're unkind, and that's not okay. And this has done nothing but further divide us as people. It feels a lot like colonization. I'm not sure what the end goal is in terms of dividing us to conquer us. I don't know, but it does not help me gain any faith in our judicial system, in our government at all. And the fact that these masks haven't reduced any numbers, they have done nothing in terms of preventing the spread, in terms of science. There's no research that shows they help, and they do more harm. It's absolutely disgusting to drive by a high school and see a bunch of teenagers walking outside with masks on, and it scares me as a mother that my child, who is luckily not old enough to go to school, would have to be forced to wear a mask when he also has asthma and breathing issues. And it's not fair that the choice is being taken away from us. And not only that, but then we are harassed and we are treated differently because we're not wearing masks, even though we're still following the law. We're well aware of the law, and we're being respectful to other people of their choice. And this bylaw is not fair. It does not feel democratic, and it really needs to end because it should be choice. And it's a basic human right to have choice. And we have enough trauma in this city from existing problems. We don't need more. And this is just adding more. I shouldn't feel anxious about going to get groceries when I'm a healthy individual. I don't have COVID. I take care of myself and follow all of the other precautions. And I shouldn't be forced to wear a mask. It's not fair. It's contributing to complications in my own mental health that I have to deal with. And I'm a high functioning individual, so I can only imagine what those who don't have the courage or the capacity to speak out are feeling. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for that, Stephanie. We have another.
This is Cody Fredrickson.
Pardon me?
This is Cody Fredrickson. I had connection issues. I had to hang up and press the star 6 to unmute.
Okay,
I was
thank
called
you, Cody.
before the. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get you in just a second. We've got another name added to the list that wants to be added to our speaker list. So that is Teresa Croman. So if I could get a motion to add Teresa Croman to the speakers list.
So moved.
Okay, I'll just seek any dissent. Anyone who is not in favor of that, speak out. Okay, so we'll add Teresa Croman's name to that list. Okay, Cody, yeah, 5 minutes or less if you don't need 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. So I'm going to share another personal story here like this lady has done. Since this bylaw, which makes no sense whatsoever, has been enforced, I have witnessed the very ugly truth of watching children go about their daily lives masked. This is very, very concerning, to say the least. Did you not know that our children are already subject to very sick acts and predators have been released? Tell me how it is such a great idea to see children walk about their daily lives muzzled up where their identities are concealed. That doesn't strike me as a great idea, driving by schools, knowing that there are very bad people. I have had to sit with my girlfriend's daughter, explaining her to take her walkie-talkies to the bus station, which are just down the street. This is absurd, and it is appalling. Also, getting gas, being told to mask up in a bank or a Walmart, how is that going to go well when crime is already on the rise? It doesn't make any sense. It says right on these boxes of N95 face masks, they do not protect against any sort of virus. I have heard and I have seen my own mother refuse to go to the hospital because she might test positive for COVID. She is exempt. She has respiratory issues, yet she is forced to wear a mask because she is not confrontational and doesn't want to get a fine. It is lunacy, to say the least, that this whole city has enforced such draconian measures. Healthy people should not and will not be enforced to wear masks. It is already hard enough to keep a business open and to do labor work, being told to wear a mask, and already you're exerting yourself, breathing in your own filth from these masks. I don't know how that does any sort of good, and it makes people sick. People, the only reason these case numbers are on the rise is because of the masks. They do not provide any sort of protection. They are a false sense of security. Further note, I have also seen the amount of breathing problems go up, and this is also concerning. This is all I would like to talk about right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Cody. We'll move on to Bernadette Felsian. Or Felzine.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Bernadette Felzine here. I'm a senior, and I want to represent the fact that I am definitely opposed to this mandate of wearing masks, everybody having to wear masks. And the reason being for myself and for many seniors is the fact that wearing a mask does decrease the amount of oxygen that you bring into your body, and it increases the carbon dioxide, so the bad carbon dioxide. So what I'm finding is many seniors are getting sicker and less oxygen, and of course, with the decreased oxygen, then it makes the breathing much more difficult. And it also puts extra stress on our bodies. The stress with hard to breathe also lowers our immune system, so then we're more apt to catch whatever's going around. The mask in itself, just to address the fact about the mask, I am from a nursing background, but retired at the moment. But the mask is not it's useless, the masks that are being worn out there in the public. Masks definitely have a place, and that's in the hospital, used as properly in a proper mask. But the COVID-19 virus is 80 to 49 nanometers in size. So these material masks that people are wearing everywhere is completely useless. They can't stop the virus because it's so small, and these masks are just like not medical masks. So what I'm saying is I am completely opposed to this mandate, and I just pray that somebody there on the council or a number of you listen to what is being said by people that are finding problems with wearing masks that are useless. Decreasing the amount of oxygen. As a senior, we need as much oxygen as we can get to just have our brain function properly, and as people in general. So please think this through. Don't just mandate it because, wow, maybe it's for fun. It's not fun. It's stressful. It's anxiety. I was raped as a 19-year-old, and wearing a mask is not one of the things I will be doing. So for many other reasons, but for the anxiety as well. So please have a listen and think this through before you mandate this. It's ridiculous, and I totally don't agree with it. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fields, and rest assured we are listening to every word. Okay, Marcy Kilparchuk.
Oh, hi, I'm here.
Hello. You've got 5 minutes if you need it.
Okay, I have I'm supposed to have a presentation that you were putting on the screen for me.
Okay.
Sarah is going to put that up.
Do we have that presentation? Yeah, here we are. Okay.
H.G. Wells says, civilization is in a race between education and catastrophe. Let us learn the truth and spread it as far and wide as our circumstances allow. In his video, Another COVID Scheme, MP Hillier shares,
thinking people understand that the true measure of risk from any disease is not the number of cases, but rather the severity of the illness and the number of hospitalizations and deaths that result. If the number of cases meant anything, every province, state, and country would shut down from September to April every year for the flu. But that would be absurd, irrational, and inane, just like the government's proposals.
during the H1N1 pandemic, the government said there is no evidence to suggest that wearing masks will prevent the spread of infection in the general population. Further, improper use of masks may in fact increase the risk of infection. This is exactly what Dina Hinshaw said in one of her provincial COVID updates, as you will see here.
But what we've seen from studies in previous occasions, so whether that's the previous pandemic in 2009 or in SARS, is that if you wear a face mask alone while you're well and just out and about, it doesn't seem to add a great deal of protection over and above regular hand washing and avoiding touching your face with unwashed hands. And in fact, if people are wearing face masks in a way that is not correct, so say that they're putting a face mask on with unwashed hands or taking it off with unwashed hands, they can actually contaminate themselves and potentially cause more risk.
In province of 4.4 million in Alberta, as of November 10th, there have been 393 deaths. The average age of death is 82. Life expectancy is also 82. There's only been 45 people under the age of 70 who have died from COVID-19. Out of 35,000 people that have tested positive, only 45 people under the age of 70 have died. Most of them had more than one comorbidity. Is this worth masking the population, taking away our personal autonomy? I don't think so. Importantly, according to the COVID-19 Scientific Advisory Group, Alberta Health Services says systematic reviews of randomized clinical trials fail to show significant benefit with medical mask use in community settings. More observational and case control studies, both at higher risk of bias, have suggested masks are protective. If masks are protective, why are there 7 outbreaks in hospitals? Why are there outbreaks in nursing homes and care facilities? If masks worked, we would not be seeing this. It is time to think critically. The research on masks is inconclusive at best. There is evidence that there are potential harms, some of them very serious and even fatal. Cases have gone up since mandatory masks have been mandated. It's time to look at these facts. It's time to examine these inconsistencies critically, and it's time to end mandatory masks.
We know that research on masks is inconclusive. There is a blatant lack of research on the safety of mask use in children who need more oxygen than adults. Neurologists warn mask use is causing irreversible damage. Lee Dundas sent a letter to the United Department of Justice warning of legal liability and criminal charges for mandating masks after 2 teenagers died after exercising with masks on. Alberta Occupational Health also warns of risks, including death. To recap, in just over 8 months, we've had 45 deaths in people under the age of 70, and 4.4 million people. Most people don't know they're sick. Only 1 in 1,000 people with no symptoms will test positive. I urge you to represent the voters' interests, and that means voting down the motion to extend this bylaw. I urge you to follow the lead set by Vancouver and Red Deer to vote down this motion. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and thank you for that. We will now move to Ann Kleparchuk. Ann Kleparchuk.
Ann Kleparchuk was not available at the moment.
Okay.
Chris Schaefer, if he's available, we offered to give that spot to Chris Schaefer for now.
Okay, well, we will get to him at the appropriate time then. So we will move now to Trudy Chawley. Trudy Chawley. Trudy Chawley. Okay, Heath Houston. Heath Houston. Heath Houston. Okay, Carol Rod. Carol Rod. One more time, Carol Rod. Okay, Cassandra Smith. Cassandra Smith. Last call for Cassandra Smith. Okay, Karen Sammons or Karen Simons?
Sounds like nobody wants to listen to this. Yes.
Okay, please mute your mic, please, Mr. Portash. Karen Sammons or Simmons? No. Okay. Randy Sanderson. Randy Sanderson. Randy Sanderson? Okay. Lisa Shefsky. Lisa Shefsky.
I'm here, just a moment.
Okay. And when you are done, we will move back to Susan Kobeck, who I have heard has fixed her mic. So go ahead, Lisa. You've got 5 minutes if you need it.
Fellow councillors and fellow Edmontonians, let me be very clear. I vehemently oppose an extension to the mandatory mask-wearing bylaw. Please note that my information references are available for your validation through notations at the end of my typed speech, which is available to you. I would first like to hold myself out as an example of why this mandate must not continue. I've been challenged by clinical depression for the last 27 years. Stats show that there is an estimated 25% or more of the population affected by depression or mental illness. So my story is not unique to me. Also remember that what I'm about to describe is not limited to just people dealing with depression and mental illness, and that the stat of 25% or more is old data, which does not capture the alarming rise in attempted and successful suicides, domestic violence, and substance abuse since masking and other measures were imposed in the name of public health. When I wear a mask for even a few seconds, I immediately feel unsafe. I cannot breathe properly. My attention is drawn to my labored breath and the fogging of my glasses. It is hot, suffocating, disorienting, and stressful. It exacerbates the anxiety that has grown during these uncertain times. I feel like a trapped animal that needs to flee and find safety somewhere. And what about just allowing mask exemptions alongside mandating them? This is flawed thinking for these reasons. Businesses have and will take it upon themselves to deny exceptions. We have seen this far too many times, including staff insisting on shoppers providing proof of the exception, despite that being privileged medical information between doctor and patient. And even if an individual wanted to provide that confidential information, will they be equipped to do so? That involves booking a special appointment using taxpayer money to ask for that exception note. And there are people like me who cannot even get in to see their doctor to request a note. There are constant headlines talking about doctors and nurses being overworked, and now you want to throw letter writing onto their plates? I am still waiting for a call back from my doctor since April, and at this rate, the confusion surrounding COVID-19 will be long gone. There are also people being publicly shamed and bullied for not masking up. There are even instances of maskless people being physically beaten, putting them in harm's way both bodily and mentally. We must not give any reason for the public to take it upon themselves to police or enforce a rule that should not be there in the first place. On a similar note, just yesterday, I spoke with a woman working for Alberta Health Services in mental health. I shared with Erin my physiological and emotional symptoms that masks cause in me, just like I shared with you. She confided in me that she is sick and tired of wearing her mask as well, that her throat is sore, she feels dehydrated, and that she also feels trapped and helpless because her employment is tied to her compliance to wear it. She is an example of many Edmontonians who are at an increased risk of 1. Developing cancer. The coatings on these masks have been deemed carcinogenic. 2. Suffering from bacterial pneumonia. 3. Weakening of their immune systems, the very thing that needs to be strong right now. And 4. Permanent neurological damage. Let me emphasize that by forcing people to wear masks, you are putting everyone's health and even their lives at risk, the very things Council says they are trying to protect. I must also point to our scientific control group here, Sweden. Sweden did not mandate masks, social distancing, or impose any curfews or lockdowns of any kind, and their numbers are not any worse off than ours or any other nations. In fact, Sweden now has one of Europe's lowest COVID-19 death rates. Lastly, you must listen to and heed the advice of the experts in the arena of mask wearing, those professionals who have gained industry knowledge and expertise in mask wearing. OHS experts in our own city, as well as other cities and countries, have spoken out on 1. That medical and cloth masks do nothing. I'll leave it there. 2. Tests show that CO2 levels being inhaled from mask wearers' own breaths are beyond dangerous. Just watch the Del Bigtree video clip on his site or Facebook, where he tests his son's CO2 levels within his mask, live on camera, and has 2 OHS experts confirm that he did the test correctly. And note, the CDC and WHO have acknowledged that asymptomatic people do not spread the virus, so the case for masks for such people is moot in the first place. Research, listen, and consider deeply before voting on this topic. Edmontonians are waking up, councillors, and there are numerous lawsuits in the works for infringements upon our constitutional rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid your time is up. We will now circle back to Susan Kobach. You have 5 minutes. If you don't need the 5 minutes, that would probably be appreciated by other people wishing to speak today, but go ahead.
Did you call Susan Kobach?
Yes, Susan Kobach.
Okay. Tracy, can you stop presenting, please? Hello, Tracy? Are you presenting for me?
Yes, we have your presentation loaded on the screen right now.
All right. Okay. Hello?
We can see your presentation, yeah.
Yes, but my presentation has notes. Can I present on my screen, please?
I am unsure about what the technical challenges would be here.
There actually shouldn't be. I work on meets every day. If Tracy stops presenting, I can present quite easily.
How about I let you guys work that out so that we can actually keep moving?
Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Beautiful. Thank you so much. My name is Susan Kobeck, and this is a presentation on the risks and repercussions of mask wearing. I will be presenting, but the links and arguments are provided by the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. So I am here to present to you an article written by John Carpe, president of the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. I will present 8 points that indicate why we should not renew the mask bylaw. I will then follow up with questions to the Community and Public Services Committee and share my contact information for those of you who would like to contact me. So my first point that I will be addressing is masks pose a 13% risk of influenza-like infections. So one study states that cloth masks pose a 13% increased risk of influenza-like illness infection to those wearing them, noting that moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in an increased risk of infection. This past April, the World Health Organization also confirmed that masks offer a false sense of security, leading to potentially less adherence to other preventative measures. The same WHO document points to problems with self-contamination that can occur by touching and reusing contaminated masks and potential breathing difficulties due to decrease in oxygen levels. Now, each point has the articles that and studies that I'm using. So if you just click here, you will find them, as well as the studies and also the WHO resource that is used. Moving on to slide 3, contamination by incorrect removal methods. Health professionals observe rampant misuse of masks in the community. Contamination by the incorrect removal of masks is a persistent problem, even among trained medical personnel. England's Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Jenny Harries, notes that one can actually trap the virus in the mask and start breathing it in, and that people can adversely put themselves at more risk than less. Again, the studies are linked below, as well as the notes. Moving on to slide 4, masks offer little, if any, protection. The New England Journal of Medicine explained recently that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection, and that masks serve symbolic roles as talismans that may help increase a perceived sense of safety and do more to reduce anxiety than to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Likewise, Dr. Anthony Fauci, member of the US White House's coronavirus task force, recently said that masks are symbolic of being a responsible citizen rather than a dependable infection control measure. Again, everything is linked within this document for you to see for yourself. We're going to move on to slide 4, no direct evidence of effectiveness. A WHO guideline from June 5th, 2020 states, at present, there is no direct evidence from studies on COVID-19 and in healthy people in the community on the effectiveness of universal masking of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses, including COVID-19. At the present time, the widespread use of masks by healthy people in the community setting is not yet supported by high quality or direct scientific evidence, and there are potential benefits and harms to consider. Again, links within the document for your convenience. We're moving on to slide 6, identity. Faces are the glue that holds us together, giving us our identity. Recognizing a face, give me one second. Recognizing a face is vital to our social lives. By seeing each other's faces, we discern emotional expressions such as joy, fear, or anger. As the Czech and French author Milan Kundera wrote in his 1988 book, Immortality, the serial number of human specimen is the face, that accidental and unrepeatable combination of features. I would also like to add a side note that I am a mother of a special needs child. Masking children in general with developmental delays is a complete violation of their Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and also putting them in the position to have to justify themselves and being restricted of schooling, which I know the Edmonton Public School Board has done on their own, but it does violate a charter right as well. Moving on to point 6, Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard. The significance of the uncovered face was underscored not long ago by the heated debate over Quebec's law banning face coverings. Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard argued, "We are just saying that for reasons linked to communication, identification, and safety, public services should be given and received with an open face. We are in a free and democratic society. You speak to me, I should see your face, and you should see mine. It's as simple as that. Opponents of this Quebec law argue that living in a free society means being able to choose what to wear and what not to wear. To cover or expose one's face is a profoundly personal choice that carries with it political, cultural, psychological, and spiritual implications. I'm moving on to the seventh point, which is a violation of personal autonomy and human dignity. Assuming for a moment that the spread of COVID-19 is actually reduced by forcing the public to wear non-medical masks, this still does not address the violation of personal autonomy and human dignity, which are protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And then we're moving on to point 8, which is the justification. The Charter requires politicians to justify laws that diminish the realm of personal choice. Even if mask wearing really does reduce the spread of COVID-19, it's necessary to distinguish the fear mongering of this past March from the facts we know now. In March, the politicians relied on claims by Dr. Neil Ferguson of Imperial College that COVID-19 would kill 510,000 people in the UK and 2.2 million Americans. We were told in March that COVID-19 threatened everyone, including children and healthy adults. Today, we know what politicians and chief medical officers said in March was not just false, but demonstrably false. Alberta Premier Jason Kenney, please mute yourself. And Chief Medical Officer Dina Henshaw claimed that as many as 32,000 Albertans could die of COVID. As of November 13th, 2020, so that is
Quebec.
today, the number was
over time.
sorry?
We're over time.
I have one more slide.
I'm sorry.
The number was 393.
So thank you for your submission. We have to move on, unfortunately.
I would like to state, Aaron Paquette, that there are some questions that I'm addressing you. So whether the presentation,
in fairness to everyone else,
yes, I completely agree. But I just want to tell you,
some people we have to move on.
Yes, I just want to tell you that I would like you to review the questions because there are questions that I am directly addressing that I want you to address. So I don't have to present them, but you can read them, and I will give access to everyone who requests it. Okay? Thank you,
very
Aaron.
much. Thank you. We will absolutely read that. Okay, we will move on to Terry Hawley. You have 5 minutes or less in consideration of the fact that there are multiple people who need to speak. Terry Hawley. Terry Hawley. Okay, so, and just before we move on, I will make a point. When I say that time is up, it's not because I want to be a bad guy. It's because time is up and we must move on. And so I'm going to be very firm for every other speaker who's going over time. I'm afraid that is just the way it has to be in order to be courteous to everyone else. Okay, Hannah Kroll. Hannah Kroll? Okay, so let us move on to Raquel Ziorio. Raquel Ziorio. Okay, Chris Richards, you are up. Chris Richards. Okay, last call, Chris Richards. Okay, Glenn Hoffman. Glenn Hoffman. Glenn Hoffman, last call. Okay, Tamara Russell or Tamara Russell? Tamara or Tamara Russell? Last call, Tamara or Tamara Russell? Okay, Hannah Kellert. Hannah Kellert? Last call, Hannah Kellert. Jackie Coffin. If you're here, Jackie Coffin.
I'm here.
Okay. You have 5 minutes. Less if you don't need the whole 5. Would definitely be appreciated by people waiting to speak. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm at the gym, so I'm a bit out of breath. I would like to start off by thanking Councillor Mike Nickel, John Dzadiak, and Tony Katerina for voting against this bylaw, and in doing so, respecting the rights of their fellow men and women. My body is my property, my son is my property, and no man or woman has the right to tell me what to do with my property. So thank you, Mike, John, and Tony for recognizing this. This was a courageous decision on your behalf, and you have my respect. Since the mask bylaw has been implemented in Edmonton, life has become very challenging for myself and my son. I have undergone harm and damages that I would like to share with you. When the bylaw was first being discussed, a city councillor asked for public feedback on his Twitter page. I shared that I felt it was important to stay a personal choice, not mandated by the government. I was called a COVID idiot. Someone else told me they hoped I ended up in a coffin. My last name is Coffin. I guess they felt they were rather clever giving that death threat. I've been shamed by extended family members who don't respect my viewpoints, and those family members have told my son when I'm not around that it's the law, and he has to wear a mask when he's with them even though he is exempt. My spirit is broken. I've never received death threats or been treated with such little disregard for my beliefs or my rights. I teach emotional intelligence and have studied fear in great depth. When someone is forced to wear a mask, it puts their bodies and emotions into a heightened sense of fear. They go into fight or flight, and it reduces their capacity to think clearly. This fear is also converted into sadness, depression, anger, anxiety, and guilt. More people are dying in Alberta from opioid overdoses right now than COVID-19. I believe there is a direct correlation to the fear from these measures like wearing masks that are increasing fear and causing extreme depression. This fear is also making people angry. So angry that men and women are yelling at each other about wearing masks. Business owners are turning down customers who can't wear masks and telling them they can't come in. They are targeting those who don't wear masks as being the problem and discriminating against us because they are so terrified they'll be shut down and out of work again. Do you see how this cycle works? Businesses, especially small businesses, need customers to thrive. They are all on the brink of shutting down, but they are so terrified that they are turning people away because they won't put a piece of fabric in front of their face. For every decision made, there are always unintended consequences. This is the city you've created with this mandate. Right now, we need people to come together in love and harmony to recover from the trauma we've all experienced. Instead, we are in a war with each other over compliance. If government and health officials really cared about our well-being, they would recommend vitamin C and D, drinking plenty of clean water, exercising regularly, rest, meditation, and spending time with family and friends. But instead, the message we are getting is we are all sick. We could be killing each other around us if we don't cover our mouths, comply, or we all die. How is that helping? Recently, I took my son to a swim lesson at a small pool in the city. We've been going there for over 2.5 years and he loves it. It's the highlight of his week. 15 minutes before his most recent lesson, we got a call from the business while driving in the car to his lesson saying they wouldn't let us in without a mask and that my son couldn't swim. He was already in his bathing suit ready to go at this point and we were turned away. He was hysterical. I've never experienced the felt sense of discrimination and I never thought my son would at his age either. It still brings me to tears and hurts my heart that my son is being turned away from something that is healthy for him to do because he can't put a piece of fabric on his face. I'm not allowed to watch because I won't put a piece of fabric on my face while sitting in a very humid pool deck where it is questionable the mask will function properly. Logic and love have completely left our world. Everyone is just trying to survive, which I get, but we are hurting each other in the process. God created man in his image. He designed us all to breathe fresh air with the inherent civil liberties, rights, and freedoms. With this, we created the government to govern and run our cities. Government is not above man. We elected you. You work for us. You are not responsible for dictating what we do with our bodies. You are responsible for your actions and for the policies you put in place and the harm and damages they create to citizens. You are responsible for the advice you get and what you choose to do with that advice. Even if that one doctor you consulted with in July had an opinion which you followed, you are still personally liable for the harm and damages caused, not the doctor. So I hope you take this into consideration when you make your bylaw decision moving forward. On that note, thousands of health professionals worldwide have spoken up about the negative consequences of wearing masks. Thousands. The issue is not black or white, and if mandating masks might cause harm, that you would be liable for, perhaps that's not a wise choice to make. In conclusion, again, thank you for taking the time to listen to me, for hearing about the harm and damages this bylaw has caused myself and my son, for the ripples it's causing in our community. I urge you to respect personal choice. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Glenda Matthews. Glenda Matthews. Glenda Matthews?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes if you need it. If you do not, everyone else would be quite grateful to have time to speak today. So go ahead.
Surveys, not science. This was exposed in a Freedom of Information request filed asking for all studies, reports, and other relevant information that you used in your decision around masking. This reveals how little scientific evidence you, the men and women also known as city councillors and mayor for the city of Edmonton, used to make your decision. There was no hard evidence, and the decision to mask was based on the perceptions and preferences of 3,100 respondents. You and these few people decided the fate of over 1 million people in Edmonton. The polls and surveys were done by the city's emergency management team to determine whether or not the people of Edmonton would be quote-unquote receptive to a mask mandate. Emergency management decisions should never be made based on the opinions of a small group of fearful people who are not medical experts. The same holds true today, as there is still a lack of expert medical opinion or scientific evidence to prove that extended masking has any health benefits. If they did, this virus would be gone, or at least minimized by now. In fact, all evidence proves that the opposite is true. Show us the evidence that a mask will be of any benefit in stopping or even slowing a virus. Wearing a mask to stop a virus is like killing a mosquito with a hammer on a glass table. This seems to be more of a political decision than a medical one. The late Carrie Mullis, inventor of the PCR test, clearly stated that this test was not for diagnostic purposes and was invented for research purposes only. Why are you using flawed tests that are being proven to be at least 50% false positive? In fact, 57, especially the rapid tests. This has become a distorted case of case-demic because of dramatically increased tests which reflect increased cases. Normally, this would indicate a higher death rate, but no, with COVID, the survival rate is better than 99%. Why, with the increase in COVID numbers, do we see a directly proportionate decrease in flu numbers? Has the flu suddenly disappeared? I think not. Are you now calling seasonal flu COVID in order to impose these draconian and dictatorial measures on an entire population? Your fear-mongering is criminal, as evidenced by what you call an outbreak. On your alberta.ca website, and I quote, "An outbreak is when there are 2 cases or more, they must be reported publicly." Really? 2 cases is an outbreak? And these are mostly just positive tests, not sick people. And why test asymptomatic people? Asymptomatic people do not spread illness, and this has been confirmed by countless medical experts, including Dr. Dina Hinshaw, who clearly stated, I quote, "Asymptomatic people do not spread the disease." The masks are far from the clean and green image Mayor Iverson likes to portray. Per the City of Edmonton website, I quote, "Used PPE, which includes face masks, cannot be recycled. Safely dispose of PPE in a black bag with other landfill waste. Masks are now littering parking lots, shopping carts, and everywhere else, which is the complete opposite of green. A mask is a medical device, and it's a trespass by government to attempt to force an entire population to wear a medical device. None of your laws have any authority over our God-given rights. These are simply municipal policies and mandates. The people are not governed by mandates. A mandate is not lawful. And these guidelines that are coming down from AHS are from what they call, and again I quote, a playbook. Since when are the people governed by a playbook? What you're doing with your form of dictatorship and censorship resembles what happened in Nazi Germany when they burnt the books. These are measures to suppress the truth and control the population. We've lost all common sense about herd immunity. We've lost all common sense about getting sick people well and keeping healthy people healthy. It makes no sense to mask and shut down an entire population, causing mass unemployment, loss of business, loss of freedoms and liberties, and loss of life. The The political policies of those in government have caused more harm and damage to the general population than ever in our history, and this is tantamount to crimes against humanity. You have no authority over the way in which people choose to take care of their own bodies. You're trespassing against mankind, and this is unlawful. If you continue to enforce these unhealthy policies, such as masking, every one of you that supports these measures can be held personally liable in a court of law for harm and damage brought upon the people.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for this
I
opportunity.
will take a moment to remind folks that, if you could press your mute button, that would be very helpful. To remind folks that if you feel that maybe you have things to say that have already been said multiple times, in order to save time for others who wish to speak, you do have the option of shortening your presentation, because if everyone says the same thing in their presentation, we may miss the new information that other speakers may be trying to bring to us today, but they won't have time. So with that in mind, let's go to Charisse Kovacs.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I want to express my gratitude to the committee for the ability to speak today. My goal is to share how the mandatory mask bylaw has impacted me personally, and I also want to raise key issues for Council to consider when revisiting the mask bylaw. The mask mandates have resulted in a direct infringement on the right to bodily autonomy and informed consent. And if the city's goal is to create a safe space for women and girls, bodily autonomy should be a key consideration in the decision-making process. And thus, the mandatory mask bylaw should change to a voluntary recommendation. As a woman in the community, I've endured verbal assaults from grown men for not wearing a mask. And I've been refused services as a result of the mask mandate, despite having an exemption. I was recently reported to security by a grown man at the grocery store for not wearing a mask. The security guard demanded proof of my medical exemption, while the man who reported me eavesdropped on the conversation, seeming to take great joy in doing so. The experience was intimidating and humiliating. Just going out into the community to access basic goods is an anxiety-ridden venture now. My family knows an 8-year-old boy that was verbally attacked in a hardware store by a man yelling that the boy was infecting everyone in the store. And a senior I know was advised by her doctor that she needed to force her husband, who's suffering from late-stage dementia, to wear a mask. After the city implemented the mandatory mask bylaw, she tried to force her husband to wear a mask, which resulted in him becoming physically aggressive with her, where he hit her twice. I've read stories of in Canada of rape victims refused services despite their inability to wear masks as a result of past trauma. Just this week, True North News reported a story about a rape victim who was denied medical care in Manitoba for not being able to wear a mask. Another rape victim was recently denied transport on a BC ferry, also for an inability to wear a mask. Within the mandatory face covering mandate, an assumption is made that any type of mask will stop the spread of COVID-19. However, as previously mentioned by other speakers, there's no policy-grade scientific evidence to support the notion that masks stop the spread of viruses. For example, McIntyre and colleagues conducted a study in 2015 with over 1,600 healthcare workers in 15 different hospital settings. Results from the study suggested that healthcare workers were actually at an increased risk of infection from cloth mask use, and some reported difficulties wearing masks, and they likely had proper training in personal protective equipment. So what does this mean for healthy children, youth, and adults in the general community? If you've seen how people wear masks, it's fair to assume that people in the community are very likely to experience self-contamination, leading to increased risk of infection, and not just infection from COVID-19. The mandatory mask bylaw may be well-intentioned, but it also may be leading to increased risk of infection and increased risk of spreading infection too. And I honestly don't blame people for improper mask behaviors. And I don't believe it's anyone's fault if they get sick either. The stance of righteous shaming going on in our communities right now around masking and COVID-19 really needs to stop. We need to come together and do so in a way that balances the response to COVID with a continued focus on the right to informed consent and bodily autonomy. Most people, I think, are law-abiding citizens who want to go about their business without having to deal with confrontation and public shaming. And I imagine that there's plenty of pressure on small businesses to enforce masking, which has created much more stress in our community. The initial mask mandate was based on the assumption that healthy people may be asymptomatic carriers and could be infecting others with COVID-19 without even knowing it. However, the province of Alberta stopped asymptomatic testing because those without symptoms were not testing positive at high rates. With this information in mind, there's literally no reason to force healthy people to wear masks. Edmontonians are responsible enough to stay home when they're sick. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I wish you all blessings and hope for the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, a few orders of business. We have another speaker who would like to be added to the list. I'm not sure if we've gotten to that yet. If I can find it, that would be Amanda Candelora. So can we get a motion to add Amanda Candelora?
I'll move that. Did we do Teresa Cronman, which was a bit earlier on the list? I don't know if we added her, but just in case, I'll add that name to the motion.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, thank you. Any opposed? No? Okay. Now, another item of business here is that we actually do have Dr. Chris Sikora from AHS. He's kindly taken some time out of his incredibly busy schedule. And just some advice from committee. We can pause on public speakers in order to hear from Dr. Sikora. But if we continue with public speakers at this point, I don't know if we will be able to get the doctor on schedule again.
Sorry, Councillor Paquette, it's Adam.
Yeah.
I wanted to flag that we did plan to have a doctor from AHS. Dr. Sikora is on vacation. They are not available today. It would be next week that they would be available. So I just wanted to flag that following the speakers, if there's a desired discussion where input from a doctor from AHS would be available, schedule didn't permit that for today.
Okay, so that clarifies things. I was very curious about that. Okay, makes sense. So after speakers, we may be hearing from a doctor from AHS.
Not today.
But not today. And
correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good to know. All right, let's move on. Summer Bozora. Is it Bozora or Bozora?
It's Bozahora.
Bozahora, and I should know that.
Hi, Aaron.
All right, hi, go ahead.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak today and address the good men and women that are acting as councillors for the City of Edmonton today. I am Summer, a woman living and working in Edmonton, and I'm here to state my opinion and oppose this bylaw. First, I'd like to make a comment about the video that you shared today about the viruses and the masks. Viruses are ubiquitous. The entire body has been made up of viruses, bacteria, and droplets and germs for hundreds and thousands of years. The video, though canceled, showed yellow spots, and the video failed to say what those spots actually were. Were they food particles? Was it bacteria or viral? And the video did not say anything about actually measuring COVID, which is the reason why we're supposedly be wearing the masks or the face coverings in the first place. If we are masking to prevent bacteria or viruses in general, we will be wearing them for perpetuity. We are all made up of germs, which actually increase our immunity by way of our active immune systems. Immune systems are far more effective than a mask or face covering at preventing illnesses of every kind. I would also like to bring reference to the City of Edmonton Bylaw 18483, which is the Councillor's Code of Conduct consolidated on February 3rd of 2020. And I quote, "Considering the city's municipal purposes and duties of councillors, council desires to demonstrate and promote the principles of integrity, accountability, transparency, and respect through its actions and behaviors. I would like to state that I do not believe the Code of Conduct has been upheld when Bylaw 19408 was carried. I believe it lacks respect, transparency, and accountability toward the women and men at the City of Edmonton. With regards to demonstrating the principle of respect, I provide the example of Mitchell C. Howes, who is the acting mayor of Regina, and how he has approached the same issue. And I quote, as mayor of Regina, I won't tell you what to wear or place municipal lockdowns, curfews, or restrictions on your freedoms and rights. This goes for businesses as well as people. I am not your parent and I won't treat you like my child. Not only does the mask bylaw carried out within Edmonton treat men and women with lack of respect, it treats them, as Mitchell House has stated, like minors who cannot choose or own to be respectful to others. Furthermore, instructing, suggesting, and using language on the city's posters for businesses to deny any type of service is a form of discrimination and does harm. Offering roadside drop-off or assistance segregates men and women from fair and equal access to basic life-sustaining services, especially with the weather we are now to face in Edmonton. The posters on the city's website state, for the health and safety of our employees and customers, masks or face coverings must be worn. If you are unable to wear one as per the City of Edmonton bylaw 919408 exemption categories, we are happy to accommodate you through physical distance pickup. Examples include curbside, front or business pickup, etc. This wording does not uphold the principle of integrity that you so speak of because it actually encourages a false sense of self-righteous discrimination and segregation between the men and women of our city. As sweet as it sounds to uphold health and safety standards to allow some service, no matter whose health and safety standards you are upholding, it cannot justify you to deceive men and women into acting in a manner to discriminate, segregate, and isolate people from each other. All men and women should have fair and equal access to services, and I require that I, as a woman, is treated equal whether I am black or white. Wearing a mask or maskless, choice is imperative. If I should choose not to wear a mask to protect my health, where others choose one to wear one to protect their health, I require to be given the same and equal access to food and groceries and all other public facilities. I require this as I experience harm by way of wearing a mask, and furthermore, I do not believe that I harm any other man or woman by not wearing one. My belief is built upon the mounting worldwide scientific evidence by way of physicians and scientists around the world. One I will mention here is the declaration put forth by over 30,000 doctors within the World Doctors Alliance, who have signed the Great Barrington Declaration among the preponderance of other evidence that I felt Susan Kopic presented well today. That this discrimination has been encouraged and implied is an abomination of these aforementioned values of transparency, accountability, respect, and integrity as stated by your own professional counsel's code of conduct. This is my perspective, is that harm has come to pass on the men and women of Edmonton because of this bylaw, and to extend it would cause greater harm. I make this statement and suggest there's not enough evidence to support this policy, which it is not a law. It is a bylaw, which means by the law or beside the law. It is a policy that cannot actually be held lawfully upheld. There is evidence to the contrary that the wearing of masks and the bullying, segregation, and discrimination that is implied through this policy causes direct harm. There is questions that masks works at all.
I'm sorry, Summer. That's time.
Thank you very much for your time to be able to speak to you today.
Thank you. Okay, we will now hear from Andrew Bauman, or Bowman. Andrew Bowman. Andrew Bauman. Okay, Leo Cody, you are up. Leo Cody.
Yes, can you hear me now? Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yes, good afternoon. I'd like to address the various men, women, and the council acting as commissioners, and chairman, and mayor. And what I wish to express here this afternoon is that there's been considerable harm and damage being brought upon our community. It appears to me that the initial invocation of bill or bylaw 19408 was very hastily done and not really took into consideration a multitude of things, one of which is law and violation of law. I understand that the very bylaw was passed one afternoon with 3 readings, which is definitely done within haste. So at a time when people were concerned and worried, I can perhaps excuse you for that. But as we look here now, 3.5 months after this initial bylaw was passed, You councillors, mayor, you have had essentially the time you need to look at the material correctly and do your due diligence. What stands before you today is your decision that we require that you uphold not only law, but standards that are required of you. So I would like to, I'd like to give you a little bit of a brief. You know, I took a walk down White Avenue the other day, thinking of my parents. My father fought in the First World War. My father was the Second World War. My grandfather in the First World War fought at Vimy Ridge. My mother was overseas. I have a family history of people fighting for rights. None of us have ever fought. None of the soldiers have ever gone to war for any of these legal rights, these policies that you are imposing upon the people. People are coming before you and standing for their lawful rights. And this policy that you've adopted, you are without authority. You are without authority upon any man or woman. I don't know who you are using for advisors when you're adopting these policies, but you have no lawful right. You do not have the jurisdiction over any man or woman with these policies. And what we're seeing manifest here is a continuation that you are not recognizing exemption. When people bring forth and state that they are exempt from your policy, you must uphold that. In fact, you have an obligation to have your policy enforcement agents enforce that with the various institutions. The City of Edmonton is a corporation. It creates policies, administrative policies. It does not create laws. The policing agencies are also corporations. Just as you did not see today any advisor coming from Alberta Health Services, which was actually very shocking when you think about it, they could not bring forward one single doctor to speak with us today, okay? None of them came forward because they are also a corporation based on profit and their own interests. If you're listening to advice from these corporations, it does not exempt you from a liability on the decisions you're making and imposing upon the various men and women of this city. So I walk down White Avenue, I see shops closed, I hear people speaking about being unemployed, out of work. This is a direct result from your policy that was hastily brought forward. You have to change your direction. You have an opportunity to redeem yourself now because you have a growing swell of people coming forward. Even if it's only 10 or 20% of the population, you're still looking at between 100 and 200,000 people that are going to seek remedy from you for any harm and damage that you've brought upon them. And there is a court available to the people. It is Queen's Bench. So I wish for you to revoke this plan that you've got and where you wish to go with it, and that you begin to recognize the lawful rights of the people or face the consequences. There is no policy that you can bring forward. There's no government policy, either from the City of Edmonton, the provincial government of Alberta, nor the federal government of Canada, that is above law. They can all be held accountable in a court of law. Think about what you're doing. I wanted to speak to you people today and not think of you as adversaries. I wanted to think of you as my neighbor, somebody intending to do good, okay? Someone who may not belong to a secret society or supporting an agenda, Agenda 21 or Agenda 31. You have to appreciate people are beginning to see you in that light. Everyone is awakening amongst us.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Leo, thank you very much. I would not join any secret society that would have me.
Wonderful.
Okay, so let's move on to Trevor Salmons or Simones.
So do I go?
Trevor Salmons or Simones? Trevor Salmons or Simones? Okay, Chris Hall. Chris Hall. Chris Hall. Okay. Joanna Gurgley or Gergelli. Joanna Gurgley or Joanna Gergali? Okay, Joanna Chandro.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Thank you. So, warm greetings to all of the counselors and the men and women who are present here today. I too appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion on this matter. So I'm known as Joanna Chandro, aka Mom, Grandma, friend, teacher, and for almost the last 40 years as psychologist in private practice. Today I'd like to make 3 points. One will be very brief because it's been made already. And I'm going to use a mixture of facts and figures and sprinkle a little bit of common sense and a little bit of common law just to make it interesting. So let me begin. First of all, the projected pandemic that we first heard about in the spring was touted to be was likened to the Spanish flu, where almost 50 million people did die, and this one was going to be even worse. However, it did not materialize. Thank God. The pandemic that was projected did not happen. But what did happen instead was it scared the bejeebers out of pretty much everybody, which kicked in our flight or fight because we felt threatened. But anytime the fight or flight is kicked in, and there's nobody to fight, and there's no place to run, we end up going into the third component, which is called freeze. And so what happens is it creates that sense of deer in the headlights, where you're just like, you don't know what to do. And when fear starts getting frozen in the body, it limits our capacity for the prefrontal cortex to think properly, to make decisions, okay, to think with our full capacity. It limits us. And it feels to me like we're still stuck there because we continue to make fear-based decisions about COVID in general, masks in particular, but COVID in general. They were fine way back in March, April, and so on, because everybody was just scrambling, and I get it. Okay? But now, like the former speaker said, we've had several months to really take a look at this and to calm down a bit. And so one of the ways to get out of this stuckness, this stuck fear base, is to apply the light of truth to it. Because a great man once said, the truth will set you free. And so some of the truth, which many of the speakers have referred to, is that this COVID-19 is almost identical to seasonal flu, both in symptoms. We're just talking about, sore throat and a runny nose and fevers and, that happen every spring and every fall throughout the years. It's happened for 70 years that I've been on this planet, okay? And the numbers, the cases don't matter. It's the number of deaths that really are important. They're all less than 1%. We all know that, okay? So my first point then is that I have really good news for you. We're safe. There is no health emergency happening. Now, there's other emergencies about economics and so on, but there is no health emergency happening. Okay? The second point has already been well made that masks do more harm than good. A simple common sense cost-benefit analysis would say then if they do more harm than good, stop mandating them. An interesting metaphor that I heard the other day was that a virus is about the same size, or it's 1/1000th of the size of a strand of hair. So for people trying to protect ourselves with a cloth mask from this virus that's 1/1000th the size of a strand of hair is like standing behind a chain link fence expecting it to protect us from someone throwing a handful of sand at us. Not happening. So there is no health emergency. Masks do more harm than good. And my third point is that my body is my property, my health is my business, And I have a God-given right to be free and to choose how to both live and die. And I've gotten very clear that I would rather die as a free woman with choice than live being enslaved and dictated to and mandated by government officials.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Please,
Joanna.
in the bylaw. Respect
All
my
right, thank you.
wishes.
We will
Thank
now
you.
move on to Kaylee. The time is yours. Kaylee,
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Go
All
ahead.
right. I'm Kaylee. I'm born and raised in Edmonton. I'm a concerned citizen and a mother in this community. I'm primarily concerned about the mental health implications of masking for the children in our community. Children are afraid to go anywhere and participate in activities because everyone's in masks. It's scary for them. In our home, we're not scared of COVID. I teach the kids how to keep their immune system strong. We also don't fear getting a cold. We don't fear getting the flu. I mean, those aren't things that I live in fear of or I teach my kids to live in fear of. And when we go out in public, it seems like everyone is living in fear because of these masks. Mandatory mask wearing is not scientifically warranted, as a lot of the speakers have said. In fact, there's extensive research demonstrating that masks are not effective in preventing the transmission and that mask wearing can negatively impact our health. Mandating masks did not reduce cases. The numbers went up tenfold. So could breathing in your own bacteria all day perhaps make you sick? Have you ever grown bacteria in a petri dish? The Great Barrington Declaration shows 11,775 medical and public health scientists are against the measures being taken. And they conclude that the non-vulnerable people should resume normal life. Let's talk PCR testing. There was a recent article in the New York Times, September 3rd. Up to 90% of the people who test positive were wrongly diagnosed due to the amplifications of the test. So more than 30 amplifications produces unviable results. And all of the testing is around 37, 38 amplifications. I'm not a doctor, but that doesn't seem right. I personally find it hard to breathe in a mask. Isn't increased carbon dioxide unhealthy? Stanford engineers estimated that N95 masks cause 5 to 20% reduction in O2 level intake. Why are kids in schools being forced to wear masks when they're not affected by this virus? Kids don't use them properly. They put them back on after trips to the washroom, and without washing hands, they put them back on after they fall on the floor, after they've had blood on them from a nosebleed. Hinshaw said asymptomatic transmission is extremely rare. So why are we taking these measures? Are we going to do this every flu season from now on? In the spring, Tam said mandatory masks were not worth the risks. So what has changed now? We know that the death rate is less than that of the flu. So why aren't we getting back to normal? Nurses in Ontario won a court case, St. Michael's Hospital and OHA in 2018, against having to wear masks if they chose not to take the flu shot. And during the trial, Professor Brosseau stated that surgical masks offer no or very low level of protection from infectious aerosols. I can imagine that number is much lower for cloth masks. Nurses in BC also won a court case in 2018 against having to wear masks. My point is that if it's not scientifically medically warranted, why are we still wearing masks?
Okay, thank you for that. Just a point of clarification, the masks in schools is a provincial requirement, not a municipal one. Okay, so we will now move on to Helen Akins. Helen Akins. Okay. Danielle Kachowski.
Hi, it's Gajewski.
Pardon me?
Gajewski.
I should know that. Thank you.
So I'm urging you today not to extend the mandatory mask bylaw into the new year. Those speaking against mask mandates do so with good reason, having science and respected professionals to back our statements, as you've heard today. I've spent countless hours over the course of the COVID-19 crisis researching and learning from industry experts, and I'm left questioning why. Why are our freedoms being stripped away because of a virus with a higher than 99% recovery rate for people 69 years and younger, and a 94.6% recovery rate in the most at-risk group over 70 years? Why is there so much fear being perpetuated when the average age of death is higher than the average life expectancy in Alberta? Why are Canadian provinces again locking down and tightening restrictions based solely on cases and ignoring the fact that hospitalizations and death rates remain comparatively low? It has been my personal experience that mask mandates have done nothing but promote fear and hatred, dividing communities, families, and friends. Mask mandates also give the illusion that mask science is settled, when in reality the evidence is flimsy and published studies against their use far outweigh the few that promote them. Where there is risk, there must be choice.
This is all information we've verified with one of the world experts.
With infections on the rise and public fear increasing, now would probably seem like a bad time to change course. I'm sure that if you vote not to extend the mandate, many Edmontonians will feel confused, angry, and scared. However, I urge you to consider the following experts and allow that to govern your decision, as well as all of the experts you've heard about today. There was a CDC literature review of 10 studies done in May of this year. The studies were conducted between 1946 to 2018 on the effectiveness of face masks in reducing laboratory-confirmed influenza virus infections in the community. And they concluded that face masks did not work to prevent the transmission of respiratory viruses. And furthermore, the CDC's July 2020 Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report showed that the use of face masks can actually result in an increase in infections. In this study, nearly 85% of participants who tested positive for COVID-19 indicated that in the 14 days prior to infection, they wore a mask often or always. In early June, the WHO admitted that asymptomatic transmission of COVID-19 was extremely rare. In mid-October, our own province stopped testing asymptomatic people for COVID-19, since at the time only 7 positive COVID-19 cases were discovered per 10,000 tests in asymptomatic individuals. That's 0.0% of asymptomatic individuals that might be unknowing carriers of the virus. And to quote Dr. Hinshaw, this means that it is very rare to find cases in those without symptoms and without known exposure. So tell me, why are healthy people being forced to wear masks? The Association of American Physicians and Surgeons Mask Facts article, published September 26, 2020, concluded that wearing masks other than N95s will not be effective at preventing SARS-CoV-2 transmission. They also identified that public health authorities define a significant exposure to COVID-19 as face-to-face contact within 6 feet of a symptomatic individual that is sustained for at least a few minutes. Therefore, the chance of catching COVID-19 from a passing interaction in a public space is minimal. There is a high potential for mass contamination that you've heard about, especially for children, and I would also like you to consider the negative psychological effects of learning to be afraid of nature, of human beings, and of being conditioned to live with your face covered all day. Finally, we heard other people talk about the Great Barrington Declaration, which I would urge you to please look up and read. It talks about the damaging physical and mental health impacts of the COVID-19 policies worldwide and recommends an approach called focused protection as an alternative. This approach does not recommend mask use for the entire population as an effective measure. I have provided my comments and links to all the research I've quoted in this article to the City Clerk for your review, and thank you very much for your time today.
Councillor Paquette, you're muted.
Oh boy, thank you. And thank you, Danielle, and we will now move on to Jen Tyler. Jen Tyler. Going once, going twice. If your mic is muted, I understand completely. Jen Tyler. Okay. Diana Miller. Diana Miller. If you're around, check your mic. Diana Miller. Okay. Wanda Patterson. Wanda Patterson. Going once, going twice. Wanda Patterson. Okay. Patricia Lineker. Or Lineker.
Lineker. It's Lineker.
Okay. Second time. All right, go ahead.
You got it. Okay, so hello, Council. My talk is shortened quite a bit because of points that have been made by other well-informed citizens. However, I'll start. Prior to 2020, this debate would never have been considered a subject for serious thought. But now we are rapidly becoming educated on the wearing of masks. Doctors Tam, Fauci, Hinshaw, the CDC, and the WHO all denied the benefits of mask wearing to begin with. Then they took an about face and promoted them after the curve was flattened. That suggests that it was motivated by politics rather than scientific research. Masks are a placebo to calm the fears of a community bombarded every day with frightening and useless statistics derived from an insignificant, inaccurate, and over-amplified PCR test. Positive case numbers are being tossed about that are implying imminent death, which, as you surely must be aware, with a 99.75% survival rate after contracting COVID-19, it's simply not true. If AHS stopped publishing the meaningless and inaccurate test results, the fear would stop. Wearing a mask has become a symbol of morality and has absolutely nothing to do with health. The mask, along with social distancing, are disconnecting our human and community spirit. Isolation is not healthy. Hugs are an important tool for mental health. We shouldn't have to wear a mask to prove we care. I have a smile to prove it. There is plenty of controversy surrounding masks, and I believe that we should be consulting the experts and researchers who have been trained in the science of health and safety. There are many, all shouting the same thing. Masks are not effective in preventing disease unless they are fit tested to an individual. Let's face it, healthy people don't need a mask. The general population is not at risk of dying from this virus. People don't want or need masks, and your job description shouldn't have to include forcing unreasonable laws onto your citizens. As you said, 97% of the population in Edmonton is complying. So if masks work, then why are the case numbers rising? Wouldn't that point to the possibility that either they're not working, or they're making it worse, or the testing is faulty? We ask you to be the gatekeepers for our civil liberties and human rights. Surely we have the right to show our expressions of love and kindness or disappointment and anger on our faces. Our faces help complement sound for the hard of hearing and convey emotion to each other. By masking us and threatening to fine us if we don't comply, a price is being levied on our communications. We are already born with a filter. It's called an immune system. Keep it healthy with nutrition, sunshine, exercise, and love, and it will ward off the worst effects of illness. The lie that says masks protect people from contracting viruses has been responsible for many injustices, including job losses and discrimination. People are informing on others and holding businesses hostage over a mask. It's time to rectify that. Mandating masking laws is prejudicial at best and unhealthy at worst. There is no proof that masks prevent viral infections, so it makes no sense to force people to continue wearing them for another 5 minutes, let alone 5 more months. I implore you to make the only reasonable and logical decision. When the harm outweighs the benefit, it's time to discontinue the mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that, Patricia. We will now move on to Carla Wilczuk. Carla Wilczuk. Going once, going twice for Carla Wilczuk. Okay. Lee Jones.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
I want to start out by saying I appreciate the opportunity to be here and represent myself and my loved ones. I'm a small business owner that has operated in this city for over 12 years now. I have many contractors and associates that work alongside me, and over the years have been able to make a good living for them and myself in the city of Edmonton. I'm here today to communicate the damages that I myself have incurred as an individual and as a business owner due to the current mask mandate. I'd like to start with the damages I've incurred as a business. Since the beginning of COVID, my business has suffered, as many have. The general economical climate has been one of fear and isolation. This additional mandate has caused unrest and division between my contractors and between my contractors and others on site. Sites are enforcing masks, even when social distancing is possible, and refusing access or removing workers for non-compliance. Verbal fights have broken out over this issue and forced me to remove contractors from site. This has resulted in a loss of work for them and for me. Though normal dust masks are made to be worn periodically during the workday and are at times necessary due to site conditions, forcing them to be worn all day is causing illness and unrest. Many contractors cannot keep them on all day, especially while performing strenuous activities, but no site allowances are being made for this. Many of the contractors repeatedly reuse the same mask, even though the site conditions have soiled it to the point where they are dangerous for their health. All of this is being done in the name of this mandate, and as such, those who enforce it should be held accountable. The use of masks to protect us from this virus is debatable and is no way confirmed. The damage to the mandate has caused to my business and its contractors is observable and real. I do not believe, nor do I want to have the right to enforce people that work for me to wear a mask as a measure against COVID-19. My company operated through the early months and summer without masks, and I observed no need for them. None of my people became sick, and that was during the worst of this pandemic. Masks do not offer any actual protection. They breed dissent and division, which is causing more damage than good. Personally, I've been refused service at several businesses and have been told that even with an exemption without a mask, I am not welcome. This is discrimination by definition and is unacceptable in a free society. My wife and sons have been refused access to the library's public services and been ostracized by the library employees. Again, I say this is discrimination and should be punishable under the law. I, my family, and loved ones refrain from going out as much as possible. We do not feel welcomed by stores or in public spaces. We do not frequent stores or markets, as do a great many others that I know who find the current narrative uncomfortable and oppressive. I've watched businesses close again and again because they depend on people coming into their stores and supporting them, all the while being forced to choke the very people who support them. All this is happening under the name of the mask mandate. The numbers, and I say that with a grain of salt, have done nothing but go up since the mask mandate, showing me that the mask have made no difference in stopping the transmission of it, in spite of over 9% of the population complying to it. I say that again, if masks made a difference, you should have seen a decrease in numbers, not the opposite. We need to wake up and realize that the measures have not had the effect that they should have by now. I heard a great quote said, the governments were not made to maintain our health. They were made to maintain our freedom. Our health is our job. Let us be responsible for it. If not, where does that end? Who decides what's healthy and what's not? Who decides what we should do to be healthy and what we shouldn't? And if it's not me, then am I not free? Where is the line if you take that idea to its end? I've also been told that that my actions speak louder than my words, and in this scenario, so do yours. We, the people, are being treated like adolescents that can't make choices for ourselves. We are children who need to be chastised or disciplined. We are intelligent, functioning adults capable of making decisions for ourselves. Why does there need to be damage before we see that something is harmful to us? Going forward, learning to live with COVID cannot be continuing to live in fear. You have the power to prevent that from happening. Surveys and meetings like this will not show you the true feelings of those who are being oppressed. If you truly want to see how people feel about the masks, allow them the choice and watch them take it off. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we are just at the verge of our recess for 15 minutes from 3:30 to 3:45. We did have a couple more names come on that would like to speak at some point if we can make it to them. And that would be Karen Dixon and Nicole Baudouin. And,
I'll move that we add those speakers to the existing panel.
Thank you very much. Now, for those who are curious, we are now, when we get back from the break, we'll start out with speaker number 49. And I should also mention once more, please refrain from using the chat function. This is a very strenuous request. And for those who are wondering, this is a committee meeting where members of council are appointed to the committee. And so that would be myself, Councillor Knack, Councillor Nickel, and Councillor Zadek. And the mayor is on city business right now, and he is a member of this committee as well, but is not required to attend these meetings. This item, for those who are curious, will not be decided by this committee. This committee is here to debate the issue, to hear from speakers, and it will be moved up to council for final debate and decision. So just so everyone knows how that works. All right, and with that, we will be going on our break, and we will see you again in 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair, before you go, we just didn't get a vote or unanimous consent on adding the speakers. If you could confirm that, please.
I think that you've and we could see, but we had no controls. So just to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, could you repeat your name?
Carla Wilczuk.
Carla Wilczuk. Okay, thank you, Carla. I'm not sure if the clerks are available, but if you get in touch with them, they can work that out with you.
Okay, yeah, I had called probably about 3 or 4 times, and it was one of the other participants, the other speakers, that helped me get the proper link and.
Okay, well,
Yeah, exactly.
I think it looks like we'll probably be beginning with you anyway. So I will just now do roll call and call us back to order here. Okay, so is Councillor Zadek still with us?
Yeah, actually, I'll be here for the rest of the meeting for sure.
Well, okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Knack.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm still here.
Okay, and Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I also heard that Councillor Nickel had a councillor inquiry, but he wasn't able to get on the volume when I called for it. So if he joins us a little later, then we will deal with that. But in the meantime, let's get back into the thick of things, and we will begin with Carla Wilczuk. You have 5 minutes if you need it. If you don't need the full 5, that would be probably appreciated by people waiting to speak. So go ahead.
Hi. Am I on?
You are. This is your time.
Okay. All right. I'm hearing all kinds of other voices speaking over me.
Could press mute, please, so that Carla can have the courtesy of hearing her own thoughts. Okay, go ahead. We're not hearing any other voices here, Carla. Would you like us to swing back to you?
There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I've got this. So, okay, I just wanted to commend the other speakers. I felt like a lot has been covered. That makes it simpler for me. And that they were well spoken, they were well prepared, obviously have had a lot of experiences, and there's a lot of different backgrounds coming together here. So I hope that this is not only helpful for council, but also that they really take heed. Personally, I have a 30-year background in science and physiology, and that the mask is this. It's quite ridiculous, as you've heard from the other speakers. So I want to preface the video that I have and will be played, I was told, for me. There's a couple of segments within the video. I encourage you to seek out and find the entire video. But that without heeding what you've heard today, you are definitely subjecting people to the use of and the monopolization of the media. I think that's been a huge problem, creating all kinds of chaos and fear in people's lives and paralysis of businesses and people's autonomy. So it makes people very suspicious that there's some greater plan here, and I hope that that's not true, but that there is some other malicious agenda. When the first speaker came on and said that there was a 97% compliance, perhaps that is what masks are really about, and that we really have to be careful here. That what is it that you're monitoring compliance for? What is your next step? You know, what does that mean? What is your end game? These are the kinds of thoughts that come into rational people's minds with these mandates. So with that, I'd ask whoever's going to play the video to play it from the beginning to 1 minute, and then again from 11 minutes, 35 seconds to 15 minutes and 15 seconds. And that'll conclude my time. Are they able to play that video?
We are
Sharing
not
it now.
seeing a video. Clerks, do we have some media spooled up?
Just bear with us, it's coming.
That slogan is meant to be funny
Here we
because
go.
these are the least scientific people I have ever encountered in my life. They live in a hermetically sealed bubble, impervious to facts. Massachusetts, my home state, recently, I don't live there anymore for obvious reasons, recently saw a rise in so-called cases. And so I saw somebody on Twitter lamenting that he and his fellow Massachusetts residents had dropped the ball. All right, first of all, let's talk about cases versus deaths for a minute. A case means you had a positive test. Most people won't even notice they have this thing, okay? Those are cases. The line is cases. The little blue bars are deaths. Now, you may say, oh, Woods, that's not fair, because you know deaths lag by 2 weeks. You got to wait 2 weeks. Okay, that's why we shifted the deaths back 2 weeks, so that it would line up. So we already factored that into the graph. So when your smart aleck friend says, well, wait 2 weeks, we did. We factored that into this graph. And as you can see, there's no connection whatsoever. So do not panic about so-called cases. I don't know how it's possible after month after month after month of this that people still don't know that. But secondly, notice that this person on Twitter cannot admit that the voodoo doesn't work. It's always that the peasants didn't comply enough. If you stupid people would just obey us already, this thing would go away. Now, I understand why progressives go for that kind of thinking, because they have a superstitious belief in the powers of the state. So if the state
If you would move
says
it to the next segment, which is at 11 minutes, 35 seconds.
Secondly, it involves so-called experts dictating to the stupid rubes, and that's their preferred model of governance. Thirdly, it allows Now, the other preferred form of voodoo, other than the lockdowns, is masks. We've been told that if only Americans had worn masks for 6 weeks, this whole thing would have been over quickly. The problem is the charts don't bear this out. I mean, believe me, I wish masks could solve the problem. I wish just 6 weeks of that, and then that'd be great. But it turns out not so. All right, here's the UK. Now, the UK introduced a mask mandate. Let's try and guess where on that chart the mask mandate went into effect. Was it maybe up at the top? They put it in and said, okay, now we really need the mask mandate? It was there. Would you have guessed there? Could I have held a competition? See who could predict where the mask mandate was introduced? Spain. Okay. Well, I bet when they got all the way up there, they said, we sure need a mask mandate. Where'd the mask mandate come in here?
Okay, that's time.
Right there. So the whole thing's over, and then they said, let's put masks on.
Clerks.
Okay, let's go on. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly. I'm glad we were able to get you. Now let's move on to Meg Berkowitz. Meg Berkowitz? Meg Berkowitz.
Meg Berkowitz.
Going once, going twice. Okay, and if everyone could turn on their mute, that would be great. Okay, so let us now go on to the next page. Cheryl Snell. Cheryl Snell. Okay. Maria Wajda. Or Wajda. Maria Wajda or Wajda. Okay. Patrick Mombriquet. Patrick Mombriquet. Last call for Patrick Mombriquet.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay,
All right.
sorry.
Go ahead. Time's
Yeah,
yours.
much of what I had to say has already been covered, so I'll try and keep this nice and short. First,
Appreciate
I
it.
wanted to say that I'm a little shocked that this committee didn't invite any experts to come share their opinion, or you couldn't even get an AHS doctor to come answer questions. So that's a little concerning that this shows that it's more a political decision than it is a health-based decision. I wanted to, where is it here? I don't think I can share my screen on this computer, sorry. The Alberta Health Services Scientific Advisory Committee has already gone over this whole mask thing a couple times. And I'll quote from this report just quickly. There was an agreement that there's insufficient information to make a firm recommendation for the use of homemade, non-medical masks in the community. In the face of difficulties in quantifying the risk of asymptomatic transmission and potential benefits outweighing the harms of the wider use of homemade masks in the community. So this is a committee made up of experts through different fields, medical fields, and other related fields, and they are not recommending mask use or community mask use. And I would also like to just, so this is an email that my son's hockey league sent out to probably 1,000, 2,000 parents when it comes to mask use. And they said, if you have a beverage, make sure you wear your mask at all times. Only when taking it off, when you take a drink, and then put your mask back on. If we do not make, sorry, I have to skip ahead just so I don't read this whole thing, but they go on to say, if we don't follow these mask rules, our kids will lose ice time. So the other question I wanted to raise here is the city threatening hockey leagues at losing ice times for not following this bylaw? Because now we have hockey leagues policing themselves and creating a whole lot of tension within minor hockey. This is kids hockey, by the way. Anyways, most of everything else I had to say, along with the lack of science, has already been covered. So I want to save time because I see Chris Schaefer is on this list, which I believe is an industry expert. So I'd like for him to have time to speak today. So thank you for hearing what I had to say.
Well, thank you. That is incredibly thoughtful. Thank you very much. Let's move now to Jean Cartwright. Jean Cartwright. Going once, going twice. Jean Cartwright. Okay, Lexi Hanna. Lexi Hanna. Last call for Lexi Hanna. John Anderson. John Anderson.
Mr. Chair, I
John
believe
Anderson.
that Lexi is on the line
Last
and was
call.
perhaps muted.
Okay, Erin Vandenbrink.
Sorry, Lexi Hanna is on. Does she want to speak?
Sure, that would be great if she's here. Lexi? Perhaps your mute button is on? There's a row of icons at the bottom of your display that has a phone receiver, a camera icon, and a microphone icon. The microphone icon may be red. If you click it, you should be able to be heard. You know what? We'll see if the clerks can work on that with you, and we'll circle back. Just put a mark beside your name to remind myself, and we'll keep going. Erin Vandenbrink. Erin Vandenbrink. Okay. Aurea Love. That's a nice name. Aurea Love. They're all nice names. Aurea Love, last call. Jade Gravel. Jade Gravel or Gravel? No. Jade Gravel or Gravel? Okay. Paulo Estevez.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I want Chris, the expert here, to talk.
I'll keep it to a paragraph and I'll be done with me within a minute, hopefully. So good afternoon, committee members and city councilors of the city of Edmonton. Today's vote to extend the temporary face mask bylaw mandate is huge. I hold Mayor Don Iveson and the city councilors who are elected by the voters of Edmonton responsible for their decisions today. This is the moment in time and your opportunity to stand with the reality of these mask mandates and vote it down. The mandatory wearing of face masks is both ineffective and poses a serious health risk and is in violation of Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the liberty and security of the person, and violating the physical and psychological integrity by seriously restricting a person's primary right to breathe, as well as restricting the very right of liberty to choose how to breathe, as well as pose a physical and medical danger. The measures of mandatory masking of the city of Edmonton are not scientifically nor medically based, nor are they proven to be effective whatsoever, pose physical and psychological harm, and are extreme, unwanted, and unjustified. And my closing statement to all, Mayor and councillors of Edmonton, do what is right and don't bend to political pressure without the facts to back up your actions. I ask you to vote down the mask mandate and let Edmonton continue with their lives without dangerous bylaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Estevez. Just to let people know, decisions aren't going to be made today. The decision will be made at council. Today is to hear your point of view and to debate the issue. Okay, so before we move on, Councillor Nicol has been trying to get an inquiry in, so if it's all the same to the rest of the committee, can we just deal with that matter? Okay, great. Go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I apologize for my technical problem. Quick inquiry that the administration provided a report summarizing the known best practices and standards for shelters serving vulnerable populations, the amount of funding provided by the city and other orders of government to shelters within the city, and describing current operational models for shelters operating within the city, including restrictions and services offered.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. It's a good inquiry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to the committee for their patience.
All the time. Every time. Okay, so let us move on to Judy Morrison. Judy Morrison. No? Okay. Maggie Harris. Maggie Harris. Maggie Harris. No? Okay. Corey Longo.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Hi. Thanks so much. So I'm Corey Longo. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family, as well as my neighbors and the many residents that I've talked to here in Ward Métis, where I live. And I want to stand in strong favor and support of the extension of this bylaw. I want to speak out on behalf of my family, those that are vulnerable members of my family. So my toddler is 2.5, and he routinely has to wear a mask, as is the law, and he has no problem with wearing that mask. He enjoys it. We have this cute little monster mask, and he's completely fine with wearing it. But he is 2, and so sometimes he's got this small little face, sometimes the mask doesn't fit right, or he touches his hands. And specifically when we're out and about in the community, when other people aren't wearing masks, I'm concerned for his safety. So he also wears that mask to protect his grandma. He loves to see his grandma. We want to see her as much as possible, but she is a senior and is vulnerable as well. So that's another reason why we support wearing masks and want to see this bylaw extended. And I'll just share too, here, the other person I'm speaking for is my 5-month-old baby right here. And Of course, she's too small to wear a mask for safety reasons, but we do go out when we need to. We limit our interactions out in the public because she can't wear a mask. But just last week, we had to get our phone fixed, went to the Apple store, and I was really surprised about a number of people who weren't wearing masks and who weren't wearing masks effectively. So they were wearing them below their chin, below their nose, which doesn't protect us from this highly transmissible airborne virus. And so I was feeling very unsafe and uncomfortable. So we had to get out of there. We chose to get out of there as soon as possible. So I've heard people say that that it limits their freedoms, and I actually feel the exact opposite. I feel that it's limiting my freedom when people don't wear masks, because I don't feel safe, because I'm not going to communities, I'm not going to stores, I'm not supporting local businesses when people aren't wearing masks and when there's people vulnerable in my family. The other thing I just wanted to say is that the City of Edmonton taking this stance is commendable, and I know several months ago they came out with this bylaw, and it's very important not just for the City of Edmonton, but for surrounding communities and surrounding municipalities. So, for example, my partner works outside of Edmonton. He works in like Lamont and Bruderheim and Fort Saskatchewan. And for quite a while, for many months, Fort Saskatchewan didn't have a bylaw in place. So that was limiting his ability to support local businesses, to go get coffee during his day at work, grab lunch from the local restaurant and gas up and all those kinds of things. He was purposely going to other places where there were mask bylaws. So I just wanted to say that masks actually are stimulating the economy and helping people move within the economy and circulate that money. Also, with my job, my profession, I speak to frontline workers on a regular basis. Every single day, I speak to multiple different types of workers. You name it, I speak to them. And they are thankful for the mask regulation, the mask bylaw. It allows them to work. It allows them to go to work. Because of the interactions, there's so many interactions that they have with the public. This is one step in preventing the transmission of this virus. So it allows our workers to go to work and protects their livelihood. So I just wanted to say that, yeah, I stand in strong support, and I'd really urge the committee to consider my viewpoints from myself and my family and my neighbors. So thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have to say, seeing that baby is the highlight of my day. That's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, let us move now to Edgar Nurnberg. Edgar Nurnberg? Edgar Nurnberg. Okay, Pamela Strankman. Pamela Strankman. Last call for Pamela Strankman.
I can't
Morgan
see that
Banman.
Pamela is on the meet.
Oh, Pamela is on the meet. Okay, Pamela, are you there? Can you hear us?
I had to get myself off a mute.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So thank you to the committee for taking the time to listen and consider the information presented today. Many speakers before me have talked about the ineffectiveness of masks and have also made reference to the Great Barrington Declaration. I urge the committee to review this declaration and consider the focused protection approach going forward. The declaration states that the most compassionate approach that balances the risks and benefits of reaching herd immunity is to allow those who are at minimal risk of death to live their lives normally, to build up immunity to the virus through natural infection, while better protecting those who are at the highest risk. Adopting measures to protect the vulnerable should be the central aim of public health responses to COVID-19. Those who are not vulnerable should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. With that being said, I believe we should be following the models of countries such as Sweden, Denmark, and the state of South Dakota. Most importantly, I would like to focus on our fundamental freedoms. As part of these freedoms, we have the right to freedom of expression. Additionally, we have the right to be free from discrimination. I believe that part of our expression is what we choose to wear, including what we put on our face. Those who do not wear a mask are discriminated against by business owners, fellow citizens, and ultimately by the city through enforcement of this bylaw. Section 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms states that these rights can be limited by law so long as those limits can be shown to be reasonable in a free and democratic society. I must ask the Council, is it reasonable to dictate that we wear something that has been widely proven to increase our risk to bacterial pneumonia and infections? Is it reasonable to ask that we wear something that affects our mental health? Is it reasonable to affect our children's mental and physical well-being? Smoking causes the deaths of an estimated 45,000 Canadians per year, and yet we have still not banned cigarettes in an effort to protect people's health. Why? Because it's their freedom of choice. I believe that the Council's primary focus should be to defend and protect our fundamental rights and to not relinquish the decision-making around those rights to health officials. Now more than ever, we need to see a friendly face, and our children should no longer have to live in fear. Given the information presented here today, please respect our rights. Please don't ask us to wear a mask that does more harm than good. Give healthy people back their freedom of choice to wear a mask if they so choose. Please do not continue with this unnecessary bylaw. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration today.
Okay, thank you very much. We should actually circle back to see if Lexi Hanna is able to unmute. Did we get any success there? Lexi Hanna? No. Okay. Well, I will say that is probably let's just move on. Morgan Banman. Morgan Banman? No. Okay. Jesse Tyler. Jesse Tyler. Last call, Jesse Tyler. Eugenia Lefort. Eugenia Lefort. Okay, W. Banas. W. Banas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Wanda. Please.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Eugenia's here. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to what I have to say. And I did submit this presentation with documentation to City Council, and I heard it was distributed. So I'm just going to go through some things that everything was covered, but I just wanted to say a few things. Like, people in the general public, in restaurants, theaters, churches, small businesses, politicians, children are not dying. Why lock down places or put any restrictions on the general public who are at greater risk of being in a car accident, especially if the other party was wearing a mask and became lightheaded, than dying from contracting this flu? There is plenty of evidence against masking and plenty of evidence that it and lockdowns can do more harm than good. And in Edmonton, people wear masks outside. It's not even in the bylaw. And it's a sad commentary on our education system and maybe the education of people in government or in the media. A virus is airborne, which means it's carried in the air, as in a sneeze or cough. It's not floating everywhere. Otherwise, what is safe distancing about? People have masks, visors, or behind plexiglass all at the same time, which is not understandable when it comes to a virus, and tragic when you're seeing such fear. A mask can't stop asbestos particles, and a virus is thousands of times smaller. Now it is runny nose season, and nobody with a mask will take it off to wipe their nose. My fear is bacteria from people constantly touching their masks, wearing masks incorrectly in order to breathe, reusing them, having wet from their nose in them, and then using those hands to touch everything, as bacteria is more harmful than a virus. You know, so please, Council, look, if people want to wear a mask because it gives them some false sense of security or just to fit in and wear an unhealthy fashion statement, that is freedom of choice. Tam earlier said, no to masks. And think about it, the mask bylaw in Edmonton since inception has changed nothing regarding infections and is unrelated to long-term care and deaths. And possibly wearing masks have made things worse. And this is supported by studies about the performance evaluation of masks that found little or no evidence in the effectiveness of cloth masks in a general population, nor as a source of control. Who has said that? World Health has said masks should only be worn by healthy people taking care of people suffering from COVID symptoms, which are similar to other diseases, but not out in public. And the mantra is, I'm wearing it to protect you, doesn't make sense, because in the medical community, they don't put the mask on the infected person to protect them. I'm not going to go into that. There are a lot of potential side effects, shortness of breath, dermatitis, chronic respiratory conditions. And regardless of whether or not you think masks are necessary, everyone deserves to know the risks now rather than 5, 10, or 15 years later, as is usually the case. World Health is against lockdowns and admitted its June 2020 mask policy update was due to not new evidence, but political lobbying. Remembrance Day is honoring the people who died fighting for our freedom, and it is so hypocritical of governments on all levels, honoring these people on one hand and taking away freedom on the other. For our good, of course, is always the alibi of tyranny, and somebody should go to Walmart and tell them to follow the bylaw, because even with an exemption, they will not let people in. And I guess that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I will remind folks that our veterans who fought in World War II are seniors who, in many cases, are above the age of 82. Okay, so let's go on to Donna Yateman.
I'm here. I'm Eugenia.
Oh, Eugenia, you're here. Oh, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, Eugenia.
And then we'll get to Donna. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, well, you missed me. Okay, well, first, thank you for this time to be able to talk with this panel. And, my concern is we are going to spend this mandatory mask in Edmonton until May 31st, 2021. That's very concerning because wearing mask scientifically is not proof. In fact, there is extensive research demonstrating that the masks are not effective in preventing transmission and that mask wearing can negatively impact health. Then mandatory masks in no reduced cases, we are seeing that the cases are going up and everybody's wearing masks. Then what does that mean? It means that the masks practically are not doing the job that is expected. There are some studies that, and I have seen it myself, I work in health facility, and all the boxes that we receive with masks say not for viruses, only for bacteria. Then why we're wearing a mask? We know that those masks don't work for viruses. Then I don't understand that point, that everybody has to wear a mask and knowing that the masks are only for bacteria, because viruses are very, very small and they go through the mask, and especially through the fabric, because everybody's wearing outside fabric mask, and the mask, they have big holes in the fabric. Then you are breathing, and you are breathing viruses if it's not the case. Then the masks don't really do anything to protect us. I sent some information, and there's a lot of background that everybody already talked about it, but I didn't want not to talk because I want to make sure that you hear me, and it's one more person that is not happy with this mandatory mask. then you say that, okay, don't talk if somebody's talking the same thing, but it's not the case. We are many, many people that we do not agree with this mandatory mask. And as citizens, we are supposed to be heard. There are many I have included, and I don't think you say that you want to review this later on, then you have some evidence here that there are some evidence that the masks don't work. And I also include the Great Barrington Declaration that somebody already talked about it. It says that there are many doctors, 11,775 medicals and public health scientists. They say that we shouldn't be doing what we are doing. They need to focus this pandemic in another way. And the recuperation is 99.7% or something very close. We know that what we are doing, and I don't understand why we continue doing what we are doing. I'm looking forward that somebody can hear us and can understand that the way that this situation is being approached is not the right approach. And many people are telling you that. We are citizens and we need to be heard. Then thank you very much for having this opportunity to be heard. And please read my material because it's explained very well about many papers that demonstrate the masks are not only useless, they do not prevent the transmission of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. Okay. And before we hop to Donna, just out of courtesy, let me check one more time about Lexi Hannah. Were we able to fix that audio issue? No? Okay. Go ahead, Donna. Donna,
hello?
Donna Yateman?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, yeah. Hello. Who's this?
Oh, this is Morgan Benman. I was not able to be heard earlier, unfortunately, due to a microphone error.
Okay. Well, is Donna Yateman ready to go? Or I didn't even hear if she was here or not. If not, yep, go ahead then, Morgan. The time is yours.
Thank you. There is a preponderance of extremely solid argumentation against a continuation of the mandatory mask bylaw, objectively and in a purely Canadian constitutional context. They mainly fall into three categories: arguments regarding the efficacy of the policy with reference to its stated task, arguments regarding the ways in which the municipal, provincial, as well as federal pandemic response, mask mandate included, infringes heavily on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and finally, arguments regarding the maintenance of a legitimate democracy with a responsible government. And to clarify what I mean by responsible government, I refer herein to a government which is beholden to its constituents. To summarize the query regarding efficacy, if the masks work, seeing as it is objectively observable to any active Canadian that people have been wearing them, as well as adhering to social distancing, why are we seeing sudden spikes of COVID-19 cases in excess of what was recorded last year? Why are politicians frequently seen violating the mandate? The contradictions and hypocrisies showcased here should be obvious. If the virus is stopped by the masks, wouldn't littered masks be considered a major biohazard collection point and subject to a reaction proportionate to the response entire? There's a great deal of evidence, including numerous studies, CDC statements, and manufacturer statements which conflict with the political consensus on their efficacy, and which specifically warn that the masks do not prevent viral spread, contrary to this consensus. I stress political consensus because a scientific consensus on the subject certainly does not exist in the literature. In fact, the CDC recently linked the reported COVID outbreak in Maine to the wearing of these masks. There is an argument that the mask does not stop the virus's spread, but merely slightly reduces it through partial obstruction of the breathway. In this case, is the cost to the economy in the form of lost or reduced consumption of goods, significant changes in Canadian shopping habits, interruption or impediment of supply chains, and additional expenditure of taxpayer dollars on superfluous medical PPE justifiable as a weak precaution against a virus that is statistically less fatal than a vegan diet? A cure that is worse than the disease is worthless. However, a cure which creates new diseases is a vector. Wearing of these masks leads to a buildup of common bacteria which are present on the skin, such as Staphylococcus aureus, on the mask itself, and on the wearer's epidermis through the contained circulation of his or her shed skin flakes vis-a-vis their own breath stream. A staphylococcus infection in, say, the nasal cavity can lead to an infection with an inverted survival rate when compared to COVID-19. This condition, known as cavernous sinus thrombosis, has a mortality rate of 97% unless treated. With hospitals locked down the way they are, it is hard to imagine anyone receiving adequate treatment or diagnosis, especially if the illness goes unrecognized by the individual, which leads almost invariably to agonizing death. Is an increase in bacterial and fungal skin infections, as well as their potentially lethal consequential infections, an acceptable risk with the documented rise of antibiotic-resistant staphylococcus to consider as a factor? If so, why isn't COVID-19 also an acceptable risk people should have the right to take in order to return to the way of life economically, politically, religiously, and democratically speaking that we were familiar with before these measures went into effect? Excuse me. These masks have had a chilling effect on worker morale and general employment engagement. Having to bully and dehumanize your fellow Edmontonian in order to do your job, if you have any conscience whatsoever, will make you less willing to do that job. Can this city, or this province for that matter, afford to make work this unattractive going forward? As for the query regarding infringements upon the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the mask mandate and lockdown policy, in addition to it, violates several sections of the Canadian Charter, full stop. The lockdowns and gathering limitations violate Section 2 regarding freedom of assembly, as well as freedom of association, Section 6 regarding freedom of mobility, and Section 9 through the imposed self-isolation measures. The mask mandate itself violates Section 7 in various ways, including the right to bodily control, right to liberty, and right to, quote, security of the person, end quote, which includes privacy of the body and its health, meaning autonomy over such. This precise section was used by the federal government to justify their controversial decisions regarding assisted suicide. If it can be evoked to end a life willingly, surely it can be evoked to protect one's bodily autonomy from infringement in the wake of a phenomenon outside of individual control, which might threaten that life as well, such as a virus, which spreads despite the radical restriction of Canadian daily life. Finally, the query regarding the maintenance of democracy. In light of these overreaching restrictions, massive government spending on all levels, extension of emergency powers well beyond their deadlines, and multiple violations of Canadians' guaranteed rights, far beyond what could be, quote, demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society, end quote, what trust can be placed, or dare I say, what legitimacy can be given to a government as a democracy at this point? Emergency powers have been employed to such an extent that they have become their own emergency. Our Chief Medical Officer of Health, an unelected official, makes policies and recommendations which Albertans are made to follow. Small businesses have been destroyed through the direct effects of these emergency powers, consolidating wealth primarily among the large corporations which could afford to operate in spite of COVID-19 restrictions, and exacerbating the formation of economically dangerous monopolies, unable to assemble, unable to freely associate, and unable to participate in society unless willing to don ineffective medical PPE. Individual Canadians are spiraling into depression as well as committing suicide at unprecedented rate, all while being given the dubious justification that circumstances have led to this.
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry, your 5 minutes are up. Just to bring everyone up to date, we've got 29 more speakers, which would equal 2 hours and 15 minutes. We have 1 hour left in this meeting. You have a right to 5 minutes, and you can absolutely fill that 5 minutes if you like. But I would ask that you take some personal responsibility for the sake of the other people who would like to speak. And what I mean by that is, if you find that your presentation will be repeating information that we may have heard dozens of times so far, maybe that point has been made. If you'd like to make it again, you are 100% free to. But in the interest of respecting the time of others, you might consider getting to the thrust of what you would like to say. But if you do require the 5 minutes, by all means. Okay, thank you. And Nancy Zanari, are you here? Nancy Zanari. Oh, okay, Scott Kenworthy. Scott Kenworthy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Scott. Time is yours.
Yeah, so thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak. I'm a concerned citizen, and I want to just clarify that I'm 100% against this mask bylaw. I'm not against someone wearing a mask as a precautionary measure, as long as it is voluntary. People are free to do what they want, but I'm against the government mandating people to put something over their face that may even be harmful without giving any scientific reasoning behind it. Government officials and leaders should actually lead, not go along with the fear-based narrative that so many people are buying into right now. Why has Edmonton gone ahead with this mask mandate? I think it was to be safe at first. I think a lot of people went along with it. As time goes by, the data shows that the virus is not as deadly as we originally thought. And there are many people in the community that do not want a mandatory masking of Edmontonians. I would classify them as the silent majority. Why are they silent? Maybe it's because we are growing in a society that vilifies anyone for questioning the measures of our leaders and putting us through and getting attacked for speaking up in defense of our rights and freedoms. So, should we end or extend this bylaw? I would say we need to end it. Here are some reasons that I put together for your consideration to end the mandatory bylaw. If there's a motion to continue the bylaw, I hope you can follow the example of Vancouver and other municipalities by changing the word from mandatory to strongly encouraged or even voluntary. By doing this, you would reduce the amount of stigma that people receive directly or indirectly who are exempt. And that is my first point. There are a number of people who are exempt from this bylaw, but they're going through trials and difficulties as a direct result of how this mask bylaw has been written, implemented, and executed. These people may have trouble expressing their exemptions for a number of reasons, and they're only trying to participate at the minimum level in our society. I have written here some other points, but as you've stated, there's other people in the queue that would like to speak. I talked about science of masks. It's definitely not settled at this point. The economical impacts of masking. People will be less likely to engage in society. They'll stay home. Social impacts over time. More people will be less inclined to engage with each other with their faces covered up. At the time that we should be more connected, the masking of Edmontonians is causing a divide. I have had conflicts with close friends over this mask bylaw. I have been shamed and kicked out of businesses for not complying with the measures that go against my human rights. Mental health impacts. I really feel that this is a hard one to quantify, as we may not see these issues come to the surface right away. Right now, we are seeing an increased amount of anxiety, high suicide rates, and people living in fear and depression. This has affected me in my choice to go to church because I would have to wear a mask. I think of business owners who are now forced to enforce this bylaw, and they're not educated. I think of the negative effects on our children physically, emotionally, and mentally. What we've done to our children is inexcusable. My son is in grade 5. He came to me and he said he was having headaches at school, trouble concentrating. I brought this up with his principal, and she told me that it's been very frustrating to deal with the city about this bylaw. I have 3 kids in the Edmonton public school system. My children are all now exempt for wearing a mask, but they're bullied and shamed because of it. I think of the other kids who can't say no to wearing a mask.
Scott, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is time. But thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Okay, let us move on now to Lois Miller. Lois Miller.
Hello, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. The time is yours.
Okay, I have revised my presentation because I don't want to repeat what others have said.
That is extremely thoughtful. Go ahead.
Let's go here. So good day, councillors. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a concerned citizen born and raised in this great city of Edmonton. I'm here today because I believe that each one of you chose to run for office because you had some idea, belief, value, or contribution that would indeed contribute and enhance the greatness of the city of Edmonton and the welfare of its citizens. Today, I'm hoping that my presentation will resonate with some of you, and you will consider your promises to the community when you were campaigning for your votes. Okay, the need to repeat the science that proves masks are not beneficial to the wearers seems unnecessary at this time, as it's been addressed by other presenters today. But I will say what is reported in mainstream media seems one-sided and contributes to the fear that many citizens feel regarding the wearing of masks or not. The physical effects of masking are atrocious enough. It is the effects on mental health that I wish to address today. I am employed with addiction and mental health. The patients we serve are vulnerable and often don't have the ability to voice their concerns about masking and the exemptions that exist for them. If they do manage to express themselves, they are deemed unreasonable, demanding, or incoherent. The continuous masking mandate has had a negative impact on some of our patients by triggering increased anxiety, with the cascading response being increased symptoms of depression, isolation, and even relapse to substance use. Some are hearing impaired, and the inability to read lips and facial expressions contributes to anxiety levels, as their ability to communicate is limited. Some have also experienced aggressive responses and bullying while out in the community. I consider myself a reasonably stable person with no mental health diagnosis, but each day as I walk the downtown streets and witness the multiple masked, handmaid's tale-like faces outside in fresh air, my own level of anxiety increases. I find myself arriving to work each day feeling more and more disheartened and stressed. While out and about in the community, I often feel stressed as people look at my unmasked face with fear, disrespect, or contempt. I've also felt I sometimes wear a mask only to comply because I'm not a confrontational person. I am a lover of people. The mandatory mandate, in my opinion, has contributed to division between the citizens of Edmonton. I feel that there should be a choice whether or not to wear a mask based on science that explores both the risks and benefits. And if masks are effective, then why the increase in cases? I was planning to address the current PCR testing with resulting false negatives, but I will not repeat it here as it's already been discussed. On that note, I would ask that council members present today investigate the process that Provincial Labs is indeed using to determine whether the number of cases reported by AHS is indeed accurate or inflated due to this testing process. I believe that the relation between the testing and the reported number of cases is crucial to determine before a mandatory mask mandate can be extended. AHS and the Alberta government is now recommending citizens to shrink our bubbles, to limit social gatherings, stating that transmissions of the virus are a result of gathering. I argue against this statement using my workplace as an example. We are a team of over 50 people who are considered essential service and who have not missed a beat since March 2020. We have been working and socializing both indoors and out in the community as an outpatient service since the onset of this pandemic. There has not been one single case of COVID-19 amongst us. And please note that we work together without continual masking, except for when in direct patient care, for 5 months prior to the mandate implemented on August 1st. Another question to consider before implementing the mandatory masking extension is what social and other harms are being experienced by the citizens of Edmonton? Has this been explored by this committee? The citizens of Edmonton are being asked to continually mask and shrink our bubbles to what end? Death by depression, isolation, substance use, domestic violence, and suicide? This is where I ask each of you elected council members, what do you stand for? Why are you here? And who do you represent? People, fellow citizens with beating hearts and a need for truth, liberty, and wellness are looking to you and expecting for you to make a decision that truly reflects the best health care outcomes for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions we ask ourselves very seriously every day. Thank you, Lois. Okay, Denise Nadeau. Denise Nadeau. Denise Nadeau. Lois Lesage.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. This is Denise.
Yes, it is.
Okay, the time is yours.
Good day. First, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I'm not sure when the government decided it was their role to protect my health, but I'm here to tell you that it is not. My health is my concern. Your job is to protect my God-given rights, and presently they're being trampled on. The City Council is making decisions that impact the population greatly, clear without looking at all the data. The mask mandate discussed here today has caused more harm than I can cite in 5 minutes. It has caused a divisiveness in people that I've never seen before, and I'm from Calgary. When I look around, my heart breaks to witness mankind doing real damage to themselves in believing a mask will somehow prevent them from a supposed virus with a 99.997 survival rate. Recently, my deaf daughter was physically accosted in a store because someone thought she was ignoring them, when in actuality, she did not realize they were talking to her. Did anyone stop to realize how this mask mandate would and is impacting the deaf community? And furthermore, causing additional degradation in their ability to communicate. As well, like many others, I'm sure, my husband goes to work daily in the fear it may be his last because he cannot wear a mask and feels the intense pressure and judgment daily. If this is such a worrisome virus and the city is so concerned with the safety of the population, why are there not biohazard bins everywhere? Instead, we are contaminated. We see contaminated masks littered all over the streets. And if this virus is so virulent, why is it that people with no symptoms are being encouraged to get treated to determine if they even have it? Not to mention the medical professionals are testing for COVID using the PCR test, which the inventor clearly said was not designed to be used as a diagnostic tool. There is an incredible high rate of false positives, anywhere from 50 to 94%, that should cause you to pause. Multiple studies have shown masks actually cause higher rates of infections and disease, yet unfortunately these studies don't seem to make the evening news, so people are not being informed. Like the fact that N95 masks reduce oxygen up to 20%, which can result in a loss of consciousness. Is that what happened to the bus driver that went off the road in Jasper? The public never seemed to hear the result of that inquiry. Other data that is clearly being suppressed or hidden is the CDC's COVID response team recently published in their weekly morbidity and mortality report, and I quote, "There is a 20 times greater chance of catching COVID-19 with prolonged wearing of a face mask when compared to those who never wore a face mask." In addition, scientific data collected in randomized control trials over the past 60 years has shown consistently that the use of face masks to stop respiratory viruses is not only ineffective, but face masks may actually cause an increase in respiratory illness and COVID-19. Leading German virologist Professor Street has criticized the use of masks, which he says are wonderful breeding grounds for bacteria and fungi. I would like to address the policies being implemented, used to justify the masking of our sons and daughters. Dr. Margarita Briesen, a MD, PhD, a leading neurologist and neurophysiologist, extremely vocal, reporting the imminent dangers of children and teenagers wearing masks because they have extremely active and adaptive immune system. Their brains are especially active and vulnerable. The more active an organ is, the more oxygen it requires. And so the potential damage to children's brains is huge and irreversible. She is warning that dementia is going to increase in the next 10 years as a result, and that the younger generation will not be able to reach their full potential because of mask wearing. Oxygen deprivation adversely affects the hearts and lungs, but it also damages the brain, and the damage, as I said earlier, is permanent. She goes on to state, and I quote, that everyone is entitled to claim exemption for mask wearing because oxygen deprivation is so dangerous and masks don't work. That being said, my question is, why, knowing all of this information, would this council be entertaining further mask mandates? In conclusion, it is imperative that you understand City Council does not have the right to force anyone to deprive their bodies of oxygen. Of oxygen is a crime perpetrated by those demanding we wear masks and those that let it happen, and those that collaborate are guilty. Thank you for listening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Denise. Lois Lesage. Lois Lesage. Okay. Rona Socks.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. The time is yours.
Okay. I'll just start out by saying that I do not believe that the mandatory bylaws should be extended. I believe we should have freedom of choice. It should be voluntary if someone wants to wear a mask. Most of what I was going to talk about today has been mentioned, so I'll try and keep this really short. First of all, face masks have been proven to do harm but have not been proven to do good. Forcing citizens to wear them is a form of oppression. And wearing a mask for long periods of time can cause pulmonary fibrosis, loose fibers that are seen on all types of masks and may be inhaled, causing serious lung damage, as well as other issues. I believe someone mentioned about the bacterial pneumonia that is caused from wearing a mask for a prolonged time. And also, I have just really surprised seeing all the bus drivers, school bus drivers, city buses, wearing masks. A mask can reduce blood oxygenation by up to 20%, leading to a possible loss of consciousness. At least one road crash has been blamed on a driver wearing a mask. And I just want to say as well that there's a lot of shaming and ridiculing going on by people out there, whether online or in public. Going out to go grocery shopping has become rather an anxious time for myself, because I am medically exempt from wearing a mask. And often I have been denied service from businesses, even though the bylaw says they are not to deny service. And my son was forced to wear a mask at 2 different rock climbing businesses. And he even told them he was medically exempt, and they did not care, even though the bylaw says that a mask is not required to wear one while exercising. And that's it. I'm going to keep it short, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you very much, Rona, and really appreciate it. We can move on to Eva Tumpalski. Eva Tumpalski. There we go. Eva Tumpalski. Going once, going twice. All right, Stacy Smith. Stacy Smith. Last call for Stacy Smith. Okay, Bruce Tompkins.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, time is yours. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So first, I'd like to thank the committee and also the city councilors for offering this opportunity for us to state our feelings about the mask mandate. I'm just going to go through a few quick things and not do my whole spiel, of course, too. So I sent some information to the city clerk yesterday, and they included this, a lot of topics that have been talked about today. Many scientific studies of wearing face masks show they do not stop the transmission of any communicable diseases. This is actually clear science. It's not something that's debatable. From what I've seen, vast amount of studies, recent studies, and studies even 40 years ago that came to the same conclusion. The WHO stated that individuals who are infected but asymptomatic do not spread the COVID-19 disease. This was stated by the chief or the head scientific person, can't remember her name now, in June in a press conference. So it's been July, August, September, October, November, 5 months since this was stated, and yet face masks are still being promoted around the world, actually. The PCR test was mentioned previously, and it's not an accurate test for COVID-19 infections at all, and a lot of false positives. It'd also be positive for a flu virus, a cold virus, and other things as well. So it's actually not even a good test to use. Again, the health risk for wearing a face mask has been, discussed by a lot of people here. Having a bylaw to enforce the wearing of face mask contravenes a person's basic human rights as enshrined in the Canadian Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In particular, the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Also, the right not to be subjected to any cruel and unusual treatment or punishment. Now, what this means is it could be that citizens of the city of Edmonton may be able to sue the city council for enforcing a mask mandate that contravenes their personal rights and freedoms.
And that's one point I'd like the City Council to be well aware of, and they should seek legal counsel on this point. And also this next point is that passing and enforcing a bylaw that enforces the wearing of face masks that can pose health risks to individuals may also be in violation of the Canada Criminal Code, in particular Section 267, causing bodily harm, which may result in imprisonment up to 10 years if convicted. So this is another aspect that possibly city councillors may be putting themselves at risk of, is criminal charges, as well as I said previously, is lawsuits against the city, maybe the councillors themselves. One point was alluded to, I think, a couple of times. Many feel that the policy of enforcing the wearing of face masks across the world represents a policy of social conditioning and not protection of the public. So I'd like to just mention just a few quotes out of a document that I'd sent, as I mentioned yesterday, that I hope the committee has received and the City Council will review. I'm just going to do a few things here just to highlight some of these points. A recent report by Boris Borowy, Colleen Huber, and Maris Chrysler reported that masks have shown through overwhelming clinical evidence to have no effect against transmission of viral pathogens. Penetration of cloth masks by viral particles was almost 97%, and of surgical masks was 44%. After 150 minutes of use, more bacteria were emitted through the disposable mask than from the same subject unmasked. Microbial Challenges for Masks is available on the internet and contains a list of 62 scientific journal references showing that masks have no significant preventative impact against any known pathogenic microbes. Specifically regarding COVID-19, we have shown that mask use is not correlated with lower death rates nor with lower positive PCR tests. Masks have been demonstrated historically to contribute to increased infections within the respiratory tract. Again, some of these things were mentioned by other people, but it seems that the science is actually quite clear. In 2015, the British Medical Journal published a paper that stated a study that was extensive, concluded that the results caution against the use of cloth masks. This is an important finding to inform occupational health and safety, concluded the authors. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection. So there's quite a lot of things like this. There's world top epidemiologists that say masks don't work. The Dutch medical care minister Tamara van Ark said, from a medical point of view, there is no evidence of a medical effect of wearing face masks, so we decided not to impose a national obligation. So there's things like that from different countries. And let me just check two more, and I'll be done here.
Bruce, I'm sorry, your time is up. We will now have to move on to Chris Schaefer. Yeah, thank you very much. Chris Schaefer?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Oh,
sir.
excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, city councilors, for giving me the opportunity to talk this afternoon. And I also wanted to thank members of the public as well for their taking time out of their day, and for many of you public members being first-time speakers, and some of you a little more nervous than others, but everybody showing exactly how passionate they are about this issue. And if we look at the total number for speakers, for people that were yay or nay, if there's any kind of democratic process left at all, then the decision is obviously to cancel the bylaw. But I just wanted to give a little bit about my information. So my background is I am a respirator specialist and have been for more than 20 years. And the masking that's being recommended, they are not respirators. These masks are not respirators. They are actually instruments of disease and lack of oxygen. They don't have any benefit. They can't help with any viruses. They can't do anything except capture moisture, which breeds bacteria and fungus, and reduce oxygen by forcing people to re-inhale their exhaled breath and depleting oxygen as a result. There's absolutely no way you can do a fit test on them. The N95, which only medical professionals are using because they're in short supply, can only very loosely be considered a respirator if it's properly sized, properly fitted, if the person being tested has passed through all the testing to show that they don't have any pre-existing medical conditions, known or unknown. that would make it very hazardous for them to wear one of these masks. So that being the case, there is no justification whatsoever for any of these masks, and they have no health benefit whatsoever. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good.
Succinct. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Okay, so let us move on to Rochelle.
Hello.
Hello, Rochelle. The time is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna make this short and sweet. I just want to say what happened to me wearing a mask when it was mandatory.
Good speech.
Oh, somebody in the background. Okay. I had to take my daughter to the Stollery. I went actually from another hospital to the Stollery, and so it was between 1 p.m. on a Friday afternoon to 4 a.m. Saturday. I had to wear a mask. I am medically exempt. They would not allow my exemption. I stood there for about an hour before they would let us in, and it was just ridiculous. I ended up wearing it because my daughter needed help, and she broke her arm. That's something you look at. You go get that figured out. And I ended up with a staph infection on my face. I've now been through rounds and rounds of antibiotics. It's not going away. The only thing that's helped slightly is some natural cream that I've been trying for the last week. This has caused so much trouble in so many people's lives. I myself, I have anxiety, and wearing that mask, it drives my heart rate up. I almost feel like I cannot breathe. We all know that term. We've heard it a lot. I can't breathe. Well, guess what? That's what masks do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, one hopes we don't have 100 years of masks. I don't think we will.
Really.
Okay, so we will move on to Lottie Fraser.
Lottie
Fraser? Lottie Fraser. Nope. Okay. Devaney Conrad. Devaney Conrad. Devaney Conrad. Okay. Hemla Wilson. Hemla Wilson. Hemla Wilson. Okay. Bill Vollmer.
I am here.
Excellent. Okay. Time is yours, Bill.
Excellent. Good afternoon, councillors and fellow speakers. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Edmontonians are afraid, but not of COVID-19. Edmontonians are afraid of fear itself. In the attempt to create safety for our community, we have created a more deadly situation than the original virus created. I think Franklin Roosevelt said it best many years ago when he said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." Bylaw 19408 is contributing to virtualizing fear. Everywhere we go, we are being inundated with fear messaging. We are being told it is good to be afraid. It is safe to be afraid. Fear triggers the left brain thinking, and that is our fight or flight response. Our bodies cannot sustain prolonged exposure in this state. Fear is killing us. Fear lowers our immunity and leads to disease and to death. There is much conflicting information with respects to COVID-19 out there, even from the same source such as the CDC. Here's a quick example. CDC reported 161,000 deaths from COVID on August the 16th. On August the 22nd, they revised those numbers, sharing that 94% of those deaths had previous medical conditions contributing to the severity of the virus infection. CDC went further to state that of this 161,000 deaths, less than 7,000 were solely due to COVID-19. I think it is appropriate and helpful that additional information is being shared when it is identified. The challenge is decisions are being made from the overstated statistics and don't seem to be reevaluated on revised information. We are literally scaring Edmontonians to death for a virus that is less deadly than heart disease, cancer, even traveling in a car. When you are afraid, you are thinking with your left brain. Your left brain is your fight or flight survival mode. There is no creativity or learning occurring when you are in a fight or flight mode. We are crippling our children, our community, our city with the constant state of fear that we are being subjected to by bylaw 19408. In addition to the inflicted fear, we have three other challenges with bylaw 19408. Number one, it violates our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Two, it is an unlawful enactment of a public health order. Three, it is based upon fraudulent science. A lot of it has been revealed here. My ask of the council is to take steps to restore calmness, love, and hope in our great city by rescinding, not extending it. I would like us to rescind it immediately, bylaw 19408. Thank you.
And a lovely call.
Hi, Aaron. I am back.
Okay, and this would be?
Hemla.
Hemla Wilson. Okay. What number were you on speaker list? Do you know? Oh, there we go. 83. Go ahead, Hemla.
Okay. Good day. Regarding this agenda, I have a few concerns. I feel like I'm unable to see my doctors unless I wear a mask. And it takes a lot out of me to go grocery shopping, which causes me a lot of anxiety and overwhelm prior to going and during. This form of suppression affects myself and my family, and I feel it to be most unwarranted. We are attacked verbally and mentally because we remain to be non-mask wearers due to this mandate you have put in place. If the government mandated people to wear dunce caps, would you wear one? This is how it feels to me, like I need to wear a dunce cap in order to be part of the sheep order. Have any of you taken the time to look at the littering of the city streets of masks due to this mandate? It is most disgusting and appalling. Your mask mandate is based on a survey with people who have been brainwashed by the news media. Do they allow jurors to watch programming on the issue they are in court for? By you mandating this, you are trespassing on the fellow man, violating laws based on consensus. Yet millions of people die of starvation every day. Shouldn't this be newsworthy versus this COVID? It appalls me to hear that you are making the public transit safe by masking the drivers. The N95 masks warn reduce oxygen up to 20%, which can result in a loss of consciousness. And you guys call this safe? I would be very afraid to take public transit. Dr. Vernon Coleman needs to be researched by you all. To top it off, masks on children. This is crazy. As far as I am concerned, this is a form of child abuse, depriving these innocent young souls of oxygen and brain damage. This is heartbreaking for everyone concerned, as I see employees of businesses whom I have spoken with that are mandated to wear masks in order to keep their jobs. Very, very sad indeed. As far as I'm concerned, we are going to die when we are supposed to die. I have seen many people that have survived car accidents and where they should have died and came out without a scratch. If this is the case, wouldn't you consider that there is a higher power about? My family and I have no fear of death. So what gives you people the higher authority for us to be under a mask mandate? Our higher authority is the law of the land, which is common law, which is the land that we live on. It is my understanding that I can hold any of you counselors liable for any harm against me. With this, there is no timeline on this, and you can still be held accountable even after you retire. I do believe this matter could be brought upon to Court of Queen's Bench if need be. Therefore, I would pray that you reconsider your choice and do some hardcore, unbiased research regarding this mask mandate. Lastly, I would like to say, with your earlier agenda regarding the wildlife, that a coyote killed my dog many years ago, and I never sought out revenge to the coyotes. Why? For this is the law of the land. This is the law which I follow, which is our God-given right. And may you remember this. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Okay, and Kelly, 85, Kelly. No last name, just Kelly.
Pardon?
Nope, okay. Jason Gordon. Jason Gordon. Tracy, I believe your mic is still on. But Jason, all right, go ahead. The time is yours.
Hi there. It's actually kind of interesting. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, as all the others have, for the opportunity to speak. It is greatly appreciated. And my intention actually was to show up and capture video for this event in person, but I was told just yesterday that this would all be done online. So I didn't really have anything prepared. I've been listening to everybody speak here, and I know that many have brought up various statistics and published scientific data, so I'm not going to be going into that. But I do want to talk about a lot of the observations that I've made ever since this whole thing has happened. And I am a native of Edmonton, born and raised here. So yeah, I think in a lot of ways we're kind of seeing a failed attempt at getting 100% of this urban population to follow mandates that are not really making sense to them. It also seems that the longer that this goes is the less trust that many are having in their government. Throughout these various months, there's been various communications created that seem to instill mass fear and almost an us versus them mob-like mentality, which is being seen in the actions of many people who are wearing these masks. Whether this was intentional or accidental, that's up for debate, but it's clear to see that this whole situation has sparked another form of division that the population has to deal with. The social landscape of Edmonton has been negatively impacted. There's just no other way to look at it. People simply do not look at each other in the same way that they used to. And I can say that once again, as somebody who's lived here my entire life. I happen to have captured quite a bit of independent journalism at a few peaceful rallies here in Edmonton that partly revolved around the subject of mask mandates. And I've got to say, I've witnessed things like rocks being thrown at crowds that included elderly women and children. I've witnessed a mask-wearing individual actually push a woman into oncoming traffic where she was almost hit by a bus. So in a lot of ways, it almost appears that face coverings are allowing people to hide while committing these acts towards non-mask wearing people. We all need to remember that facial expressions are a very important and powerful form of communication. And in fact, much of how we communicate is nonverbal. So, somebody isn't going to be able to tell whether somebody else is a threat. That's one way of looking at it as well. Combining this with the social distancing and other restrictions, I think almost seems to be geared against allowing, against people freely assembling to speak their mind. And one thing I'm wondering is, why is it that none of what we're hearing today, which, it's a clear majority of the people are against these mandates, why is it none of it that we're hearing today is being represented by mainstream news sources, except in a negative light? And why is it that the mainstream media is creating terminology such as things like cynical spreaders and even equating people that choose not to wear a mask as crazy or potential murderers of their fellow citizens? Many now believe that this is more about measuring compliance. I think that's what I've been gathering from a lot of people. It's about compliance rather than the promotion of good health. There's little to no talk about how to improve one's health through diet or social interaction, staying active. But there's a lot of talk about waiting for a rushed vaccine. As a lifelong athlete myself, I can say that many athletic activities have been restricted or eliminated. I could get into some personal things about myself. I was supposed to be competing at the World Masters in track and field this year. That was canceled. A whole bunch of other events were canceled. And I got to say, this year has been kind of blah because of that. Music venues, being a musician myself, those are, they're dying out. Spiritual practices that many have had for years have been altered, limiting their interaction at their places of worship, and in some ways switching their faith from that of a higher power to faith in what is the science of the day. It's clear to see that a whole new industry of fashionable face masks has popped up. And the longer this goes on, is the more that invested individuals will probably not want to lose that stream of income. The same thing goes for the makers of hand sanitizers and plexi shields and posters and directional labels. I see people driving, with fogged eyewear due to wearing masks, pulling them out of their back pocket and putting them on, constantly touching their mask and making adjustments, having their nose exposed the entire time they are wearing. Improper disposal of it is a clear thing that people have talked about. And the number of people that I see entering.
Hey, Jason, I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you, though, for all of that.
Okay.
I think I'm getting a signal from Councillor Knack.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the time and seeing that we've actually made pretty good progress. I'm wondering if I'm thinking of making a motion to extend orders for 1 hour extra, so to 6:30, to let us finish this. I think we're going to get through it all.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Let's run it past the rest of the committee.
No, I won't accept that. No, Councillor Paquette, there were people who were told of the long list, and I know of several that wanted to speak on this matter, but were led or came to believe they would have a second day of hearing. So I won't support extension.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can definitely find a way to schedule another day. At this point, though, Councillor Nicholas, seems like there might be a conflict with you to schedule for the 19th, because there is the Global Edmonton, I believe it is, meeting.
Well, I think this takes precedence over Global Edmonton, too, personally. So.
Okay, so you're okay with that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, as a suggestion, if there's a desire to hear from, we don't want to miss speakers that left the meeting, but perhaps we can hear from all those that are still present waiting today.
Well, that would mean extending orders and then also scheduling another meeting. We could do that, but if we are scheduling another meeting, it would mean that we wouldn't actually have to extend orders today. So, you know what? Let's just put it to a vote. Let's find out if we want to just finish everything up in this one meeting. Maybe we'll just do a straw poll instead of anything official. But let's just go with negatives. If you don't feel like we can finish everything up in this meeting alone, just say no.
Yeah, my vote is no, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, John? Or sorry, Councillor Zadek?
Sorry, yeah, I would, just like I said, I would extend a little bit. Extend just to hear from the current speakers and reschedule for the rest. I know it's Friday afternoon and the clerks have worked a long day, but that's what I would say. Or cap it at 6 p.m., something like that.
Okay. And Councillor Knack?
Yeah, that's part of why I said 6:30. I didn't necessarily say complete. If by chance there are still outstanding speakers, then we would probably have to schedule something. But just putting a time limit on to give, there are a lot of folks here who want to still speak and might not be able to come at a rescheduled time. So I thought it would be wise to give them the opportunity now. So that's why I put the motion forward for 6:30. Okay,
and now I'm wondering if we should keep the list as is. We've got, I think, one more name to add to it. In the order of time, even if we extend, there may be more names that come on. And I'm not sure if we'll be getting new information from more speakers. And I'm not sure if it's the best use of our time going into budget season as well. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are then, committee, about keeping the speakers list as is with one additional addition. Or if you want to extend to another day, did you want to keep that speakers list open because in your mind you think that we'll be hearing new and different information?
Councillor Paquette, with all due respect, you cannot reduce people's right to speak, whether it is new information or repetitive information. They have a right to come speak at committee.
100%. I'm asking about your feelings about your time management. I am absolutely open to any suggestion.
So I would suggest, if that was Councillor Knack's intention, I'd be happy to extend to 6 but there must be another day. There simply must be. There are people who've dropped off the list, believing that with 100 speakers on the matter, that they would get to speak on another day.
Well, I have kept my schedule open for those for potential other dates, so I am okay with that. I know that it will present some hardship for others, but I am open to that completely. Anyone else want to weigh in on that? So no need to offer me all due respect, Councillor Nicol, because I think we're on the same page.
I'll alter the motion to say extend to 6, and we can revisit to see where we're at that point.
Okay, yeah. All right, is everyone okay with that? We'll extend orders to 6. Any objections to that? Hearing none, and then at that point we can maybe the clerks wouldn't mind looking at schedules and seeing what we can do to schedule another day for this. Okay, so with that in mind, looks like there are no objections. We will extend orders and move on. Jessica Bussemakers. Jessica Bussemakers. Jessica Bussemakers. Okay. Jody Foster. Jody Foster. Jody Foster. Okay. Andy Wojcik. Andy Wojcik. Andy Wojcik. Okay, Cody Schurstam. Cody Schurstam. Cody Schurstam. Okay. Lynn Ludwig. Lynn Ludwig.
Mr. Chair, it appears that Jody Foster is on the meet and attempting to speak.
Okay, Jody Foster, cannot open your mic. I see you're saying that. Okay, so please work with the clerks, figure that out, and we'll just keep going, but I'm going to keep you in mind. Gino Rodriguez. Gino Rodriguez. Gino Rodriguez. Okay. Anthea.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. Well, I'll just have a couple sentences here, actually. I am wholeheartedly opposed to extending this mask bylaw because of the previous speakers have so eloquently, factually, and emotionally expressed my thoughts and opinions. I have chosen to abandon my original speech. I simply want to say that it is obvious by the number of people in this meeting that dispute this extension of the bylaw that you need to reconsider and oppose the bylaw extension. You have a moral obligation as our representatives to turn this around. Thank you very much.
It's direct and to the point. Thank you, Anthea. I really appreciate that. Sandra Wiertrzyk. Sandra Wiertrzyk. Sandra Wiertrzyk. Sandra Wiertrzyk. Okay, Roger Hodkinson. Roger Hodkinson. Roger Hodkinson. Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, who's this?
Yeah, Mr. Hodgkinson sent me a message today that he was going to testify on the second day, knowing believing that we would not get through today. So that's he's on the speakers list for the next round.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that information. GCAM. 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 Okay. Stephen Rohrig. Stephen Rohrig. Stephen Roehrig.
Good afternoon.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, councillors, and also to fellow speakers. I'm a native Edmontonian, lived here all my life, and I'm also very much in favor of rescinding the bylaw. I have great regard for all the points that were brought up today. I'm just going to take a slightly different tact. And when a person puts this entire matter under the magnifying glass, one discovers that there's overwhelming evidence that shows that this was something that was planned long in advance. So there was an event in Wuhan in October of 2019 called Event 201. It's been covered by many different people, maybe most notably a fellow Canadian by the name of Amazing Polly, who did several pieces on all the discussions that went about on that. She's been since deplatformed. You can find her work on BitChute. And an article, or rather a document that I would encourage council to look for, it's on the Rockefeller Foundation website. It's called the May 10th Scenarios for the Future of Technology and International Development by the Rockefeller Foundation. And in this, they're going through, this was put out in 2010, they go through specifically about a pandemic. And the pandemic is playing out exactly as they're listing in that document. And when a person looks further beyond these types of documents, it becomes very clear. And there's many great journalists, including some notable Canadian journalists, private journalists, who brought this attention or this matter to light. And all of those people have been deplatformed. There's been a widespread censorship movement in the last 2 or 3 weeks, as many people are probably aware. And when a person looks a little deeper into this, we see the emergence of something called the World Economic Forum. And on the World Economic Forum, we see this emerging, these narratives around a reset. And when we look a little bit deeper into that website, we see an extraordinarily detailed plan that was obviously put into place many, many years ago. So I would suggest and highly recommend that we examine this to see that all of these components that have been prophesized a long time ago, including the current mainstream players, they've been talking about this pandemic for a very long time. There's a documentary I'd also like to draw your attention to. It's called The Plandemic 2, in which the details about this entire thing and all the players are very well documented. And when a person looks at it from that perspective, there's overwhelming evidence to show that the players that are involved, that are using this entire pandemic to funnel this all into a vaccination agenda, and as all the speakers today have skillfully identified, when you put this under the microscope, the world's foremost epidemiologists, microbiologists, geneticists, they all show that this virus, as we're being told that it exists, hasn't been isolated, and that as was also earlier spoken to, the PCR test, the inventor of it specifically warned against using it in this capacity. And they're also showing that the positive results from COVID-19 tests have expressly to do with the amplification ratio, which is once it gets past a certain point, the ratio goes way up, and it's currently set at 40, which shows a minimum of 80 to 85% positive rate. So this has nothing to do with a virus per se. So I think it's important to look at these things, given what's at stake for Edmontonians, both economically and psychologically, has been well presented today. Before we make any decisions on this, at the end of the day, the question really is, how do we know that we're living in a tyranny when we're not allowed to speak about certain things? And on the Canadian Charter of Rights, it expressly says freedom of press. And I ask you, are we seeing a freedom of press? Are we seeing this kind of dialogue happening on TV, or are we being hit 24/7, 365 with how bad things really are? So I leave that with you, and I'd like to say, like, I'm in favor of rescinding this bylaw in its entirety, and I wish you a good weekend.
Well, thank you for that, and right on time as well. Okay, Kevin Tilrow. Kevin Tilrow.
You said right on time.
Can you hear me?
I
Can you hear me?
and I can hear someone else as well. So I think, Stephen, we can still hear you as well. So go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, just keep this short. I agree wholeheartedly with passion every single point that was brought up today, and I spent the entire day listening to it. From everyone who has opposed this bylaw and the one that's currently in place, and especially from the previous caller who touched on a lot of the points I have researched and discovered, I'm very grateful that he brought those points up, because it's very, very important in this environment that we look at things under a microscope, how far we've been misled and deceived by the mainstream media, which I understand is where our hysteria has come from through the general population. And so how do you deal with the one caller who actually feels safe wearing a mask? And while that should be their choice, you have to look at where it's been drawn from. It's drawn from the hysteria and the misinformation. So there's only one other thing we can do to deal with that, and that's a massive re-education and reprogramming of the population, which is a huge undertaking. But it's the only way we're going to get out of this hole that we've dug ourselves in. So not to take any more time, I just want to leave that with you. And I wholeheartedly would like you to rescind this bylaw and the current one that we're living under. I beg you, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. Christina Pankala. Christina Pankala.
Hello, me?
Hello, Christina.
Hi. Great.
Hi, we can hear you. Okay.
Great. Okay, thanks for. Sorry, I'm trying to weed through mine now because lots have been said, so this might be a little bit choppy, so bear with me. I strongly oppose the face coverings and especially the extension of it. I'm also someone who cannot wear a mask and have been discriminated against on more than one occasion. The common response to that is usually, we shouldn't be here if you're that immune compromised. First of all, that's not why I cannot wear a face covering. And second of all, who is someone else to decide if the risk outweighs the benefits for me personally, or anyone that can't wear a face covering? No two situations are the same. And just because one person has experienced trauma that can wear a face covering doesn't mean everyone can. I'm sick of hearing, oh, well, I have asthma, I have lung issues, I have PTSD, or whatever their condition might be, and I can still wear one. So everyone else should be able to as well. That's great for you, but your experience is not someone else's. I now have severe crippling anxiety about just going to get a few groceries. And it'll take me hours or days to work up the courage to do this. I also have a small child, and that child has to watch me suffer, and it's now causing them anxiety. This is not living. How long will this go on? All these measures have created a great deal of divide and lack of empathy amongst the population, and possibly a lot has to do with removing the social connection that we need as human beings. Like the other speakers have said, I too have witnessed many fights in places such as grocery stores and other places. Why is this mask mandate even in place? There's no proof that they are effective, no long-term studies, and so far every place with a mask mandate, their numbers have significantly increased. So my health is being negatively impacted along with thousands of other people for what? To avoid hypothetical cases, not even deaths? How does that even make any sense? Why is someone's health more important than mine? This is the first time in history we reported on cases versus deaths. Do we have data on the side effects of face coverings? How would you know if a positive COVID case is more detrimental to the masses than the side effects of face coverings measures put into place? There certainly hasn't been an overwhelming death count. If you don't have any data, then you have nothing to compare it against. In addition to some nurse friends I have a law enforcement friend who tells me that they are dealing with mental health issues steady. How is this for the greater good of our society? Listening to the countless stories here and the community, there's no way a positive case would outweigh the negative impacts of face coverings. It should be up to each individual to choose what they need to do to stay healthy, not mandate something that isn't effective with a ton of side effects. The rate of staph infections, pneumonia, are going up. That comes from my nurses friends who are working directly in the hospitals. We rely heavily on body language, and facial recognition is so important to small children. That social connection, which is our innate being, is gone. So how is this going to affect the next generation? Their mental health is going to be severely damaged. Who's going to be responsible for the repercussions now and going forward for face coverings? If the answer is the government, that would mean that's going to come out of our taxpayer dollars once again. I've listened to people talk about suffering through wearing face coverings, and they have either just about or they have passed out. They continue to do
Christina, I'm sorry, your time is over, but we do appreciate what you had to say, and we will be moving on now to Maria Hill-Gardner. Maria Hill-Gardner. Maria Hill-Gardner. Maria Hill-Gardner. Okay, Judy Deal. Judy Deal. Judy Deal. Going once, going twice. Okay, Lynn Schwartz. Lynn Schwartz.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I've tried to delete mine too because of all the other speakers before me, so this is going to be a bit chopped too. So we have been scared and shamed into wearing masks, even though one single solitary random control study that shows that they ever worked, not one. I think we have established the pores in masks are bigger than the virus they're supposed to catch. The Toronto Star is concerned with new recommendation that 3 layers are now recommended for masks, which means that the masks we are now wearing don't work. This confirms what the CDC, Oxford Center for Evidence-Based Medicine, the Surgeon General, and many experts from around the world have said. Masks don't work. Last May, the CDC said no significant reduction with the use of face masks. What they did find was that moisture retention and reuse of masks could cause increased infection, but we have covered that. Dr. Fauci told 60 Minutes that washing hands and staying home when sick are the best options. Mask use in the general public setting where reuse, fiddling with your mask, and cross-contamination occur all the time and render the mask useless. Can you imagine how bad this would be in children in a school setting, playing outside, going to the bathroom, eating lunch? Quebec's public health director said they get saturated with moisture within 20 minutes. Once they're wet, they are no longer a barrier against viruses, and they're just a little incubation for bacteria. This makes mask wearing in public offices, businesses, stores, and schools all day, as opposed to the frequent changing of masks in clinical settings, a possible hazard to the spread of bacteria and pathogens. How have we gone from public health officials universally warning about the lack of effectiveness plus the potential to spread germs from masks to mandating that young children who are germ factories wear them all day in school without even a legislative debate or public hearing? As of November 8th in Alberta, out of a population of 4,000, there have been 4 million, there have been 357 deaths. Of the 357 deaths related to COVID, 7 Albertans under the age of 50 have died of COVID-19. That's 7. Of the last recent deaths, they are contributing to the hysteria that are, of the recent 5 deaths that are contributing to the hysteria, and that increased our number to 357 last weekend. Their ages were in the 80s, 2 were in the 90s, 1 was in the 100s, all in extended care, which shows where we need to pay attention. Now we're told by Dr. Tan and a Toronto epidemiologist to wear 3-layered masks. according to an article in the Toronto Star yesterday, that goes on to question the new policy. The Star writes, this 3-layer mask that they say may have a better benefit. How? Can they quantify it? Let's see the data. What did they do? It's long overdue that facts start explaining to the Canadian public in a transparent way how they are making public policy decisions when it comes to advising regarding COVID. The agency is not being transparent with the public when it comes to some of its public health guidance. These are questions we should be asking. This is where we should be focusing our attention instead of mandated masks and increased efforts to isolate the population. We need to stop basing our decisions on fear-mongering and media headlines. Before we make life-altering decisions that affect our businesses, our economy, our children, our young adults, our university students, who, by the way, are getting a substandard education with no reduction in tuition fees, let's direct our attention to where the scientific evidence tells us to go, the elderly and long-term healthcare centers. And please, tell the media that although cases are up, deaths are down. They always seem to forget that, and that increased numbers contribute to herd immunity. I'd also like to add, too, that the public information that we're getting day in and day out does nothing but scare people. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with our health. It just has, I don't know what it has to do with. We are getting information from all kinds of different sources that only are intended to scare, and I'm getting the increased feeling to make us comply. And as people have said previous to this, vaccinations seem to be coming up in May, new vaccines, and that seems to be the date that we want to this new bylaw wants to mandate masks until. I really think that City Council needs to understand that every day more and more people are becoming aware that something is very, very wrong. And unless you can prove to us...
Lynn, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Great suggestions. I hope our provincial counterparts are listening. I wish we had power to do all of those great things, but we don't. But those are good suggestions. Okay, so we will now move on to... Well, actually, I should find out. I think we have one speaker who wanted to get on the list that we didn't. Did we get Brandy Dominelli on the list? I don't recall. I don't have it in my notes.
No, they have not been added yet.
Okay.
I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, great. Okay, so let's move on now, and we've got T. Zanari. T. Zanari. Or was it Denari? I heard Zanari. Okay. T. De Plato or Plato.
Hello.
Hello. Who is this?
Hi, Aaron. It's Jody Foster.
Foster.
Sorry, I couldn't get my webcam working before, so I've called back in through the phone. You had called me before.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
I'll cut this short. I'm definitely not going to read what I had written. I just want to say that I am strongly opposed to an extension of this bylaw. I believe that it's caused far more harm than COVID-19 could have. I see even on the city's own attachments to this meeting that even though 97% of the people that were wearing masks and complying, the numbers still rose for positive cases. I think it's really, really important that people recognize that the PCR tests bring false positives, and so all these numbers that we're looking at are not sick people, and they're not accurate numbers. And I really feel if the city wanted to deal with this responsibly, that they would reach out to the media and say, hey, let's start reporting this honestly. You're scaring everybody terribly. This is fear-mongering here. And it's so wrong what they're doing to people. and I just pray that God guides you guys as you go through this process, and that you do what's absolutely best for the people of our city and our economy. And I don't understand why this went to committee, and that, only a few members of the committee are here to hear us. I don't understand that. This is such an important, could be the most important thing that you people ever decide upon. This is the future of so many people and our health and our business, and God guide you all. Thank you for hearing me.
Well, thank you for that. Could definitely use all your prayers, so that's well received and gratefully. Okay, so let us go to T. De Plato, or T. De Plato.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. The time is yours.
Hello? So just on today's video first that administration showed at the beginning of all this meeting, very cute, but quite manipulated in simplicity. There is a big difference between bacteria and viruses and other things. What was shown on that video, it was really presented quite simply. And also, in the video, the guy didn't cover his mouth when he coughed and sneezed like we all grew up learning to do. Civilized, in a civilized manner, let's give us some credit. We all learned to cover our mouths when we cough and sneeze, not just full bore, let it go in open air. Second of all, regarding this deciding panel, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, there was beeping. The deciding panel. I also don't understand why we're all spending our time presenting to all of you when all of you are not the deciding votes on what's going to happen with this bylaw. Where is the respect we deserve to be presenting to the appropriate authority? Now, I know I'm wasting my time in saying that, so I'm moving on quick. The full 5 minutes that you keep repeating is repetitive in itself and a waste of a lot of time in our meeting today. Not only that, it undermines the mood of respect that we all deserve for that 5 minutes. And if we need 5 minutes or 1 or 2 minutes longer, we should be able to have that. There should be days of this discussion. As many people that want to partake should be able to. Shameful that you would disgrace us and cite personal responsibility and usher us all along. Moving on quick again. Now I want to ask you all, please think about this. Use your brains. How did masks work out for China? I think we can all agree that China has historically used masks in a large proportion of their population because of pollution issues. How are their death stats? Not so good, right? We can all Google it and check rather quick. Why are we modeling ourselves after something we know doesn't work in either analog stories like China with the history, the data that we have from them, or through all the scientific studies that everybody's been telling you about? Have you been listening? Are you looking up these studies, or is it all just rhetoric to you? The suffering is real. I don't have to go on about cloth masks or N95 masks or surgical masks because none of them work for a micron virus that's 0.0125 in size. I used to work in the medical field, but I had to leave it because there was a conflict of interest. I had ethics, and what I saw lacked. What I saw was pharmaceutical corporations wooing doctors in the healthcare industry while funding them and their very educational institutions. Anyway, the reason I mention at all my history of working in the medical field is because I wanted to share an old joke with you that we all heard on the floors of the hospital or clinic. This is the old joke. How do you spell God? The answer? D-O-C-T-O-R. We all laugh. That's the ultimate authority. But let me tell you, just like a doctrine should be alive to reflect the life of the living, this joke needs a new version. Here's the new one. How do you spell God? The answer? W-H-O. figuratively and literally. Who is now our ultimate authority? Who? Maybe you heard of a judge in Pennsylvania that made reference to good intentions towards a laudable end are not alone enough to uphold governmental action against a constitutional challenge. That was U.S. District Judge William Stickman IV. You know, there are legal consequences when you will be taken to task. When Hitler's right-hand man was on the stand at the Nuremberg trials, and he was asked how they managed to manipulate and take control of educated, open-minded people, he replied, their citizens, he replied, that was an easy accomplishment. Fear was the ultimate tool that made it all possible. Now, that's not verbatim, but that's pretty much what he said. You make the public fear, and they'll give away all their freedoms in exchange for the illusion of security. Fear does not stop death. It stops life. In this case, fear could be an acronym for false evidence appearing real. We all know the statistics are misconstrued. When we as a democratic society think of China and their residents' lives, which are historically masked and controlled by government, do we think, wow, they've got it going on. That's the successful political and social model I want to follow. Let's be honest. We as a nation raised an eyebrow and think our lucky stars were in Canada. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. I am opposed to this bylaw.
Always
check yourself.
Thank you. So a quick clarification, because folks deserve it. The intent is not to curtail anyone's right to speak. I'd make great pains to say that take your full 5 minutes if you want. We were dealing with 100 speakers on the list, and the difficulty of finding councillors finding spots in their schedule to accommodate more speakers. I have been open with my schedule, but some did not have the time.
You are obligated to find a spot. You are obligated to find a spot. It is not suffering for you to schedule in extra time.
Back and forth at this point, unfortunately, but an explanation. So, and frankly, most people have taken
an excuse. Anyway, you mean?
So, and you did get a few extra seconds there as well. So I just want you to know that we want to hear from everyone, and and that is why we've also scheduled another day. So, to continue, we will now go to S. Peterson. S. Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, this is Dr. Hodkinson. I just want to let you know I'm standing by.
Oh, okay. Well, we would love to hear from you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the opportunity to address you on this very important matter. What I'm going to say is lay language and blunt. It's counter-narrative, and so you don't immediately think I'm a quack. I'm going to briefly outline my credentials so that you can understand where I'm coming from in terms of knowledge base in all of this. I'm a medical specialist in pathology, which includes virology. I trained at Cambridge University in the UK. I'm the ex-president of the pathology section of the Medical Association. I was previously an assistant professor in the Faculty of Medicine doing a lot of teaching. I was the chairman of the Royal College of Physicians of Canada Examination Committee in Pathology in Ottawa. But more to the point, I'm currently the chairman of a biotechnology company in North Carolina selling a COVID-19 test. And you might say I know a little bit about all of this. The bottom line is simply this. There is utterly unfounded public hysteria driven by the media and politicians. It's outrageous. This is the greatest hoax ever perpetrated on an unsuspecting public. There is absolutely nothing that can be done to contain this virus, other than protecting older, more vulnerable people. It should be thought of nothing more than a bad flu season. This is not Ebola. It's not SARS. It's politics playing medicine, and that's a very dangerous game. There is no action of any kind needed other than what happened last year when we felt unwell. We stayed home, we took chicken noodle soup, we didn't visit Granny, and we decided when we would return to work. We didn't need anyone to tell us. Masks are utterly useless. There is no evidence base for their effectiveness whatsoever. Paper masks and fabric masks are simply virtue signaling. They're not even worn effectively most of the time. It's utterly ridiculous seeing these unfortunate, uneducated people, I'm not saying that in a perjurious sense, seeing these people walking around like lemmings, obeying without any knowledge base to put the mask on their face. Social distancing is also useless because COVID is spread by aerosols, which travel 30 meters or so before landing. And closures have had such terrible unintended consequences. Everywhere should be open tomorrow, as was stated in the Great Barrington Declaration that I circulated prior to this meeting. And a word on testing. I do want to emphasize that I'm in the business of testing for COVID. I do want to emphasize that positive test results do not, underlined in neon, mean a clinical infection. It's simply driving public hysteria, and all testing should stop unless you're presenting to hospital with some respiratory problem. All that should be done is to protect the vulnerable and to give them all, in the nursing homes that are under your control, give them all 3,000 to 5,000 international units of vitamin D every day, which has been shown to radically reduce the likelihood of infection. And I would remind you all that using the province's own statistics, the risk of death under 65 in this province is 1 in 300,000. 1 in 300,000. You've got to get a grip on this. The scale of the response that you're undertaking, with no evidence for it, is utterly ridiculous, given the consequences of acting in a way that you're proposing. All kinds of suicides, business closures, funerals, weddings, etc., etc. It's simply outrageous. It's just another bad flu. And you've got to get your minds around that. Let people make their own decisions. You should be totally out of the business of medicine. You're being led down the garden path by the Chief Medical Officer of Health for this province. I'm absolutely outraged that this has reached this level. It should all stop tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that. Again, hopefully all layers of government are listening. We have the least amount of influence, but we definitely appreciate everything that you just had to say. Okay, so
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
We're coming up to 6 o'clock, and I know that was the speaker that Councillor Nicol had said was expecting a different day. We were able to get him in, and so I'm wondering if I'd like to move that we extend to 6:30, and I think that will allow us to hear all the speakers. I know the clerks have also sent out an email as of noon to everyone who was registered today to help make sure they had an opportunity to be on. So I'll move to extend to 6:30, and at which point, if we haven't finished, then I would be comfortable setting a new day. But I think we can finish it today.
Yeah, every effort we can make to hear from as many people as possible is it's got a thumbs up from me. Well, I'll put it to the rest of the committee.
Yes, for me.
Okay.
Yes, for me.
No, I think we should set a second date.
Councillor Nicol?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You may just be having trouble unmuting, but 3 out of 4 is a go. So let's continue.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we had an issue with the mute system in the room. Councillor Nicol should be able to speak now.
Okay, Councillor Nicol?
Yeah, I don't believe we should finish this item today, given that the interest. We've had public hearings on other matters that have gone days, and we've extended and made accommodations for those speakers. And I do not think rushing this issue today is fair. So I would move for a second date
Okay, I don't think the intent is to rush the issue. I think the intent is there have been a lot of people waiting all day to speak, and we would like to give accommodation to them to actually speak today since they've been waiting all day.
No, I heard from Councillor Knack. It was his intention to end the discussions from the speakers today, and I will not support that.
No, that is not the intent. I think maybe there was a miscommunication there. Councillor Knack?
Yes, just to be clear, so the motion is to extend orders to 6:30 to see where we're at, and if we need to, then we'll absolutely set another time. But I just know that the clerks have sent out notification to everyone to ensure that they have the opportunity to engage. So the motion on the floor is just to extend to 6:30, and if we finish all the speakers before that, then we'll talk about if we want to continue hold another time.
But at the very least, my feeling, and of course we can debate this, but my feeling is that the people who have been waiting all day should have an opportunity to speak today.
That is why I put forward that motion. Yes, I want to make sure they have that opportunity. They've taken their entire day off to speak with us. Thank you.
So, are there any objections to extend to 6:30?
I will agree to extend to 6:30, knowing full well that this committee should be informed that I will not be satisfied by closing off speakers today. And so, Councillor Knack, if you know what, are you going to be open to a second day, yes or no?
If we need it, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think... I'm not sure what the argument is here. We're going to extend so we can hear that from everyone who is here because they've spent their whole day here. And then we would like to also, when that is done, see what we do for extending to another day. I don't know why there's confusion around that, but the intent is to ensure that everyone's voice gets heard. Does anyone have a problem?
And Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why Councillor Knack won't just say it, that he has every intention to allow a second day of public speaking on
you know what? Let's put an end to this nonsense. Do we extend to 6:30, yes or no? And then we can deal with the rest after we've heard from everyone.
Certainly we can go to 6:30, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's go. Okay, next we have Teresa Croman. Teresa Croman.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I'm very grateful to everyone else who has spoken to, and I'm going to have to change what I was going to say too because much of it has been already highlighted, and I'm grateful that so many are knowledgeable. And firstly, I have to say that health, everyone has their own relationship to it and their own beliefs in what they do to nurture their own health. And I greatly resent a government telling me what I need to do in order to be healthy or to make sure that everybody else is healthy, because my health is my responsibility, or my children, when they were growing up, their health was my responsibility, and I did what I could to help them be healthy. And I knew from the very beginning of this thing that the final solution that would be recommended would be a vaccine. And I also appreciate in looking around the world and seeing the mask situation, where in the UK, when they were opening up, it was the patrons of the businesses who had to wear the masks, whereas here in Alberta, when we were allowed to open up again, it was the business owners and the people providing the service who initially had to be masked. So it's very, very curious. And yes, I think it is about compliance. I've had numerous unpleasant exchanges, not so much in that they became overly heated, but in that there was a lack of understanding and knowledge as to everybody's rights involved. And the city should not be making laws that violate our charter, and nor should the province of Alberta be making laws that violate our rights under the charter. We have inalienable rights to be free from psychological and physical harm, and masking is clearly harmful, and I won't reiterate some of the research that has been cited. And in addition to the environmental contamination that's taking place, I go for walks, or at least I was before the snow fell, and I was picking up masks all over the place. I just read an article recently that talked about the microplastics that are in the environment from both the surgical sorts of masks and the cloth masks. And when the cloth masks are washed over and over again, they release those micro particles, plastics in fibers and plastics into the water. So every organism, human being and otherwise in the animal kingdom, are affected by these masks. It is a huge violation of our rights. It separates us. It dehumanizes us. We are beings who want to connect and communicate with each other. Our faces and our hands are the greatest emitters of light. And if you look at communication, I think there's a whole great deal of learning and understanding that we have yet to acquire in terms of how we communicate with one another. The distancing, we have to be further apart so that we cannot connect energetically on a heart level. So this is really a dehumanization campaign. It's about mass immunization and control. The fear is about control, and I want the city to rescind the bylaw right now. I'm very grateful that I've had the opportunity to speak this time. I was flabbergasted that it went through in August. We have so much more evidence now, and you've heard a lot of it today, and there's a lot of educated people out there who know what they're talking about, and we've shared it with you. And if you
don't leave my printer empty.
If you make the choice to continue this bylaw, or if you vote to continue it, it will send a very clear message to the population about what this all these measures are about, for they are far more harmful than any virus. And the virus has to do, that is itself in question, as to whether a virus causes the illness or whether it's the terrain. And maybe illness is a detoxification process. I go into a store, it feels toxic. I have to look at people engaged in wearing a mask, engaged in harming their own health. I have to smell the contaminants from the hand sanitizer being sprayed, everything's being sprayed. All of that we're being inhaled, or all of that we have to inhale and endure and somehow function with. And it's difficult to protect your health from all of these measures.
Teresa, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. I think we've all been afflicted by the empty printer syndrome at one point or another. Okay, so moving on, I think we are Jas Ogar. Jas Ogar.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Dear council members and fellow Edmontonians, thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns regarding mask mandate and the extension of it. I strongly oppose it, and I share the same sentiments that so many of my fellow Edmontonians already shared here in such an eloquent and very insightful way. I have to say that a lot of these testimonies brought me to tears today, as I personally thought I was alone in my community. I too have done an extensive amount of research that points to ineffectiveness and harmfulness of masks, so I will not go into it, especially after Mr. Schaefer has shared such a compelling professional argument from his years of experience as a respiratory specialist. I have also experienced my own share of physical and verbal abuse of citizens who took it upon themselves to police the bylaw. Me and my family have been shamed, bullied, refused entrance to businesses we supported wholeheartedly for years. The fear-mongering people falling into depression, afraid to perform their basic daily routines, being discriminated against, turned away for service. Mask mandate has done nothing but divide us. It has no scientific foundation that proves to protect from viral infections. It has violated our basic human rights. Wearing a mask is not only proven ineffective prevention from infection, but also shows that there are risks of wearing it, especially during a long period of time. People are tired of regurgitated MSM narratives that masks save lives, which is a band-aid approach to the problem, but omit giving treatment solutions that many doctors have been heavily censored have successfully treated their patients with COVID-19. Councilmen and councilwomen, if any, we elected you to make just, well-thought-through policies to protect your citizens. I will not go into scientific data that supports ineffectiveness and harmful effects of masks wearing, as a lot has already been covered as well. But I wish to end with this. What is the end game to all of this here? Are we going to keep living in fear of death, that we forget living? Protect the high risk and vulnerable in our community, but don't force the healthy to stop living with imposed measures to stop a virus with a 99.98% survival rate. And lastly, who will be held accountable for long-term negative effects and harms of these mandates that so many here have expressed? Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you very much. You definitely gave us food for thought. I really appreciate that. Next, we're moving on to Chelsea. We don't have a last name, just Chelsea. Chelsea? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, Amanda Candelora. Amanda Candelora. Or Candelora.
Yep. No,
Yep.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. What's the correct pronunciation of your last name?
It's Candelora.
Candelora. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this time to speak. This is a really personal story, but I think it's relevant and important that I share it. So I'm very opposed to the mask mandate. And my focus is on businesses and services not honoring their exemptions. Last year, I was a victim of a sexual assault, which was reported to the police, and he was charged. Without going into too much detail, my face was covered with his hands while he forced penetration. So obviously the face coverings are very triggering. Sorry. So the whole mask mandate has been re-traumatizing for me. There are days when I feel brave and I go out and do my business and do my shopping. And for the most part, my exemption is honored. But most days I avoid going out into local shops and restaurants, which is sad because I'm a really young, healthy, strong, outgoing person and I miss my community. In September, my in-person therapy at the Sexual Assault Center of Edmonton was resumed because it was, once COVID came, the lockdowns went and then we could only do online, but then they were reopening it to have in-person therapy again, which is important so that for sexual assault survivors to do somatic therapy, so you're in person with a therapist. But when they rescheduled my appointment, they didn't tell me about their mask policies, and I just assumed that they would honor it, considering that they are a trauma-informed service. But when I arrived, they did not honor it. 4 of their staff kind of surrounded me and forced me to cover my face with my sweater and try to take my temperature, and I just went into a full panic attack. And I had to leave the building. And I don't know if anyone has experienced PTSD, but it's like a smoke bomb goes off in your brain and you can't concentrate and you can't breathe. And it takes, it could take hours to kind of come down from that. So because they're not able to honor mask exemptions. I'm no longer able to access that service, which was, it was going really well for me before COVID when I could see my therapist in person. This is a free government service, and I was supposed to have 20 free sessions, but I only did about 5. And another point I want to make is that as a woman, I'm finding it very disturbing to see men in masks everywhere I go. I'm not getting desensitized to it. It's becoming more and more intimidating and frightening. And as a sexual assault survivor, I know that the numbers are very low for victims to come forward. It's like 3 out of 10 come forward. And it makes me wonder how many people in our community are complying to these mandates because they're too afraid to speak out in fear of public shaming or being ostracized. And I think we deserve better. And I think Edmonton is better than this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay. Karen Dixon, are you here? Karen Dixon?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the time is yours.
Just to support Councillor Nicol to start with, there are a number of people who didn't actually add their name to the list because they were told that they would be able to speak on another day. Councillor Knack appears to be playing word games to deny Edmontonians the right to share in this critical issue. I have a problem with that.
Okay, Karen, those are good points. We will get to that. I don't want you to lose any time. So I'm going to restart the clock for you, and please proceed.
I really appreciate that. My name is Karen Dixon. My husband and I are actively working with experts across the world, challenging the response to COVID-19, including Professor Dolores Kale, world-renowned molecular biologist and immunologist, Yoram Lass, Forum Director of Health for Israel, and Dennis Rancourt, to name but a few. All have provided empirical evidence on the physical and psychological damage of masking the general population in what can only be described as a terrifying social experiment. I'd like to mention masking in care centres. You might ask why. The bylaw relates to masking in the general population, but if you have some understanding of what masking means to our most vulnerable, those we're claiming that we want to protect above all others, then you might begin to understand the catastrophic negative impacts this bylaw has on Albertans as a whole. The evidence I'm about to give has been shared and supported with healthcare workers across the system in the months that the mask mandate has been in place. There were tried and tested protocols already in existence for influenza-like illnesses before COVID-19. This virus has proven no more deadly than the flu, even for the most vulnerable in our society. But the measures now in place, including masking, are causing irreparable harm, far beyond the risk of this virus. My mother has been in a care home for 10 years after a global aphasic stroke left her unable to speak. She is deaf and lip reads. Now, because everyone she meets in and around her Edmonton care home is masked, she cannot understand instruction critical to her safety and emotional well-being. Over 70% of all communication occurs beneath a mask. Staff are telling me they struggle to communicate with the residents, not only on a basic human level, but even to provide essential care. The PPE in place is intense and unnecessary, compared with what they have always relied upon for outbreaks in centres. Now there are masks, goggles, plastic visors. They all impede care workers' ability to safely and appropriately manage their residents' needs. This is persecution in the guise of protection. Dr. Hodgkinson perfectly expressed what is needed for those in long-term care and Albertans as a whole. This behaviour is being repeated throughout the Edmonton region, governed by this masked experiment, on the few occasions that my mother is allowed out. Everywhere she goes, she's confronted by masked, faceless people and confrontational behaviour that would never have been seen, let alone tolerated pre this mask mandate. However, the city has made this sort of discrimination not just possible, but has effectively encouraged this in the wording and presentation of the bylaw. I ask you to consider that you, the City Council, have, through this bylaw, effectively undertook a medical experiment to decide if masks work on the general population. This is not just an issue in the fact that this experiment has failed, but more importantly on the international laws regarding the performing of experiments on the population. As other speakers have already mentioned, through FOIP requests and your own broadcast council meetings, this bylaw was enacted based on a political poll. As such, you are derelict in your due diligence. Consequently, you have acted in a manner that can only be described as gross negligence at best for pure political gain. You have no evidence to support the original decision in the workplace at city properties. You are already subject to potential actions for failure to conform to health and safety regulations, provincial and federal, for not providing appropriate training and medical tests before enforcing medical devices such as respirators and masks not fit for purpose. This has already been discussed by Chris Schaefer. Now with the bylaw, you've subjected that to the population at large, not just residents in care homes, but visitors also. The damage of this mask mandate goes beyond the physical into the mental impacts, damage to businesses and beyond. Most people do not understand that politicians are not immune to prosecution. If they commit acts of gross negligence or break the law, they are subject to the full effect of those laws. So before you do any more damage to the citizens of this good city, ask yourselves, is it worth it to continue this unlawful and damaging experiment? Remember, you are not just looking at a political future and re-election here. You are looking at consequences far beyond that and far more immediate than the next election. In closing, I experienced the discrimination your bylaw created firsthand. It was my husband who attempted to enter Indigo at West Edmonton Mall, mentioned by the first caller, Josh Switzer. My husband was aggressively denied access to service, despite showing a full medical exemption letter by our doctor. This behaviour is being repeated throughout the city as a direct result of your medical experiment on the population. It has to end.
Karen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I fully agree. No one should be discriminated against. Okay, so I will remind people that we do not use the chat function. There are a few messages in there that I think absolutely warrant an exception, but otherwise, just for the sake of clarity and fairness, we won't use the chat function, although I do appreciate the words of support that are in there as well.
Thank you for your extra time, guys.
Okay, let's move on to Brandy Dominelli.
Yes, no.
Brandy Dominelli.
Brandy's gonna come back another day.
Okay, Nicole Bedouin or Bodwin. Nicole Bodwin. Okay, well, that is everyone on our list.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Hello. Hello, can I talk?
Oh, who is this?
This is Francis Zinari. I was supposed to talk before, but my phone went dead from waiting a long time. So can I just say a few things?
Of course, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, first of all, everybody has covered what I was going to say. So I decided to get a small thing that Monsignor Viganor sent an open letter to Trump. So I'm just going to read a little bit of what he said to all of you, so that you understand that this is beyond Edmonton, beyond this planet. This has been a plan that's been done for years. This is what he's saying on the letter. A global plan called the Great Reset is underway. It's architected as a global elite that wants to subdue all humanity, imposing coercive measures with which to drastically limit individual freedom and those of the entire population. In several nations, this plan has already been approved and financed. In others, is still in early stage, behind the world leader, who are the accomplice and executor of the Infernal Project. There are unscrupulous characters who finance the World Economic Forum, Event 201, promoting their agenda. The purpose of the Great Reset is an imposition of a health dictatorship, aiming at the imposition of liberal measures, hidden behind tempting promises of ensuring a universal income and canceling individual debt. The price of this concession from the International Monetary Fund will be the renunciation of private property and adherence to a program of vaccination against COVID-19 and COVID-21, promoted by Bill Gates with the collaboration of the main pharmaceutical groups. Beyond the enormous economic interest, the motivators and the promoters of the Great Reset, the imposition of the vaccination will be accompanied by the requirements of a health passport and a digital ID, with the consequent contact tracing of the population of the entire world. Those who do not accept this measure will be confined in detention camps or placed under house arrest, and all their assets will be confiscated. Mr. President, I imagine that you are already aware that in some countries, the Great Reset will be activated between the end of this year and the first trimester of 2021. For this purpose, further lockdowns are planned, which will be officially justified by supposed second and third wave of the pandemic. Now, this comes from Monsignor Vigano, and this is something that we have been talking for years, and we've been told that we're conspiracy. This is not anymore a conspiracy. It's happening here in Edmonton. We see it from enforcing the mask, for Trudeau imposing the isolation centers, and there is not anymore hiding. It's already here. They're telling us what they're planning to do. So this has nothing to do about health and about masks. We know the masks do not work because the city of Edmonton didn't have a mask mandate for 7 months, and the cases were down. Now that you have the mandate of the mask, the case has gone up. So the masks do not work. So I am against mandating masks. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and I hope this will give you a little bit of idea what really is going on behind this planned pandemic, because this is not a pandemic. This has been planned for years. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we caught you. Okay, so
thank you.
Circling back, I see that I've got a message that Rebecca Jones is on the line still, or again. Rebecca Jones. Rebecca Jones. Okay, we might have lost her again. Okay, and Wanda. No? Okay. All right, Councillor Knack?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was going to move the continuation of the meeting to November 19th from 1:30 to 5:30.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Any debates on this?
No debate. This will give just as an introducing, this will give an opportunity for, even though the clerks did email everyone at noon to reach out and make sure people knew how to get connected. Anyone who didn't get a chance to speak, who had registered, can have some time then. So that way let everyone have that chance to speak. So thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the date that it's extended to? Or
that would be November 19th at 1:30 to 5:30.
Thank you very much.
Yep, and let's see. I'll just get the straw pull on that. I'm a yes. Obviously, the mover is a yes.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nickel?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm glad that the scheduling for you worked out that way. Really appreciate it. I understand it's not easy. Okay, so that's what we will do. And thank you to everyone who came out to speak today. We will be continuing on November 19th, 1:30 to 5:30, which time we will pick up and continue to hear from speakers so that we can hear from as many people as possible. I will add a caution. We may not be able to find another day after that. So that may be the only extension that we have, but we'll find out. I cannot presuppose anything, but I'll just warn you that schedules are getting extremely tight at this point. So if you're registering to speak for that day, please show up so that you can speak, and we will try to get as many people and hopefully everyone as possible. Okay, and with that, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and take care, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience and for your participation.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Oh.
Thank you so much.